to in the primary sale. Alongside the price cap, the CMA will be able to fine non-compliant platforms up to 10% of their annual turnover, which could mean multi-million pound fines for rogue firms if they target UK consumers. And in the case of Oasis, as many in this House will know, one of the great challenges was many of the fans going into that queue didn't know that this surge pricing model was being used, and so didn't realise that they would be paying vastly inflated prices by the time they got to the front of the queue. The CMA has looked at this and is taking steps to ensure that consumers have the full range of information that they need to prevent that from happening in future.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer. I'm aware of tickets for Bilsonic events at the Boucher Road playing fields in Belfast having previously appeared in Sightly Sight at over 4 times their original price within minutes of going on sale. So I welcome the news from the Minister. What progress has been made in perhaps introducing a 5 to 10% cap on the resale of concert tickets?
So, in terms of the resale of concert tickets, we've taken a decision after a long period of consultation to cap the resale at its original price. He mentioned some of the examples. There are others as well. Just recently, I looked at some of the Radiohead tickets that were on sale for £100 as the original price that were being resold on one of these platforms for over £1,000. That is an absolute rip-off for fans that's gone on in plain sight for far too long, and that's why we've announced that the original resale price is what it will be sold for. Time is up for the ticket outs.
What did you pay for your Oasis tickets, Jim?
Sir John Whittingdale. Number 10, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the House would imagine, I'm currently having daily conversations with the BBC leadership on a number of issues, including charter renewal, and I have been clear that we stand by the BBC to secure its role at the heart of national life for decades to come. But the forthcoming charter review will be a vital opportunity for us to collectively shape the BBC's future and consider how it needs to change in this new era. In particular, for years, our nations and regions have been underserved and underrepresented by the concentration of power in just one part of the country when it comes to our television industry, and we're determined that the BBC will continue to lead the way on changing that.
Whittingdale.
But the Secretary of State will be aware, as the PAC has pointed out, that last year the BBC lost over £1 billion as a result of evasion and households declaring they no longer need a licence. That figure is going to grow over the course of the next charter. So will she look at finding other ways in which we can close the funding gap?
Yes, we're looking now, as he would imagine, at a whole range of options around BBC funding to ensure that it is sustainably funded for many years to come. In particular, we're very keen to ensure that people feel a sense of ownership and belonging over the BBC, which is why this point about the nations and regions is so important. Recently, Ofcom produced a report in which they showed that, for example, the top Scottish producers who fulfil the Scottish quota, only 1/3 of them are actually based in Scotland amongst the public sector broadcasters. That is a disgrace, and we're determined that that is going to change.
Answer being Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The BBC removed part of Rutger Bregman's Reith lecture where he alleged Donald Trump was the most openly corrupt president in US history, doing so only after legal advice prompted by Mr Trump's lawsuit against them. The threat of legal action is now creating a dangerous precedent for media censure. If the national broadcaster can't air robust and defensible claims, even in a series of lectures designed to spark debate on contemporary issues, what hope is there for any part of our free press to effectively challenge power? We know the Prime Minister has spoken directly with Mr Trump since the lawsuit was filed, so could the Secretary of State confirm whether the PM raised the issue of the BBC and insisted that Trump drop his ridiculous lawsuit?
Well, in regards to the particular issue that she raised, I became aware of this last night, and it's something that I'll be discussing with the BBC chairman at our next meeting on Monday. Obviously, it's absolutely essential that our broadcasters can broadcast a full range of voices without fear or favour, whether that's pressure from a government in the UK, any government of any political persuasion, or governments overseas. And that's something that this government will always fiercely defend.
Thank you, host.
Question number 11, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a Secretary of State who is responsible for the gambling industry, I've obviously been working closely with the Chancellor to ensure that the measures that she announced yesterday protect people who gather great joy from an industry that is worth huge amounts to the UK economy and also enjoyed by millions, in particular to protect bingo halls, dog tracks, racing tracks, pubs and coastal communities. The measures that we announced yesterday will start to make a significant dent in the numbers of children living in poverty, a legacy disgracefully left by the last government, but he can be confident that we've made fairer choices to make sure that we protect things that millions of people in this country enjoy.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the announcement made by the Chancellor at the budget yesterday in relation to gambling duty could cost the industry up to 16,000 jobs. That's largely in the high-tech part of that industry, and move £6 billion worth of gambling stakes into the black market. Now, I know the Secretary of State is a very reasonable individual and make an excellent future leader of her party. So would she agree with me that if you tax something, it does not necessarily stop it happening, and it will move problem gamblers into a less regulated and illegal space?
Well, my honourable friend and I, the Minister for Gambling, Baroness Twycross, have obviously looked at this as part of the work that we've been doing in the run-up to the budget, and I'm sure she'd be happy to discuss it with him further. In terms of the economic impact, we've obviously sought to limit the impact on the high street and to focus the tax rises on parts of the gambling industry which have lower operating costs. We've also brought forward measures in the budget to permanently lower business rates for over 750,000 retail and hospitality properties for precisely that reason, which we think will help to mitigate some of the impact on betting shops. But we are aware of the challenges that he discusses. I have to say, though, that in government you cannot duck choices, and our choice is to lift 450,000 children out of poverty to make a dent in the 4.5 million left by the previous government.
Polly Billington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my right honourable friend and indeed the Chancellor for making the decision to tax online gambling in particular. The fact that people have a casino effectively in their pocket destroys lives and destroys families, and it is right that we send that strong signal, as well as making sure that that money is available to tackle the insidious moral scar of child poverty which was left as a result of the previous government. Can she also confirm to me how we will make sure that gambling overall the way that we conduct gambling in this country continues and tries to protect more those families and those individuals who end up being exposed to some of the most insidious practices of the gambling industry?
Can I thank her for her question? I agree with her that child poverty is a moral scar on the soul of this nation. I think where we differ slightly is that for me and for our government, this is not about sending a signal to the gambling industry. This is simply about making the right choices and the fairest choices in order to reverse some of the damage that the last government has done. Gambling is something that is enjoyed by millions of people in this country without harm, but for a minority it does cause significant harm. It's why we introduced the gambling levy, to make sure that we could invest in prevention and support for those affected, and also why we've allocated an additional £26 million to the Gambling Commission over the next 3 years to increase investment resources and capacity to tackle the illegal market. You know, as the honourable gentleman just raised, and as my honourable friend has mentioned, that is the place where an unregulated industry can cause serious harm, and we're determined to tackle it.
To topicals, Luke Charles.
Topical one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government is committed to delivering for communities in every part of our United Kingdom. It's why we've launched the Town of Culture competition to celebrate the people, heritage and creativity of the towns that enrich our national story. And I would encourage everyone, even Chorley, to apply. I would urge members across the House to keep an eye out for the applications that will be opening soon. We've also launched Euro 2028, bringing global audiences and economic opportunity to cities across the UK and Ireland, and we're acting to protect fans everywhere by cracking down on ticket touts. Mr. Speaker, finally, may I congratulate Scotland on qualifying for the World Cup for the first time in 28 years.
Luke Charles.
Away tickets, £45 at Championship Coventry, £30 at League One Mansfield, £28 at Mansfield Town. Even some National League games are getting close to £30 for York City fans, when Prem clubs Arsenal, Liverpool and United all have a £30 cap. So does the Secretary of State support extending an away ticket cap across all leagues as a ceiling and not a target?
Rugby league. Come on, Secretary.
Or watch rugby league, says Mr Speaker. So football is nothing without the fans, and he's absolutely right to say that football must be affordable for people across the country, and I think the Premier League really has shown enormous leadership with the £30 away cap as an excellent example of this. This is precisely why this government wasted no time in passing the Football Governance Act with the permission of both houses in order to implement minimum engagement standards, including requiring clubs to consult fans on ticket pricing.
Nigel Huddleston, Shadow Secretary.
Thank you, and happy Lancashire Day, Mr Speaker. And can I join the Secretary of State in expressing congratulations to Scotland? Now, at DCMS oral questions in September, the former tourism minister said that the government has no plans to bring in a tourism tax and admitted that the tourism sector is already taxed enough. And yet this week, the government announced it is bringing in a tourism tax. So when did they start planning for this tax? And was any form of impact assessment carried out before they decided that whacking up taxes on a sector that has already lost 90,000 jobs because of increases in last year's budget is such a great idea?
It's topicals. Come on.
I mean, I think he united us all on Happy Lancashire Day, but perhaps that was the beginning and the end of the cross-party unity, because, Mr Speaker, I am enormously proud that this government has finally acted on the calls from mayors across the political spectrum, including one Boris Johnson in 2013 when he was Mayor of London, to implement a visitor levy on short-term overnight accommodation. Not just that, but to hand the power to regions themselves to be able to implement it. He talks about the burden on industry. He will know full well that this is something that will be paid by the visitor themselves, not by the tourism industry. And it surely cannot be right that currently England is the only country in the G7 where a national government prevents their local authorities and mayors from implementing tourist levies.
Nigel Huddleston.
I'm afraid I disagree, and for a second time, Mr Speaker, DCMS sectors are left reeling following a Labour budget that failed to deliver meaningful support on business rates for hospitality and leisure. They introduced a new tax on tourism that whacked up taxes on the gambling industry. Instead of being supported, DCMS sectors just got hammered. So who is to blame for this disastrous budget for DCMS sectors? DCMS ministers for failing to make the case, or the Treasury for not listening?
Time and respect for the honourable gentleman, but with respect, he's talking absolute nonsense. This government inherited a situation where there had been no strategy for this country's young people for nearly 2 decades, where arts had been underfunded, where capital projects hadn't been gripped, and where sports was left languishing while demand soared. We have turned that around. A new covenant with civil society to extend that partnership to every part of the country, a new national youth strategy, funding for arts everywhere, not just in some parts of the countries, and I'm very proud of a budget, especially introducing a visitor levy that will raise millions of pounds in parts of the country that were underserved by the last Conservative government for far too long.
Hartley Tuttle.
Mr Speaker, Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival is the UK's largest international festival dedicated to new music, and the programme this year has more than 30 world and UK premieres. So will the Minister join me in paying tribute to this festival, which brings national and international musicians to Huddersfield every November, and set out what they are doing to ensure we invest in culture in towns like mine?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I can highly commend the festival in Huddersfield. As a Edinburgh MP who's always championing festivals, the more music festivals and other arts festivals we have across the country, the better. And can I just encourage everyone to go?
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, I had a roundtable meeting with a number of UK-based AI firms who have reached licensing agreements with owners of rights in the creative industries and the publishing industries. Rather than just talking to big tech, will she and the DZIT Secretary meet with those UK-based companies who are trying to do the right thing?
Yes, of course, and in fact we already are. So the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology and I have convened a series of roundtables, and we're not just talking to big tech companies, we're talking to a full range of tech companies and hearing a range of views. For the first time, we're bringing together creators and tech companies, and many of them, as he alludes to, are starting to create their own deals, which we encourage. We don't believe that that negates the need for licensing or transparency in the legislation that we promised here and in the other place, but of course, happy to continue that conversation with them and with him.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What assessment has the Secretary of State made of how hosting UEFA Euro 2028 will benefit communities across the UK, particularly through its social impact programme?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. This government knows that football reaches people like nothing else, and in the summer of 2028 it will bring people together across the whole of the UK. I was pleased to chair a meeting of sports ministers a few weeks ago to discuss the tournament and its legacy. Glasgow is of course due to host 5 matches at the tournament, which will bring significant benefits.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much of the Buckinghamshire tourist economy is underpinned by walkers coming to enjoy our countryside and the beautiful Chilterns. But on top of the tourism tax, that industry is threatened by her government threatening to plaster Buckinghamshire in solar panels, which will drive the walkers away. So what representation is she making to her colleague, the Energy Secretary, to protect tourism in Buckinghamshire?
Well, obviously I speak regularly to the Energy Secretary and happy to do so, but he should know that I share his commitment to turning this country into a clean energy powerhouse and making sure that his constituents and mine receive the benefits of that in terms of lower bills and better energy security. But can I just say to him on this issue about the visitor levy, that the point of this levy is that it gives powers for the first time to local areas to raise their own funds and decide how it's spent. And I would have thought that's something that everybody in this House should be able to support.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every resident meeting I host, I hear horror stories about the misuse of short-term lets, including illegal subletting, breaching the London 90-day cap, late-night parties and conditions that violate building insurance and fire safety. Can I ask the Minister when the hugely welcome mandatory register for short-term lets will come online and what difference it will make to ensure that homes are not hotels?
Okay.
My honourable friend makes an important point. This government is committed to ensuring that short-term lets actively benefit our local communities. We will, of course, implement a short-term lets registration scheme in England in 2026. I know this is of significant interest to members across the House, and I'd be delighted to meet with him to discuss it further.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Isle of Wight Youth Trust is set to lose £200,000 worth of funding by the end of the financial year. Early support hubs will lose funding across the country, and up to half of the 24 surveyed said they may close services. Will the Minister speak to cross-departmental colleagues to ensure bridge funding is put in place so that no young person loses out?
Our forthcoming National Youth Strategy will meet our pledge to ensure that there is no reduction in youth funding and that every pound is spent better, with a particular focus on rebuilding those places and spaces that have been allowed to fall into disrepair or have been lost. But on the very particular issue that you raised, I appreciate that that's urgent, so I'm happy to take it away with my honourable friend and make sure we get him a proper reply.
Dave Robertson.
Mohammed Fayed, the former owner of Harrods, sexually abused hundreds of female employees over decades. Reporters tried to reveal his crimes, but it was only after his death that the true extent of the scandal began to emerge because of media fears about strategic lawsuits against public participation. What steps is the department going to take to ensure that rich and powerful men like Fayed can't use lawsuits, these slaps, to silence their critics in the media?
Can I say to him, and I could hear it from the other side of the House, this is something that a lot of honourable members feel very strongly about and have made representations about for a long period of time. He'll know that there is new measures coming into force in June this year to address slaps in relation to cases of economic crime. That was started under the previous government and has continued under this one. It is my belief that we should take sexual harassment and abuse every bit as seriously as economic crime, and this is an area where action is long overdue, and with my honourable friend, the Minister for Media, I'm happy to take that away and work with him to achieve that.
Right, I'm sorry folks, we've run out of time. We really do need an hour on that. I know the Secretary of State agrees with me. It'd be much more wonderful. Right, we now come to questions. There are no member representing Church Commissioners and no members for Blowdew Gwent representing the House. I now call Dr Peter Priestley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 1.
Nick Smith.
Mr Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for his question. The Commission has taken steps to widen access to schools, both in terms of volume and geographic spread. These changes have led to an increase in the number of school children able to visit. Over 71,000 are expected to visit this year, an increase of over 20% since 2022. We expect numbers to be higher next year. In 2023, the Commission approved a change to the travel subsidy programme to increase direct funding for schools furthest from Westminster. Improvements to the bookings process for schools were also implemented. The Administration Committee recently agreed further proposed improvements to the travel subsidy scheme. These will shortly be considered by the Commission.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his answer. So, during a recent visit to the Westgate Community Primary School in Bury St Edmunds, I was asked by a very bright 8-year-old whether Parliament could pass a law to make it snow more often. I was very struck by this suggestion, which was in some ways much more realistic than the proposals made by certain members of this House. But does my honourable friend agree that meaningful engagement between Parliament and our children is essential to safeguard our democracy?
Yeah. Mr Stillman.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the honourable member for his question. Listen, my constituency in Blaenau Gwent and Rumney is 1,200 feet above sea level. We get snow a lot in my place. Just be careful what you ask for. Might have been good advice to that lovely 8-year-old. Listen, of course we need to improve access to our place. Fair access to Parliament is a good cause. Our Education Department does good work in this sphere, but if he wants to make further inquiries, I'm very happy to help him.
The snowman himself, Jim Sherman.
It's important that all children of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland can get an opportunity to come here, because it brightens their horizons and gives them an idea of what happens here when it comes to making decisions. But for children from Northern Ireland, of course, you just can't jump on a coach, you just can't jump on a train, you have to go by plane. The costs are more. I know that the House makes monies available to help children come, but quite obviously when you book a plane for perhaps maybe 10, 20 or even 30 children, it just becomes uneconomical. So what more can be done to make sure that children from Northern Ireland can have the same opportunity as those who live here?
I thank the honourable member for his question. The new education booking system is being devised to help with regional equity. He's hit on a really important question about access to this place and also overnight transport, as well as overnight places to stay, as well as transport issues. Why don't I look at it more and get back to it?
Danny Kruger.
Number 2, sir.
The House.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sorry my honourable friend for Battersea is unwell and we wish her a swift recovery. I'm sure if my answers fall short, the second Church Estates Commissioner, who will be listening, will follow up with members. In answer to the honourable gentleman, the measure is still with the Ecclesiastical Committee, of which the honourable member for East Wiltshire is a member. The committee is still to update the Church on its decision about the measure. The National Church institutions have worked closely with the Charity Commission on the draft measure and have considered their comments carefully, particularly on the objects of the proposed new charity, Church of England National Services. The Commission took a different view to the Church on the remuneration of the Chair of SENS. However, amendments were made to the measure in response to the Commission's concerns to ensure that the power to remunerate a chair should only be exercised where trustees believe it necessary, considering all relevant factors at the time.
I'm very grateful for that. That's a very helpful answer, and I'm grateful to the Leader of the House for it. The fact is, however, that the proposed new governance measure that the Church is bringing forward substantially alters the charitable objects of the Church Commissioners itself, which is a body set up by this House to regulate the income of the Church. My concern is, and as the Leader just explained, the Charity Commission differs from the Church Commissioners and from the Church hierarchy itself on the proposed new body. My question is to what extent the Second Church of States Commissioner regards it as necessary to secure the approval of the Charity Commission when a new body is being established by Parliament, which will have the power to alter its own constitution. So there's a very substantial change is being introduced, and I want to know whether the Charity Commission has approved that and whether the Church Commissioners think that they should.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unusual to be accused of giving helpful answers, but I'll take that. Thank you. I'd refer the honourable gentleman to the answer that I just gave before, which is that the national church institutions have worked closely with the Charity Commission on the draft measure and have considered their comments carefully. But I will take away his comments this morning and draw them to the attention of my honourable friend.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I'm pleased to report that the House of Commons Commission agreed in October to seek accreditation from the White Ribbon Campaign. The White Ribbon Campaign does important work to prevent violence against women and girls by promoting equality, building networks and challenging harmful attitudes and behaviour. Part of this process involves creating an action plan and policies to provide support related to domestic abuse. Guidance and resources are available on the parliamentary intranet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his response. In the past year, nearly 4 million people in the UK have been victims of some sort of domestic violence, and this is a national crisis. In light of this, will my honourable friend and the Commissioner, as he adequately serves, consider taking steps to improve messaging around domestic violence and abuse for MP staff, including sharing details of training which is available, and will he agree to encourage MPs to endorse the new policy of the House of Commons policy on domestic abuse in full, which I've been helping to shape with House staff?
Could I thank the honourable member for her question? I'm happy to help with her key point about messaging. Members as employers could implement a domestic abuse policy. To help this, the members' HR advice service have specific guidance and templates available for members and would be able to support them to implement it.
Steve Race.
Question number 4, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for this question. The House of Bishops has a special role on matters relating to doctrine, liturgy and sacrament, and the right to amend legislation before it is put before the General Synod for approval. There is no need for a two-thirds majority to progress all the requirements of living in love and faith. It relates only to introducing permanent new services into the Church of England's liturgy.
Steve Race.
Thank you for that answer. I wonder whether the Second Church of States Commissioner might make clear to the House of Bishops and the new Archbishop of Canterbury, whom I welcome, that the Church of England is accountable to Parliament, and that going backwards on very modest moves to end discrimination against same-sex lay and clergy couples is unacceptable and not a sustainable position if the Church wishes to continue to enjoy the privileges of its established status.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. I will convey the views of my honourable friend to the House of Bishops, but also to my honourable friend, the Second Church of States Commission.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, the Church of England remains committed to ministry in all communities across the country, but deployment of clergy is a responsibility for local diocesan bishops and their leadership teams. The National Church institutions have increased the money available to all dioceses for clergy training by 30% in the next spending period.
Charles Jewels.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for that answer, and please can you pass my best wishes on to the Second Church of States Commissioner. Now, in my local area, 26 churches are covered by just 5 priests, and only 3 of those priests are paid. So I hope the Leader of the House will join me in thanking all the regular churchgoers who do so much to ensure the maintenance and upkeep of the beautiful churches right across East Yorkshire, and will he do everything he can to ensure that the Church of England attracts more priests into the fold?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will pass on his best wishes to my honourable friend. The position he describes, I think, is not unusual across the country, and I certainly will join him in thanking regular churchgoers for everything that they do for the upkeep of their local churches. I will convey to my honourable friend, the Church Commissioner, the honourable gentleman's comments, and I'm sure that she will write to him as soon as possible.
Number 6, please, sir.
Leader of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Archbishop of York visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory earlier this month. He met Palestinian families on the West Bank and addressed the congregation at St Andrew's Church in Ramallah. He also visited villages, highlighting how settlers are, in the Archbishop's own words, quote, squeezing out, unquote, Palestinians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a growing concern about settler violence in the West Bank, and churches in my constituency have raised this concern, particularly the attacks on the Christian community, who, in their words, are a small and often overlooked community. Can I ask the Leader of the House, via my honourable friend for Battersea, to use the role of the Church Commissioners to ensure that this stays on the agenda and in the public eye, so that this community and what is happening is neither forgotten here in Parliament or in the wider world?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly will do that. Mr. Speaker, the Archbishop's delegation also visited the West Bank, where he met Christian Palestinian families affected by settler violence and faced a tense standoff with armed settlers before being ordered to leave by the Israeli police. We must not lose sight of Gaza and the West Bank. The ceasefire is not peace. Land disputes are rising in frequency. Ancient oil groves are being uprooted, and in Gaza, food, fuel, medicine and aid remain critically short. The Archbishop commented on his return, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "They do feel let down and forgotten by the rest of the world, and as Palestinian Christians, by the churches of the world, that here in the land of the Holy One, those who follow him are being squeezed out of existence and forced from their homes. I promised those women I would tell their story and enable their voices to be heard, and I thank my honourable friend for making sure that those voices are being heard today."
Part of the House, Rembert Lee.
I agree with everything the leader has just said. The fact is that the pressure by illegal settlers on Christians and Muslims in Jerusalem and the West Bank is absolutely appalling, particularly the last Christian town in the West Bank, Tarbes. I mean, I've been to the West Bank and I've seen what's going on for myself. The pressure on the Armenians in Jerusalem, the raising of the issue of the church tax on church properties by the mayor of Jerusalem. This has got to stop. And the whole country and the church, all the churches, must speak out and say that the Palestinian Christians and Muslims have a right to live in peace and justice and security in their own homeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the right honourable gentleman. The government is doing everything that it can to ensure religious freedom wherever it happens to be under threat in the world. But in terms of the region, what we need is a just peace, not just in Gaza and the West Bank, but across the region. And part of living in peace is respecting other people's faiths.
Name Chiamora.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. A new approach to proactively understand members' needs has been introduced by the Parliamentary Digital Services to shape improvements to digital services. Recently, their research informed a trial of paid-for version of Copilot AI with members, including me, and with staff. To ensure any new solutions meet members' needs, PDS run pilots, work with suppliers and applies member feedback to try and drive improvements.
Thank you very much for that response. Mr. Speaker, my constituents expect me to spend their money and my time addressing their issues, not trying to manage an inbox flooded by lobbyists, spam and Russian and Chinese bots. Microsoft Copilot asks me if I want help writing emails to my constituents, which I don't, but won't actually help me manage my inbox despite repeated requests. So could my honourable friend tell me whether this House is paying more money for Copilot functionality, which we are not using, and if and when Microsoft Copilot will actually address the issues I and other MPs are facing, rather than the ones that Microsoft thinks we should have.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady has a fair beef. The volume of unwanted emails received by MPs is a known problem, but no one yet has an easy solution. Testing whether Copilot or other digital solutions can help with inbox management has taken place, but Copilot is unlikely to be the answer for it. So and the technology may now exist though, and I will ask the Parliamentary Digital Service to brief her on what might be possible.
Are we paying for it?
In terms of paying more for Microsoft's Copilot, there is a version which does come at a monthly cost.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
The National Church institutions have held a national consultation to inform a new vocation strategy. The House of Bishops has also emphasised the importance of increasing the number of candidates entering training for ministry, and further work will take place this week at the biennial Diocesan Directors of Ordinance Conference.
Martin Vickers.
I thank the Leader of the House for his reply. Excuse me. As a member of the Ecclesiastical Committee, it never ceases to amaze me at the number of officials who turn up to every meeting. Could the Leader of the House convey to the Second Church Commissioner that perhaps slimming down the church bureaucracy would allow more resources to be available for the ministry?
I will certainly do that, Mr. Speaker, and I'll ask my honourable friend to write to the honourable gentleman on that matter.
Schomburg.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Final question from Canon Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, the Church of England has committed to net zero carbon by 2030 and is actively supporting solar installations on churches and cathedrals to make the buildings more efficient to run and lower operating costs. Through its net zero carbon programme, it has allocated £30 million for the years 2023 to 25 and a total of £190 million over 9 years for energy efficiency and renewable projects.
John.
I thank the Leader for that answer. Brighton Hove has excellent energy co-ops and many church roofs, so I want to ask what the church is doing to bring together clergy, congregations and co-ops to make more solar projects viable, and whether the commissioners can reduce planning risks for listed churches by adding more weight in guidance or strategies to the visible leadership role in communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the Honourable Lady for Brighton Pavilion's local churches who are leading the way for others to follow. St Bartholomew's Church in Brighton is just one example of what can be done with a listed building to reduce the long-term running costs of the building via installation of modern heating and lighting. Grants are also available for solar panels via diocesan schemes alongside technical support and match funding initiatives. The main obstacles to faster installation is civil planning authorities that see their role as protecting the look and feel of the building rather than ensuring that the building can pay for itself. But I will draw her comments to the attention of my honourable friend, who will, I'm sure, give them consideration and write back to him.
Right, we'll let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Robert Jenrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Justice if he will make a statement on the government's reported plans to further restrict the right to trial by jury in almost all cases.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government inherited an emergency in our criminal courts, with record and rising caseloads, leaving victims behind each and every one of those cases facing agonising delays, waiting to see justice done, while some defendants hope their accusers simply give up on justice. That is why the government asked Sir Brian Leveson, a preeminent jurist and one of our most experienced judges, to undertake an independent review, a once-in-a-generation review of our criminal courts. We have been carefully considering his recommendations and agree that a crisis of this scale requires bold action to get the system moving and to deliver swifter justice for victims. No final decisions have been made on exactly how to take forward the blueprint that Sir Brian and his expert panel has set down, and I suggest that the House waits for that response. But let me be clear, jury trials will always be a cornerstone of British justice. This government will do whatever it takes to protect the fundamental right to a fair trial. The great British justice system, with all of its traditions, would never let victims wait, in some cases, 4 years for justice. There is, indeed, Mr. Speaker, a clash of ideas between this side of the House and the opposition. We are on the side of modernisation, of defending our values, and of swifter justice for victims, whilst they're prepared to watch the system rot, not offering any answers. The old adage rings true that in the current crisis, justice delayed is justice denied. The system was simply not designed for a scenario where there are tens of thousands of victims facing agonising delays for justice. The vast majority of cases in our courts are already heard without juries. Around 90% of all criminal cases are dealt with robustly, fairly, by magistrates with no jury. The country deserves meaningful reforms which back victims, back modernisation and back fairness over those gaming the system, to speed up the courts and get victims the swifter justice that they deserve, resolving the court backlog and ensuring fair justice. As I've said, we intend to respond to the first part of Sir Brian's review very soon, so the House, I'm afraid, will have to wait a little longer for that response.
No more leaks just yet. Right. Robert Jenrick, Shadow Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government lurches from one outrage to another. Yesterday, the Chancellor shredded her promises and dropped a £26 billion tax bomb on working Britain. Meanwhile, we learnt that the Justice Secretary is plotting to discard centuries of jury trials without so much of a by your leave. And where is the Justice Secretary to answer for this? Do we need to send out a search party to Savile Row in case he's gone suit shopping again this morning? Or perhaps he couldn't face up to the embarrassment that he is now destroying the very principles he once championed. Jury trials are fundamental to the justice system. They're fundamental to our democracy, and we must protect them. Not my words. Those are the Justice Secretary himself. And this time, he was right. There is wisdom in 12 ordinary citizens pooling their collective experiences of the world. But now he's in government. He's doing the complete opposite. He blames the court backlog. But if the courtrooms standing empty this year were used, the backlog would be down by 5,000 to 10,000 cases. He pleads poverty on law and order. But yesterday, the Chancellor came here and found £16 billion more to spend on benefits. The truth is the Labour Party just don't think ordinary people are up to it. They don't trust them with these decisions. Give away the Chagos Islands, shackle us to the ECHR, scrap jury trials, all because lawyers know best. And when the Justice Secretary is summoned here to the People's House, what does he do? He cowers. He cowers away. Well, the people who make up juries, the British people, they won't wear it anymore. So I've one simple question for the minister he sent in his stay. Will she protect what is fundamental to our democracy, or will she stand by as the Justice Secretary casually casts aside centuries of English liberty?
Minister.
How extraordinary, Mr. Speaker. He claims to care about the rule of law. He claims to care about ancient legal traditions. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Shadow Justice Secretary that denigrates our independent judges, that denigrates our legal community standing up for rights. I've already said, and I'll say it again, the right to a jury trial for our most serious cases will remain a fundamental part of our British legal tradition. But since he is so fond of quoting our ancient principles, quoting Magna Carta, let me remind him of what is our constitutional right. What Magna Carta says is to no one will we delay right or justice. The right to a swift and prompt trial is a fundamental ingredient of fairness. And when you have the crisis that we inherited from the party opposite, a backlog now of some 80,000 cases, behind each and every one of those cases, an actual victim, somebody accused of a crime. We are denying in the current system a fair trial because as victims, as witnesses, pull out of the process, as is increasingly happening, that is denying fairness. Today, a victim of rape, and I say this with the pin that I'm wearing as we stand in the 16 days of activism against violence against women and girls. A woman reporting a rape today in London to be told that her trial may not come on till 2029 to 2030. That is not justice at all. That is a consequence of allowing the Crown Court backlog to spiral out of control and doing nothing, offering not a single answer. That is not upholding the right, the fundamental British constitutional right to a fair trial. It is exactly the opposite. And I certainly, for one, as part of this government, am not prepared to sit idly by. It's why we've gripped the crisis, making record investment in sitting days, extending magistrates' court sentencing powers, investment in legal aid, and, of course, asking one of our finest jurists, Brian Leveson, to conduct an independent review to provide us with a blueprint for how we get out of this mess. The party opposite, they like to call themselves the party of tradition, the party of law and order, and yet they presided over a justice system in which the British public can no longer have confidence. I'm afraid that I'm not prepared to let victims down. This Labour government is finally putting victims first. It's why we are going to consider very carefully Sir Brian's recommendations. It's why we will undertake to implement his blueprint, which takes as its fundamental premise this, that the system is broken. There is no one in this House, there is no one in the community that represents victims, there is no one in the legal community, no judge, no one operating and working hard in the system to keep it going who thinks that the system isn't broken. We have to fix it. And what Sir Brian Leveson tells us is that investment alone will not fix it. We need investment coupled with structural reform and modernisation. That is exactly the blueprint that this government will bring forward. Because, as I said, we believe in the right to a fair trial. We believe in British justice. And unlike the party opposite, we will deliver swifter justice for victims.
Chair of the Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's right to say that we can't go on as we are with 80,000 plus cases in the backlog and growing, 4-year delays in serious cases. And she's also right to say there's nothing sacred about jury trial for any particular level of offence. But if the Lord Chancellor is thinking to go beyond Sir Brian Leveson's proposals, he will need to produce some clear evidence as to why that is necessary and why that does not offend our system of justice, of which we are all still very proud. And that's not only about more serious offences, but if the leak is to be believed, it's also about extending magistrates' court powers beyond the 12 months they've only just gone up to, and a massive extension of judge-only trials. So I appreciate the Minister may not be able to answer all those questions today, but when are we going to hear those answers, and when are we going to get the response to Sir Brian's report?
Minister?
He's absolutely right that, of course, I will not be commenting on a leaked document. No final decisions have been taken. What I can say is that we are giving very careful consideration to Sir Brian's blueprint. We're giving very serious consideration to the conclusions that he draws that the current system, as the Right Honourable Gentleman says, is broken, that we need structural reform, and that requires that we countenance the idea of judge-only trials, that we countenance a thorough review of what magistrates' court sentencing powers should be, and of course that we ask the question which Sir Brian invites us to ask, which is, when is it proportionate to have a jury trial with all the rigour but all the expense and delay that that can entail? Is it right that we ask somebody accused of stealing a bottle of whiskey to be ahead of the queue of the rape victim waiting for her jury trial? Is that right? That is the question that he poses, and that is the question that when we come forward with our detailed plans, which need to be considered as a whole, that will be necessary for this House to consider.
Jess Brown for the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, the leaked memo from the Ministry of Justice revealing plans to rip up our criminal justice system is particularly surprising given the Deputy Prime Minister himself has stated jury trials are fundamental. In a report he wrote, he called jury trials a success story of our justice system. Juries are not the cause of the court backlog. That was complacency from the former government and a failure to grip the issue by this government, totally failing the victims that are currently waiting. So will the Minister clarify if this proposal that's come out of the MOJ is a suggested temporary emergency measure or a permanent erosion of our criminal justice system? Does she share my concern that the OBR is showing a real-term cut of 3% a year to the MOJ's capital budget after the budget yesterday? And does she agree with the Deputy Prime Minister's diagnosis from opposition that the government should pull their finger out and acquire empty public buildings across the country to clear the backlog?
Minister.
Well, as she heard me say a moment ago, the constitutional right that we guarantee every citizen in this country who comes before our criminal courts is the right to a fair trial. And where victims are waiting for years for their day in court, right now justice is not being served. When the Secretary of State made those comments, it was obviously in a very different context, not one where the party opposite had allowed the backlogs to run out of control. And as I said earlier, and I said clearly, the right to a jury trial and the jury trial will always be a cornerstone of the British justice system. That is not going to change. It doesn't change in Sir Brian's report, where he recommends the restriction of jury trial in certain cases, and it's not going to change in the plans that the government is bringing down. She's right that what we need is a combination of structural reform and investment, and we are making that investment. We've increased capital investment in court maintenance and buildings to £148.5 million. We're opening new criminal courts, for example, in central London, in Blackpool and in other parts of the country. We've got to build system capacity, more judges, more lawyers, more staff to man those cases. But ultimately, our focus must be laser focused on the need to deliver swifter justice for victims. And in order to do that, we will be bringing forward plans, very careful plans, which protect people's rights and protect that right to a fair trial when we come forward with our response in due course to Sir Brian Levison's recommendations.
Look forward to the courts opening shortly at some point then. Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 14 years of the previous government, many in Oldham feel that justice has left town. Our county court closed, our magistrate court closed, police station after police station closed as well, and today, for a town of 250,000 people, there's not a single custody cell that is in operation. Now, we're looking to address that with the Mayor of Greater Manchester and bringing forward plans for a new police station with custody cells. But ideally, we want to see a justice centre where courts can be brought back to Oldham so that magistrates can take the bench in the town where justice can be served and can be seen to be served.
It's the failure for the North.
Well, what he's described in graphic detail and the way that justice has visibly eroded in his town is the result of 14 years of Conservative failure, austerity and fundamental neglect of our justice system. What we are doing in so many areas is rebuilding and restoring confidence that the British public can have in our justice system. We inherited two crises. One, we inherited a prison system running red hot. How irresponsible, the so-called party of law and order, allowing prisons to be full so that dangerous criminals wouldn't have a prison place. And the second crisis, perhaps less visible but no less serious, the crisis that I'm referring to today, the crisis in our criminal justice system, in our courts, where victims are waiting longer and longer for justice. What he says is that our constituents deserve to see visible justice. They deserve to see that when they report a crime, it doesn't take years for that to come to trial, but that it happens within months, it happens swiftly, so that people can see the consequences of their actions. That, by the way, also reduces recidivism, and that is why we are going to do whatever it takes to bring down the backlogs.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I've served as a young barrister in criminal courts, and I've served on a jury, and I can say I was deeply impressed by the care that people from all walks of life on the jury took to consider the evidence. Actually, they were better than the barristers in many ways. I can understand where she's coming from, but COVID was a one-off event. I just ask anybody sitting here, if you're a previous good character and you are accused of what might seem to be a minor crime, for instance, one of our colleagues years ago was accused of shoplifting, you wander out of a shop and you're accused of and you go to court, your whole career, your whole reputation could be destroyed. Surely the minister must accept that certainly if you are a person of previous good character, you must have a right to jury trial. This is 1,000 years of history. This is the greatest offence against totalitarianism. We must never throw it away, and we should consider very carefully before we proceed.
Melissa.
I thank him for his question, and to use that kind of Latin quip, if you like, that barristers are fond of using, we're ad idem. I agree with jury trials. I agree that they bring something of value, something of deep value to our legal tradition. It's why, as I've said, they will remain a cornerstone of British justice for the most serious crimes. But we have to have an air of realism about the context here. Currently, 90% of cases are dealt with quite properly, quite fairly, quite robustly, without a jury trial. That is the norm. We don't have jury trials in our civil system. Again, that is the norm. In reality, only 3% of cases are heard by a jury. The question is about proportionality. And where you have the sorts of offences that he refers to, what I would say is that we need to treat all defendants, anybody accused of a crime, equally. What we must ensure is that we address the crisis that we have today, where those who have suffered some of the most serious crimes are waiting years for justice. We've got to do what it takes, and part of that is, as Sir Brian Leveson contends for, is that we need a proportionate use of one of our most precious commodities, which is our jury trial. I agree, it is a good thing, and we need to use it and preserve it for the most serious cases.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isn't it extraordinary the Conservative Party is still pretending to be the party of law and order, despite being the party that slashed police numbers, that hollowed out our criminal justice system and failed victims time and time and time again? And Mr. Speaker, in the years prior to COVID, the Conservatives artificially capped the number of sitting days, with allocations declining from 109,000 in 2015-16 to a record low of 83,150 in 2019-20, the year leading up to the pandemic. So isn't it the case that this reckless decision led to a growing court backlog even before COVID struck?
My right honourable friend is right. We inherited record and rising backlogs. COVID was a contributory factor, but it wasn't the only factor. Years of underinvestment, years of neglect contributed to the delay. And indeed, the demand coming into the system, which, by the way, continues to increase, partly because our police are making more arrests, there are more charging decisions, and that's not a bad thing. Yeah. But the system is simply buckling under the weight of that demand. And unlike those on the benches opposite, what I'm not prepared to do is to sit idly by, because, as I said, behind each and every one of those 80,000 cases, roughly, that sit in our backlog is a victim, is somebody accused trying to clear their name, living under a cloud, lives on hold, psychological torture, and ultimately justice is not being served. So we've got to do whatever it takes to get it down.
Neil Chester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The crisis in our criminal justice system is not because of jury trials, it's because of inefficiencies in the system, and it's a lack of advocates who are able to prosecute and defend these trials. They're not my words, they're the words of the Bar Council and the Criminal Bar Association. So when will the government engage with them and not rely solely on Sir Brian's report in order to get the cornerstone of our justice system, which is the jury style, maintained whilst improving the inefficiencies in the criminal justice system?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He will know that I engage with the Bar Council, with the Criminal Bar Association, and with a range of stakeholders on a regular basis. And in fact, they agree with me that the system is broken. Indeed, hard-working criminal barristers, whether they prosecute or whether they defend, are experiencing a sapping of morale as they go into crumbling buildings presided over on their watch, inefficient trials which crack, trials which are coming 3-4 years after they were reported, with witnesses pulling out on the day. All of that is deeply, deeply demoralising. And indeed, there is a huge degree of consensus between ourselves and the direction of travel and those at the Bar Council and the Criminal Bar Association. We've got to address inefficiencies, of course, and that's why Sir Brian Leveson and his independent reviewers are looking at inefficiencies and productivity in the system. When Part 2 comes forward, we'll be taking those recommendations equally seriously and looking to implement them.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2014, 8% of those on trial for an either-way offence opted for a jury trial, whereas by 2022 this had more than doubled to 17%. Now, at the same time, we know that the backlog was growing for the Crown Court, we know that there's delays in those cases then going to trial, and we know, therefore, that there are more people dropping out and being denied their justice and their day in court. Is it not clear that some people are gaming the system to be able to deny victims justice?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. I visited Wood Green Crown Court last week, which has some of the deepest backlogs in the country, and I met with judges and barristers there, and what they said is it is not uncommon to watch career criminals opting for a jury trial when their matter could be heard in the magistrates, which have sufficient sentencing powers, literally laughing in the dock. Why? Because they know that not just this Christmas, but the Christmas after that and the one after that, they will still be with their families without having faced trial, in the hope that witnesses pull out, the trial cracks, and that, frankly, justice isn't served. There are people gaming the system. This is the consequence of the delays. This is why we have to do whatever it takes to fix it.
Wendy Morton.
Mr Speaker, sadly, another day, and we have another leak from this government. The Minister says that no final decision has been made, we just have speculation. She suggests that we wait, Mr Speaker. So why doesn't she use this time to reflect on some of the comments from this side of the chamber and bring back some of those examples of courts that we used during COVID to speed up the process so that people continue to have that right to a trial by jury?
Yeah. She's right that we need to increase capacity, and it's why, as a government, since we came into power, we've increased the number of sitting days by over 5,000 from her own party. We are sitting record sitting days. The fact is, though, Mr Speaker, is that you've got to build system capacity. You've got to have enough judges, you've got to have enough prosecutors, you've got to have enough court ushers, you've got to have enough translators. You've got to build system capacity. We need more magistrates. We're embarking on an ambitious programme to recruit more magistrates. All of that has to happen. Unlike her party, we are investing in the system. We are looking to bring more courtrooms back into use. But ultimately, as Sir Brian Leveson reminds us time and time again, that alone, spending our way out of trouble, is not going to fix the system. One of their own, Alex Chalk, former Lord Chancellor, said the system will become irrecoverable unless we act. Unlike them, I am prepared to do so.
Tim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The 2017 Lammy Review found that jury trials to be the only part of the justice system consistently free from racial bias, and with only 12% of justice from ethnic backgrounds. These proposals risk deepening disproportionality and undermining the confidence in the justice system. So can the Minister explain how the public and ethnic minorities have trust in this new Crown Court decision, for which there is no evidence that this will even work to address the backlog?
She is right to highlight the issue of racial disparities right across our criminal justice system. Sadly, there is nothing new about that issue, which, as I said, runs through from issues with policing, with prosecutorial practices, and of course, our courts are not entirely free of that. Equality before the law, that principle is fundamental to public confidence in our justice system, and any differential treatment on the grounds of race or ethnicity is unacceptable. Regardless of which options we take forward to tackle the crisis, that principle, equality before the law, will run through them, and I can assure her of that.
Quod erat demonstrandum. Yesterday it was made abundantly clear that the government's priority is the recipient of benefits, way ahead of any consideration of victims, wasn't it?
Mr Speaker, I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. Was it a question? Was it a statement? Was it a rant? I think it does display a serious lack of seriousness. What we've got is a backlog with 80,000 cases. Each and every one of those cases, a real victim lying behind them. A victim of rape, as I've said in London today, reporting her case, being told she's got a trial in 2030. Does he think that we should just sit back? Does he think that any responsible government would take receipt of an independent review, detailed, carefully considered, evidence-based, and simply say, I will just leave it on the shelf. Forget it. We are going to respond to it. We're going to implement it. We're going to act because we care about one thing: swifter justice for victims. I'm sorry he can't say the same.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister said, justice delayed is just justice denied. Yet we have almost a backlog of 80,000 people, and people facing a rape trial can wait up to 4 years, rape victims. Does she agree with me that we need a system that puts victims at the heart of our approach? And does she agree with me that therefore we need to get on with the job of reform?
He's spot on. I met with a victim of child sexual abuse just the other day. He described to me the long wait for his very serious matter. They laugh. I struggle when I'm talking about...
Sorry. Father House, you're better and bigger than that. Thank you, Minister.
I feel so strongly about it.
Well, so do I. I spoke to a victim of child sexual abuse who had waited years for his day in court. A couple of weeks before his trial date, he was told and given the devastating news that the trial had been adjourned by another year. I regret to say he sought to take his own life upon hearing that. Luckily, his attempt didn't work. But if you ever needed a more graphic illustration of the weight that these intolerable delays place on victims, on real people's lives, then that is it, and that is why we have to do whatever it takes to bring down these backlogs.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trial by jury is a fundamental principle of our justice system, engendering confidence amongst the British people. We all want, Minister, to bring the backlogs down, but can I urge the government, focus on the efficiencies, focus on the technology, focus on additional investment, because there is a fundamental point that I asked the Minister, is she and the government aware? Victims and the British people have more confidence in juries' decisions than the decisions of judges.
He's right that we do need to focus on efficiencies. We do need to focus on use of technology. It's why the Ministry of Justice is looking at greater use of AI for transcription tools, case summarisation, all to help us bring down these delays. What we have to guarantee to everybody in this country is that if they come before our criminal courts, they will have a fair trial. As I've said, 90% of people who come before our criminal courts are currently tried without a jury, and that is done fairly and it's done with integrity. I stand by that what we've got to do is offer people a fair trial. Waiting 4 years for a trial simply isn't fair. So we've got to get the balance right, but he's right. Efficiency, investment and structural reform. That's what will get the backlogs down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's serious approach to dealing with this difficult issue. Mr. Speaker, like yourself and many other members, my inbox is full of heartbreaking casework. Some of the most heartbreaking casework is from victims of crime who are anguished and hurt and deprived of justice because of delays to the system and how it's broken. Most of those come from delays that started under the last government. So I think they have some brass neck when it comes to talking about a broken system for us. Can the Minister confirm to me that when she considers the reforms and the government looks at them, we will put those victims in my constituency first. We will seek to end the delays, and we'll have a motto in our government, which is that a justice system broken is justice denied, and it's our job to fix it.
I couldn't put it better myself. It is those victims that I have in mind every day when I come into work, flip open the virtual or real red box and think, what is it that we can do? What lever can we pull to pull down these backlogs? And I will be bearing their stories in mind as we approach this with the seriousness that it deserves.
Speaker, Minister of State is a very distinguished lawyer, so I'm very surprised to hear her selective interpretation of the Magna Carta this morning. She references Article 40 or Clause 40 and entitling us to access to justice, and I accept that, but can I encourage her to reread Clause 39, which underpins the fundamental rights of all of our constituents? Is this not another case of a continuation of Labour's constitutional vandalism?
Nothing could be further from the truth. What I And the way in which I approach this question is one in which we are about protecting people's rights to a fair trial. There is no right in our Constitution to a jury trial. It's not there. But jury trials are a fundamental and important part of our legal tradition, and they will remain so after any reforms that are brought forward. That simply does not change. 90% of people are tried without a jury, and that is fairly done. So what we need to guarantee is a fair trial, and I'll be mindful both of our legal traditions descending from Magna Carta and through many constitutional documents since as we approach these reforms.
Steve Rich.
I recently met my local CPS in Exeter who informed me that, as has already been discussed, defendants who have the choice often choose a jury trial in order to delay their case to gain the system. Because of this, for adult rape cases, 10% are stopped after a defendant has been charged because the victim no longer supports prosecution due to the long delays in their case. With a backlog at 78,000 and rising victims, they're waiting years. Does the Minister agree that we do need this bold action to get the court system back on its feet?
He's absolutely right, and I think one of the most poignant and difficult areas is in the context of rape and serious sexual offences, which are so in our minds in these 16 days. Rape Crisis produced a report which was published last week in which they reported that 1 in 3 rape victims face delays to their trials. I'm told that 60% of rape victims are pulling out of the process because they simply cannot live with the spectre of that trial hanging over them, and they doubt that justice will ever be done. And so what's the consequence of that? It's not just heartbreaking for them, but it means that justice isn't served. Yeah. And that's something that I don't think anyone in this House can abide.
Yeah.
With the government's attitude to migrants now expanding the political space for the racist far right, is the Minister not concerned that building a toolkit for authoritarians out of digital ID, police facial recognition, and now cutting jury trials for apparently all charges that might be associated with dissent is incredibly dangerous and something that we wouldn't expect from a Labour government, which should be protecting our rights instead?
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I utterly reject the premise of that question. First of all, she will have to wait, as other members of the House, for the government's detailed response to Sir Brian Levison's recommendations and which cases will be affected by those reforms. But I utterly reject the suggestion that this is somehow an authoritarian gambit. Far from it. I cannot think of anything more progressive than doing what it takes to salvage the British justice system and guarantee fair trial, which is currently being undermined as a result of the underinvestment by the last government, as a result of these backlogs. I'm ensuring that we work towards guaranteeing fair trial for every victim of crime in this country. I cannot think of anything fairer and more progressive than that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Is the government not concerned that the judiciary tends to be privately educated and white, and that's very different to the composition of juries, therefore not representative of the modern-day United Kingdom?
Well, our judiciary is one of the prides of this country. Their independence, their integrity is something that provides, I think, one of the pillars of rule of law in this country. That doesn't mean that they always get it right. It doesn't mean that they are beyond reproach. But what they are all subject to is the principle of acting without fear or favour. They undergo comprehensive judicial training, which includes, rightly so, rigorous training in bias, including racial bias. And by the way, whilst we're at it, let me mention that in our magistracy, so reflective of principles of local and democratic justice, we are moving towards a more diverse magistracy, so that in London, one of our most diverse cities, we currently have over 30% BAME magistrates. We need to go further, but I can assure him that whether it's our judges, our magistracy, or indeed the involvement of juries for our most serious cases, that democratic element will always be retained.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister rightly calls out the issues of rape victims. She might want to have a word with her friend, the Mayor of London, who's closing down police stations so there's nowhere for people to report. I recently visited Harrow Crown Court, which is temporarily placed in Hendon Magistrates Court while the building is rebuilt in Harrow. And I asked the judge there, why are the courts all empty? There was only one court operational. And he said to me, the biggest problem is finding lawyers for defendants to enable these trials to actually take place. So while she's considering this, can she look at the investment that needs to take place to encourage lawyers to take on criminal justice cases?
That's really good.
Well, I thank him for that question. I know that we both look forward to the reopening of Harrow Crown Court in Harrow. I would also push back on the suggestion that the Mayor of London hasn't in fact led on tackling violence against women and girls in our city, greater numbers of policing and a real drive on that. In relation to the question he asks about supporting the sustainability of lawyers to be able to both prosecute and defend these cases, the government has already announced an injection of £92 million for criminal legal aid solicitors who defend these cases. We're making that investment. We're looking to see if we can go further, particularly in relation to the advocates. So we are making that investment. It's a shame that his government didn't make that investment a little earlier. We might be in a rather different position today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this Labour Justice Department, we've had leaked prisoners and now leaked documents. When we had leaked prisoners, the Justice Secretary came here, demanded a review, put in new checks, and made sure that he was personally going to look into it. Given we've had leaked documents, what steps are going to be taken? Can she rule out the fact that it wasn't leaked by any special advisers or ministers? And will there be a leak inquiry to find out how this information got out from the department?
Well, as he knows, I'm not going to comment on leaks. I'm not going to comment on the circumstances of leaks. What I can say is no one was more irritated by the timing of this leak than me. And what I will also say is that this issue, the issue of our Crown Court backlog, the impact that is having on victims, this is a debate that rightly has been well ventilated in this House. It's why we asked Sir Brian Leveson to conduct his expert review, to engage, to consult with a wide range of stakeholders. And we've been very open about the issues that are needed to have that debate. But in terms of leaks, I'm simply not going to comment.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, I think, the third attempt by successive governments to try and reduce the right to trial by jury. It is a fundamental right in our system. It should not be undermined, and it should not be undermined because the government has a current and temporary, hopefully temporary, problem about capacity. In answer to the member for Liverpool Riverside, she recognised that the Lammy inquiry of 2017 recognised that jury trials were actually more objective than judge-only trials, less likely to be racially biased and likely to give a fairer outcome. Is she really content that we should be walking away from the jury trial system because of the current problems? Isn't the answer instead, as other colleagues have raised, to invest more in the system to deal with, she's quite right, the appalling backlog that's there?
Well, we are making that investment. We're making that record investment in sitting days, in our lawyers, in legal aid. We're investing in technology. But as Sir Brian Leveson's review concludes, investment alone isn't going to fix the problem which, as I said, is undermining the fairness of those trials. By the time those jury trials are being heard, in many cases, the evidence is years old. In many cases, witnesses' minds are no longer fresh in their recollection of the events. People are pulling out of the process. That is fundamentally unfair. It is also not at all progressive because we cannot guarantee that fundamental right to a fair trial. So it's right that we look, as Sir Brian Leveson has indicated, both at structural reform and investment to ensure that we can guarantee a fair trial and, rightly, equality before the law for all.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for coming here today to answer this urgent question? I've taken note of what she said, and if I may quote it back to her, a swift and prompt trial is a fundamental principle of fairness. 3 to 4 years delay is deeply demoralising, and justice delayed is justice denied. So can I ask how she squares that position with her support of the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill?
Well, he's right to quote those things back at me. Those are the headlines of the arguments that I'm making this morning in relation to this UQ, in relation to the backlogs in our England and Wales criminal courts. In relation to my support for that bill, it is a fair piece of legislation and one which I stand by.
And Davis.
Mr Llefarydd, at the end of December 2024, there were 11,850 outstanding cases at our Magistrates Court and 2,663 outstanding cases at Crown Court in Wales. Of course, 23 Crown and Magistrate Courts have been closed across Wales since 2010. Does the Minister agree that fewer courts and distances away from communities are significant factors in reduced and delayed access to justice, and this must be addressed as a priority?
I thank her for her question, and one of the things that I pay particular attention to are the different regional disparities in this Crown Court crisis and in the delays, and we have to look at different regions and see what the right solutions are for them. But she's absolutely right. In particular, in Wales, one of the issues is the distances that we're asking magistrates to travel in order to perform what are, frankly, an amazing public service. The fact that we have this army of local volunteers who both reflect their community and serve their community is really important. It's something I've engaged with very closely with Welsh magistrates on. But she's absolutely right. What we're going to need to bring down these backlogs, again, I won't grow sick of saying it, investment, structural reform and modernisation. If we get all three, then regardless of where you live in England and Wales, we will be bringing down the backlogs and we will be getting swifter justice for victims.
Sir Christopher Cho.
Mr Speaker, does the Minister accept that failed asylum seekers are exploiting these delays in the Crown Court? And would she therefore consider restricting the right of jury trial so that only British citizens can enjoy it?
Well, as he knows, asylum seekers' cases and appeals are heard in the Immigration and Asylum Tribunal, not in our criminal courts. And there we are not only making investment in immigration legal aid so that those cases can be heard at a swifter rate, we are sitting at close to maximum capacity sitting days to process those cases. But when we talk about swifter justice for victims in our criminal courts, that's got to be our real focus and the real focus of the debate today.
Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the Minister has spoken about the importance of swift and fair justice. I feel that this will set a very dangerous precedent that the state will become addicted to, and I sincerely hope that government does not go down this path. But if the government does go down this path, can I urge the Minister to ensure that this is only in place for the duration required to clear the backlog, that it is then abandoned and does not become a central tenet of the justice system?
Very good point.
Well, he's right to say that this has been prompted by a crisis, and that crisis that we inherited from the previous government is acute indeed. As we speak, day on day, month on month, that backlog heads in the wrong direction. So as I've said, what we need to do is whatever it takes to bring it down to a sustainable level. And the way we'll do that is by investing in the system, it's by structural reform and modernisation. But we have a very long way to go. There is no doubt that we have a mountain to climb, and it's only when we're in a sustainable position that we can say that we are delivering swift justice for victims that we can revisit whether this is right for our country.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Trial by jury may be more expensive than trial by judge and magistrates. But does the Minister agree with me that, as we've heard today, this goes beyond just finances, because the right to a fair trial by an impartial jury is fundamental. It is essential to safeguarding fair justice and must be protected for all cases.
Well said.
The constitutional right that British people have is the right to a fair trial. And when they are waiting years for their day in court, when they are seeing some defendants game the system, where they're seeing some defendants whose trial could be heard. I believe in the JSC paper there were about over 4,000 cases last year alone where magistrates had sufficient sentencing powers to address the case and address it swiftly. People opted for a jury trial, in some cases deliberately because they wanted to drag it out, put their victim through that, see witnesses pull out, and perhaps get away with it all. That is simply not fair. So what we have to guarantee, especially for the most serious cases, for rape, for murder, for serious drug trafficking, we have to guarantee jury trial in those cases. But what I'm not prepared to do is to ask a victim of rape waiting years for her day in court to get behind the queue for someone who's perhaps stolen a Mars bar because he or she elects for a jury trial and drags the matter out. That's simply not fair. That's simply not British justice.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is yet another attempt by a Labour government to limit trial by jury. Can I remind the Minister that Tony Blair's administration brought forward very similar proposals, and in 2007, after a defeat in the House of Lords, they acknowledged defeat. Can the Minister acknowledge that she too will have to admit defeat?
No way. What I would say is this. The context that we are in is fundamentally different. A context where we have record and rising backlogs of now hitting 80,000 cases. And I would say this to those opposite, many of whom have raised questions on a similar theme. What I didn't hear in a single comment or question was any solutions. Very good at saying what they don't want, wrapping themselves in selective quotes from Magna Carta, but not a single answer. They had 14 years. They had 14 years to fix the backlogs. And what did? They buried their head in the sand. Neglect, underinvestment, and they watched idly by whilst that backlog escalated. I tell you what, I'm not prepared to do the same.
Jim Shannon's got the answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answers? However, it is confusing just why this proposed decision has been considered. And I referred to Northern Ireland. The Minister was talking about solutions. Over 99% of Crown Court cases in Northern Ireland are heard by jury, and only in exceptional cases is a jury not used or heard. So this continues to take place in Northern Ireland. A jury represents normal citizens, gives them a say in the democratic process. What assessment has been made on how this decision could impact on public perception and undermine the civic duty of the normal person, which will ultimately concentrate power in the state and reduce the societal values that we all represent and wish to retain?
The Right Honourable Gentleman, as so typical of him, puts his question very well. I agree the British public does have confidence in jury trials, and rightly so. It is a cornerstone of British justice and will remain so, whatever the exact nature of the plans that we bring forward to this House. But what isn't fair, as I've said, is asking victims to wait years for their day in court, undermining the fairness of the trial in so doing. We've got to be mindful of the confidence that British people have in the outcomes of this. It's why we asked an independent expert to look at this. It's why we've looked at independent international comparisons. In Canada, for example, a common law jurisdiction and society not so distinct from our own. I went to meet with judges and visit the courts there. There they use types of judge-only trial, and they don't see any difference in the quality of justice that is delivered and the outcomes. But that's why we've got to take an evidence-based approach, and it's why we're considering this quite as carefully as we are.
Could I just gently say to the Minister, her anger is quite rightly at this leak, and her frustration is there. The answer might be to put confidence back into the system. There is a leak inquiry. Yes, it is. Take that on board. Right, let us move on. Let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to business questions. Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing 1st of December will include Monday the 1st of December, continuation of the budget debate, Tuesday the 2nd of December, conclusion of the budget debate, Wednesday the 3rd of December, remaining stages of the pension schemes bill, Thursday 4th of December, debate on a motion on the war in Ukraine. The subject of the debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 5th of December, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing 8th of December includes Monday the 8th of December, consideration of Lord's messages to the Employment Rights Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's messages to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's messages to the Mental Health Bill. On Tuesday the 9th of December, we'll have the second reading of the Railways Bill. Wednesday the 10th of December, Opposition Day, debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Thursday the 11th of December, general debate on St Andrew's Day, followed by a general debate on the impact of foreign interference on security, trade and democracy. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. On Friday the 12th of December, the House will not be sitting.
Jesse Knoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure colleagues will want to join me across the House in wishing a very happy Lancashire Day to Lancastrians everywhere, and perhaps most especially to the only Lancastrian Speaker of the 158 to have held that office. Although it will still be 3 more before that number reaches the number of Herefordians who have held that office, Mr. Speaker. Let me also wish a very happy Thanksgiving today to all our American friends, hosts and families. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House, no one will need reminding, is a thoroughly good and sensible man. And we like to keep things, as he says, careful, we like to keep things orderly in business questions. But I cannot imagine what he can possibly have made of the past few weeks. We've had an entirely unnecessary period of prolonged economic uncertainty, endless media pitch-rolling and U-turns, a relentlessly dismissive attitude to this House from ministers, repeated breaches of the ministerial code, and even the fiasco of a convenient OBR leak on the budget morning itself. Yesterday, the House should be in no doubt. We saw the government increase taxes to the highest levels since at least 1970, according to the OBR. Between last year and this, the government have raised something like £100 billion in additional tax revenue, much of which will fall on working people. And they have done so not through any coherent tax policy or vision for the UK economy, but through an array of back-of-a-fag packet tricks and wheezes whose inevitable effect will be to make it even harder for businesses to expand and people to get jobs. As Paul Johnson, lately of the IFS, said, big tax rises, but no effort at reform. Tax rises mainly to finance extra spending, not because of worse forecasts. Mr. Speaker, this government claims to speak for working people, for skills, for employment and for growth. All of those things it chose to undermine at yesterday's budget. These were their choices, and even now, the government have failed to please their union paymasters. In the words of Sharon Graham, General Secretary of Unite, the decision to freeze income tax thresholds will result in 10 million workers paying the higher rate of income tax. Stealth tax on workers means everyday people pay the price again. What is the point of this government? What is it for? No one can say, Mr. Speaker, however you vote, whatever your politics, this Chancellor and this Prime Minister came to power last year with no idea and no plan. And even by that standard, they have been a colossal disappointment. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. As we've just noted in the urgent question, this week has also seen a leak that the Justice Secretary intends to abolish jury trial for all but the most serious cases. We had the embarrassing sight of the Junior Minister for Justice, a woman who transparently believes in the importance of jury trial, defending this preposterous proposal. I should say that the Justice Secretary himself was the same man who said in 2020 that jury trials are fundamental to our democracy. Blackstone, no less, called them the glory of the English law, and they are to be abolished by a Justice Secretary and a Junior Justice Secretary, both of whom went to Harvard Law School, and a Prime Minister who spent nearly 4 decades at the bar. The Bar Council has made clear that jury trials are not the cause of any case backlog, destroying the government's attempted justification for the policy. And the Criminal Bar Association has strongly criticised the proposal, as has the legendary Baroness Kennedy of the Shores, and many others will doubtless do the same in the coming days. Again, it is inconceivable to me that the Leader of this House supports this decision. I hope at the very least he will allow time for a backbench debate soon on this topic. But I will say this, Mr. Speaker, both the budget and the government's proposal to abolish jury trial have something fundamental in common. The Chancellor seemed unaware yesterday that in asking people to, as she put it, make a contribution to the budget, she is not inviting them to engage in some voluntary process. She is in fact using the full force of the coercive power of the state to take away their freely owned property in taxes. The removal of jury trial would do the same thing to the involvement of citizens in this country in the exercise of the criminal law, that other supreme coercive power of the state. Whatever the rhetoric, whatever the smoke and mirrors, both these actions demonstrate that this government actually holds the ordinary men and women of this country in profound contempt. Mr. Speaker, no one should be surprised if those actions and this government are now treated by those people with similar contempt.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the Shadow Leader of the House in wishing everyone a happy Lancashire Day. Mr. Speaker, I'm also sure the House will join me in sending our condolences to those affected by the fire in Hong Kong. The tragedy that is unfolding is deeply saddening, and my thoughts are with all those impacted. I'm sure the thoughts of the House are similarly with them. Before I respond to the point that he makes, let me remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that this week is UK Parliament Week, now in its 15th year. Parliament Week continues to increase its reach each year, engaging schools, youth groups and community organisations in constituencies across the United Kingdom. And I've been pleased to be involved in a number of Parliament Week events, and I'm sure a number of colleagues are out doing exactly that as we speak. And I know that many members on both sides of the House have also been involved, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your involvement and your leadership on these matters. Mr. Speaker, Tuesday was White Ribbon Day, where people around the world stand up against male violence against women and girls. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the House is in the process of becoming accredited with White Ribbon UK, demonstrating a commitment to preventing abuse and violence against women and girls by promoting gender equality and encouraging everyone, including men, particularly men, to be part of the solution. Ending violence against women is a top priority for this government, and the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy will be published soon and will outline how we halve levels of violence against women and girls within a decade. The Honourable Gentleman refers to the budget, and yesterday the Chancellor delivered her budget statement, a budget which will ease the cost of living, reduce our national debt and bring down NHS waiting lists. He asks what is the purpose of the budget, and those three things are the purpose of the budget. Today we begin the second day of debate on the budget, with further days to follow, which I'm sure many members will want to contribute to. I'd also like to recognise the contribution of members across the House who have been strong advocates for a number of measures which were included in the budget yesterday. For example, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor announced that the Government will transfer the Investment Reserve Fund in the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme to the scheme's trustees. That will mean more money is unlocked for members of the scheme. And I'd like to recognise the contribution of the honourable members for Mansfield, Blaenau Gwent and Rhymney, Doncaster East and the Isle of Axum, Blyth and Ashington, and many others who campaigned on this matter. The Chancellor also announced that the Government will exempt search and rescue vehicles from vehicle excise duty, which will mean more money is able to be diverted into critical frontline services. And I congratulate the honourable member for Bolton West in particular for advocating for this in business questions. Clearly the Chancellor heeded his words. The Shadow Leader of the House raises the question of briefings and leaks, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I take these matters very seriously, as I know you do. It's very important that matters are brought to this House, at least at the earliest opportunity. so that members can be told first. I understand that that PACAC is looking into the wider question of briefings outside of this House, and we look forward to seeing what their findings are. The honourable gentleman also raises the question of the OBR leak. We take that very seriously indeed, and that matter is being investigated, Mr. Speaker. I return to what I've said previously to the honourable gentleman and others on that side of the House, which is when we have discussions about the economy and about budgets, after 14 years of failure, the best thing, my advice is, the best thing they can do is start with an apology. He should be apologising because the very problems that we're seeking to address are the problems that he's partly caused by the legacy of his government. And therefore we are bringing down the cost of living, we are reducing the national debt, and we will be bringing down waiting lists in the NHS. And let me just say, finish, Mr. Speaker, on the point at which he started, which is the way in which I take these matters and try to approach being leader of the House, which is with seriousness and making sure that there is respect for members of this House, wherever they sit. And therefore, I have to say I was slightly disappointed yesterday, because not in the budget, which is an excellent budget, I was slightly disappointed that it was a day when important matters should have been the first order of the day. And we heard from the Leader of the House a speech which, quite frankly, fell short. And I think people watching what happened, Leader of the Opposition, actually, Mr. Speaker, fell short yesterday because of the tone which she took. And I think we've talked about ending knockabout in this place. I just think yesterday hit the wrong tone, and I hope that the honourable gentleman will take that message back.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the leader for his kind words about those of us who campaigned for miners' pension justice? Mr. Speaker, there is a real momentum for new economic opportunities. Now Labour-led councils, the Welsh Labour Government and the UK Labour Government can work in tandem. In Blaenau Gwent, the council has applied for funding to upgrade the A4046 at Cwm, and in Caerphilly, the new council leader, Jamie Pritchard, is driving urgent action to repair the landslip on the A469 between New Tredegar and Pontlottin in the Upper Rhymney Valley. Can I please ask the Leader of the House for a statement on transport interconnectivity and its economic benefits across the UK?
Speaker, my honourable friend is correct that when there's a Labour government in Wales and a Labour government in Westminster, then that is the best way in which these matters can be taken forward. I will raise the matters which he raises with the Secretary of State for Transport, and let's see if some progress can be made.
Bobby Dean, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all associate myself with the comments made by the Leader House about the fire in Hong Kong? I've got many constituents that arrived here from Hong Kong and will be thinking about their family and friends. And can I also note about UK Parliament Week, Mr. Speaker, I know you're very actively involved in that week, and thank you to your organised efforts on that front. It would have been a relief to you, Mr. Speaker, to hear the budget officially delivered on the floor of the House yesterday. I know that it's been a source of frustration, all the leaks over the past few weeks, but it did make that long list of taxes a little easier to digest and comprehend. It felt like almost every section of the economy was getting its own special tax at one point, except, of course, for the banking industry, who we hear yesterday were popping champagne about avoiding the windfall taxes that the Liberal Democrats were calling for. And I think it just goes to show that all their lobbying efforts have paid off. According to reports, they got away with any new taxes because they're going to be nice about the budget on behalf of the Chancellor. So let's see if that holds. One of the underreported bits of the OBR analysis yesterday, it's in the final pages of the Blue Book, is around the potential danger to the UK economy of a major correction in the global stock market. Now, there's been lots of talk recently about the potential for an AI bubble, with the price-to-earnings ratios being comparable to that of the dot-com bubble. And JP Morgan have done an analysis into this, and they've looked at the current valuations, the sort of physical limits to investment because of the need to build data centres and so on, and they think that we could be up to about $5 trillion worth of investment by 2030. Now, to make a return, that means that AI products are going to need to create an additional revenue of $650 billion a year in order to give a reasonable return to their investors. And to put that into context, that's about 150% of the revenue that Apple makes, or the equivalent of around $35 a month to every customer they've got in the world. Now, it's my feeling, Mr. Speaker, that eventually investors are going to cotton on to this, and they're going to choose to moderate their investment. And when that correction comes, the OBR thinks that it could affect the UK current deficit from between 15 to 26 billion pounds. So can I ask the Leader of the House to request that the Treasury makes a statement about what contingency planning it's making for this scenario?
Mr. Speaker, may I gently remind the honourable gentleman that he forgets the record of the coalition years when he and his colleagues did nothing to address the issue of the banks, which had helped to cause the difficulties that government found itself in. But he does raise an important matter, because we want to ensure long-term financial stability and sustainable growth by setting the global standards for AI governance. And the government is embracing the opportunities that AI brings, while ensuring that we have a robust regulatory framework in place to foster innovation, safety and sustainability, making the UK a global leader in the technology. But I will draw his remarks to the attention of the Treasury.
Bill Brittle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Leader of the House for his warm remarks about my campaign to exempt vehicles for search and rescue services from duty. Will the Leader of the House join me in celebrating this coming weekend's 25th anniversary of the passage of the Countryside and Right to Way Act, which was a landmark achievement by the last Labour government in opening up the countryside for all to enjoy? And can we have a statement from DEFRA ministers about what further measures the government is taking to ensure that there is a uniform, responsible right of access on land and on water across England?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for this important question and the work that he does on the outdoor recreation and access to nature all-party group. I'm told that his constituency has some lovely countryside walks and that he is a worthy champion for them. We will continue to work, Mr. Speaker, building on the success of previous Labour governments in these matters to reduce barriers of ordinary people to access nature. And I would encourage him to raise this question at DEFRA questions in a few weeks' time.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader for announcing the business in the Chamber on Backbench Business Days. Could he confirm, I'd be grateful if he could confirm, that we're going to have the pre-recess adjournment debate on Thursday the 18th of December. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the business in Westminster Hall, next Tuesday there'll be a debate on adequacy of funding to support homeless people, and on Thursday debates on comprehensive acquired brain injury, followed by seafarers' welfare. On Tuesday the 9th of December in Westminster Hall there'll be a debate on consumer-led flexibility for a just transition, and on Thursday the 11th of December debates on role of fair trade certification in UK business and trade, followed by a debate on the future of oil refining sector. On Tuesday the 16th of December there'll be a debate on planning policy for quarries, and on Thursday the 18th of December debates on literary and cultural legacy of Jane Austen, followed by a debate on community audiology. Now, I join with the Leader on expressing horrors about what has happened in Hong Kong. That fire so far has killed 59 people, hundreds are missing, firefighters have been killed, and indeed 3 business executives have been arrested because of the actions being taken there. But this is not unique, because what has happened in Spain in the Santa Lucia hospital was similar fire to this. And indeed, just a year ago, we had a Dartford fire, which was because of unsafe buildings. Across the country, there are unsafe buildings all over the place, including on Merseyside, where I read this morning, buildings that were renovated in 2007, residents have had to be moved out because the buildings are unsafe. And indeed, in the adjacent constituency to mine, Ballymore Estates are trying to put up a development which is denser than Hong Kong, has more than 29 blocks of flats, of which 20 are above 20 stories. The Fire Brigade, London Fire Brigade, initially lodged objections. And what is clear in this country is that we've got to be wise to what could happen for another Grenfell. We must learn these lessons and must ensure that fire safety in our new buildings and our existing buildings is restored.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for updating the House on the important work of the Backbench Business Committee, and can I give him assurance that it is absolutely my intention that the pre-recess adjournment debate will continue. He raises a matter of real and just concern following on from the fire in Hong Kong. And as I said, my thoughts are with everyone who is affected, but also with those in this country, particularly in Dartford, Grenfell and elsewhere, who will have seen terrible memories revived because of the news which they are receiving. The government is very clear in its approach that we aim to remove all barriers to remediation so that buildings can be fixed faster and residents can feel safe in their homes. We published an update on the remediation acceleration plan this summer, and we will act on all 58 Phase 2 Grenfell Tower inquiry recommendations to build a more robust and trusted regulatory system that delivers safe and high-quality homes.
Just to advise the House, we'll finish this about 12:30 so everybody can help each other. We should get everybody in. Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents of Water Orton in my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth have been plagued by HS2 works for years. Dust covering their cars and washing, and now a really disgusting fishy smell are just some of the problems that they're having to put up with. My constituents have told me that this is affecting their health. I've been raising it with HS2 since I was elected. Residents in Water Orton have been put through unacceptable levels of disruption, so can I ask the Leader of the House if he will make time for a debate on the impact on health of HS2 works on local residents?
Speaker, I'm sorry to hear of the case that my honourable friend raises and the impact on her constituents. She's a very strong voice in this place for her constituents, and she's right to raise these matters. It is important that impacts are minimised as far as is reasonably practicable. I understand that HS2 is aware of these concerns and is taking action to address it. But of course that needs to be monitored. So I will ensure that the relevant minister hears about these specific concerns.
Giovanna Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The regulator of social housing has found the Labour-run Leicester City Council guilty of serious failings in maintaining safe and decent homes, with thousands lacking basic safety checks. The Court of Appeal has also upheld a finding of racial discrimination in the Council's employment practices, and the Ombudsman has criticised its failures towards homeless families. Will the Leader make time for a debate on how we, as honourable members, ensure that the government intervenes where councils repeatedly fail in their duty of care to our constituents?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is right to raise concerns on behalf of her constituents, and I hope that the Council has heard what she has said. It's the sort of issue which I would have thought she needed a little more time, perhaps, than business questions to expand on those issues, and therefore would invite her to apply perhaps for an adjournment debate.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Advent approaching, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether you have an Advent calendar, and if so, whether it's a traditional one or a chocolate one, or maybe even one filled with wine. If it is one filled with wine, the little pouches in it are probably made because of technology in Leighton Buzzard in my constituency. And they're 125 millilitres in capacity. Because they're sold as an Advent calendar and there's 24 pouches of them, that is allowed. But unfortunately, you're still not allowed to sell individual 125 millilitre pouches. Would the Leader of the House be able to explain to me how I could talk to the relevant minister to see that whether we might be able to sell 125 millilitre pouches, not just at Christmas, but all year round?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are... yeah, if she doesn't mind, I might duck that one, Mr. Speaker. But we're laughing. But these are serious matters for businesses and firms, actually, and therefore I will ensure that it is drawn to the attention of the relevant minister, and she gets a response.
Mr. Carmichael.
The agreement of an SPS agreement with the European Union, that sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, is potentially one of the most significant developments that we're likely to see for farmers and other food producers. It could bring massive opportunities, but also significant risks, especially for arable farmers. Any agreement, although it will be implemented by DEFRA, is being negotiated by the Paymaster General. So the EFRA Select Committee invited the Paymaster General to attend the committee to give evidence on the 9th of December. We sent the invitation on the 17th of September, and after 4 reminders, we eventually received an email on the 13th of November indicating that the Paymaster General was, and I quote, content to decline the kind invitation to give evidence on this occasion. Mr Speaker, the Select Committee is not quite so content with this situation. So can I ask the Leader of the House if he will perhaps have a word with the Paymaster General and his diary secretary to see if he might be able to make himself available for the 9th of December. This is a basic discourtesy to Parliament.
I did appeal for brevity to try and get other members in. If you don't want your colleagues in, just tell me which ones you don't want, because you're not helping me at the moment.
Speaker, the House will know I'm a strong advocate of select committees and the responsibilities that they hold and that members and ministers indeed have towards them. I will look into the matter. I'm sure I am content to follow that up with him. I don't know whether it's December the 9th, but let's see what we can achieve. But I will take it up when he's doing a great job. He is very busy, but select committees are really important.
Graham Stringer.
Mr Speaker, Baroness Hallett issued the second part for a very important report on COVID. This deals with the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the government's response to COVID and the £400 billion spent on that report. After the first Hallett report, there was a statement. I would have expected a statement in the House by now and arrangements for a debate. Can the Leader of the House tell me when the statement will be, and will he arrange for a debate in government time?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the honourable gentleman acknowledges, there was a statement after the earlier report, and therefore the government will want to keep the House updated as the matters evolve. And therefore I will look at making that happen. But I should also add, Mr Speaker, we don't need to wait for these things to address some of the issues, as the Chancellor is doing, by pursuing the beneficiaries of dodgy deals and getting £400 million back so that we can invest it in public services.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Hundreds of my constituents work at Scunthorpe Steelworks, and I fully support the government's actions in supporting the industry. A written statement is published each month, and the most recent one says we continue to work with Jingay to find a pragmatic, realistic solution to the future of British steel. Twice in the last couple of weeks, ministers have referred to a business plan that exists for the steelworks. Could the Leader arrange for the Minister to come to the House and actually give details of what the government's business plan is?
I'll draw that to the attention of the Minister, but I'd also invite the honourable gentleman to go and hear first hand from ministers, and we'll arrange an appointment if he wishes for that to happen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a happy Lancashire Day to you and all celebrating that historic county in Oldham, Chadderton and Royton. HMRC mileage rates have been at 45 pence for the first 10,000 miles for 15 years. In that time, the cost of buying a car, running a car, paying for insurance and repairs clearly has increased, but HMRC just have not caught up with that. As a result, the NHS have uprated their figures, and they now will pay 56 pence in the mile for the first 3,500 miles. But it does now mean we have a two-tier system, where healthcare workers working for the NHS will be paid 25% more per mile than the home care worker in social care. Isn't it time that HMRC got its act together, updated those figures, and finally treated working people with the respect they deserve and pay them fairly for the mileage that they incur?
It's a fair point, Mr Speaker. We owe a great debt to public servants. It's important that they are treated fairly at work and also treated fairly in terms of their tax matters. Can I suggest to my honourable friend that if he is intending to speak in the budget debate, he may want to raise this?
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Budgets are often about what's not in them as well as what is, and no doubt we'll debate that later. And a glaring omission from this budget was a settlement for the WASPy women. We had a statement saying the government were going to do more, presumably fearful of the court case, which they're about to lose. But will the Leader of the House recognise these women, who the Ombudsman has acknowledged were so badly treated, deserve better? And will he arrange for a statement saying when the government's further action will take place?
Speaker, as the government acknowledged at the time, we do take this seriously in light of court judgments and everything else, and therefore we will be bringing something forward at the earliest opportunity.
Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I met with Historic England local historians and community representatives to address the neglect of the Grade 2 listed Crown Hotel in my constituency of Lowestoft. Once a cornerstone of the community, a place where countless memories were made, it is now crumbling and bringing the rest of our historic High Street down with it. Would the Leader of the House find time for a debate on the protection of listed buildings on our high streets?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to protecting our national heritage, and we have provided £50 million in the last year to protect our heritage buildings. I will ensure that my honourable friend's concerns are heard by DCMS ministers, because the government is committed to developing ways of supporting not just our high streets, but particularly in coastal areas.
Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a letter to me on the 2nd of October, the Work and Pensions Minister stated that the Department was undertaking a review of the child maintenance calculation and that this will be published, I quote, late this year. Given it's now almost December, could the Leader of the House confirm whether this is still the timeline, and if so, when the proposals will be published?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department has made clear what it is proposing to do. I'm sure they'll bring forward at the earliest opportunity and, if appropriate, before the end of the year.
From one Lancastrian to another, happy Lancashire Day to you too. Last week, Owen Charnley from Rochdale completed a solo charity walk of more than 4,200 miles from his home from Azerbaijan to his home in Ogden. Owen braved torrential rain, searing heat and several attacks by stray dogs on his trip through 17 countries. He did 21 miles a day, over 233 days, all to raise much-needed funds for two Greater Manchester homeless charities, Barnabas and the Booth Centre. Will the Leader join me in congratulating Owen on this amazing feat, not just of kindness, but also of endurance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating Owen and the efforts that he and others are making, and we are backing them by investing over £1 billion to tackle homelessness in the next year. He may also wish, however, to attend the Westminster Hall debate on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, on the adequacy of funding to support homeless people, to again highlight and amplify Owen's efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House will know from his own teaching experience that challenges in schools don't respect administrative boundaries. But Dudley and Staffordshire schools in my constituency get hundreds of pounds less per pupils than the same pupils would attract if they went to neighbouring schools in Wolverhampton or Sandwell. So might we have a debate in government time on the national school funding formula so that we can make sure that all children get a fair deal and fair funding wherever their school may be located?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd encourage the honourable gentleman perhaps to call for an adjournment debate on these matters, because it will be reflected by a number of people across the House. We absolutely share the view that every child, wherever they are, should get the support that they need. But he has to acknowledge, as his previous government acknowledged, that this does sometimes mean that some areas need is greater than others.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Solar geoengineering is the idea of injecting particles into the Earth's atmosphere to dim or reflect the light of the sun and cool the planet. It is something that's been the subject of science fiction and conspiracy theories for many years. But recent reporting by the respected Politico journalist Carl Matheson has thrown light on an Israeli company developing technology that they say could halt global warming temporarily. Given the potential risks of this technology, could we have a debate on how Britain will work with other countries to regulate experiments with the Earth's atmosphere and ensure we cooperate with other countries on solutions that actually tackle the root cause of climate change?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. We're not in favour of solar radiation modification, given the uncertainty around the potential risks it poses to the climate and environment. And we do work closely with the international research community to evaluate the latest scientific evidence. She may wish to raise this point, however, at the next DSIT orals next month.
Andrew Rossell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also wish you a happy Lancashire Day. And thank you, sir, for ensuring that the historic county flags are flown from New Palace Yard. And it's great to see the Lancashire flag flying today. If I can go on to an Essex question now, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House should be aware that the Metropolitan Police are reducing the opening hours of 25 police stations across Greater London. So Romford Police Station opening times will now be cut to 4 hours, and this comes on top of the closures of all other functioning police stations throughout Havering, leaving my constituents with only limited access to local police stations and able to meet a constable face-to-face to seek advice or report a crime. This is unacceptable, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, Havering is getting an unfair allocation of police resources, thanks to the Mayor of London, who seems to have no interest in our borough. So, will the Leader therefore make time for a debate in the House on the detrimental policy of closing police station front desks across the London region?
Deputy Speaker, many constituents will be looking at what the Honourable Gentleman said and recognising the concerns, because I know that face-to-face contact with police officers is a very, very valuable thing. However, over time, the usefulness of big police and often old police stations are questionable, particularly when it comes to the use of new technology. So it is about getting balance in that. And in terms of making decisions about police stations and front counters, that is a matter for the Commissioner, but I would gently refer to the historic underfunding of the police across our country in general in the last years.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to see the Employment Rights Bill is coming back to us shortly, but it's been 8.5 months since we first sent it to the other place, and the Lords keep blocking it. And now the Greens have joined the Tories and Lib Dems in blocking our manifesto commitment. I'm really worried that we won't get royal assent in time for those important changes to statutory sick pay, which will benefit millions of people, to come in force in April. So can the Leader of the House look at what he can do this side of Christmas to clear the diary and make sure that we get that bill over the line, deliver on our manifesto promises?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work that he did on this bill and getting it this far. And of course we expect that the other place who have rights to look into these matters, of course, that they will respect the judgment of this House and do it in a timely fashion. I've announced in future business going forward what the next step will be, and I hope that my honourable friend wish that this bill gets through before Christmas can be achieved.
Mark Pritchard.
The A41 in Shropshire has seen many deaths and injuries over many years. It's a very, very dangerous road. 3 years ago, I secured funding with the help of the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner to get average speed cameras put on the road to reduce injuries and deaths. Unfortunately, Liberal Democrat-led Shropshire Council and Labour-led Telford and Wrekin Council have effectively vetoed that plan, saying there is no case. So putting party politics aside, can the Leader of the House allow time for a debate, in order that we can get people working together to reduce injuries and deaths on the A41?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These ultimately are, as he says, matters to be resolved locally, and it is important that public bodies work together where they can, particularly where a road may be particularly dangerous. I'll draw attention to his remarks to the Department for Transport to see if anything can be done, perhaps to get some the action that he wants.
Emma Lewell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since July, I've been assisting my constituent who is the victim of stalking by a foreign national. After correspondence, proposed legislative amendments and a ministerial meeting, we were promised some support. The situation has recently now deteriorated, placing her in danger. Despite numerous attempts to seek help via the MOJ and Home Office, nothing is changing. Can my right honourable friend please use his good offices to intervene and help us?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are very serious matters, and the government takes stalking very seriously indeed. I will meet with my honourable friend and see what further we can do.
Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chichester District Council local plan was finally adopted this summer after years of speculative development in our area in the wrong places and without the right infrastructure to go with it. This was a robust local plan that was hard fought for by local councillors, but this government's new housing targets are putting more pressure on areas like mine to deliver more homes, and it could render the local plan essentially meaningless, and appeals are currently being won for development on greenfield sites and farmland
that are not identified in this hard-fought-for local plan. So will the Leader of the House please make time to debate the effectiveness of the government planning policy which disproportionately affects constituencies like mine?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do understand the concern of residents in areas, and particularly where there is a local plan, and the fact that the government has brought forward robust measures to make sure that house building takes place, because I would gently remind her that people do need places to live. We do need more houses, and housing will be one of the engines that drives economic growth. It is a matter of balance in these matters. So her constituents, I understand their concerns, but it is about building houses where people need to live.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 41 years ago, 37 Camelaird workers were imprisoned for protecting their jobs and for protecting shipbuilding on Merseyside, and they are still waiting to clear their names. Last year, the former minister, the MP for Swindon South, said her department would consider and explore options for review and provide an update. But there's been no update, no review, and still no justice for these men who were wrongly criminalised for standing up for their rights in the workplace. So can the Leader of the House set aside time in government time for a full debate on Camelaird 37 and ensure that ministers finally set out what action they will take to deliver the exoneration for the Camelaird 37?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will draw it to the attention of ministers, Madam Deputy Speaker, because my honourable friend is right. The people involved do deserve an answer, and we'll see what ministers can do to provide that.
Martin.
Deputy Speaker, a game of manoeuvres, tactics and, at times, outright brinkmanship. And although that might sound familiar to some members of the Cabinet, I am, of course, talking about chess. Meadowview Primary School in my constituency has qualified for the London Chess Classic on the 2nd of December. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating them and wishing them the very best of luck?
I'm very happy to do so, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish them luck, but of course I wish all the other schools involved luck as well.
Gareth Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Schools in Brent and Ealing, which neighbour my constituency in Harrow, are able to offer teachers an extra £1,000 to work in their schools because of the inner London weighting. Given that the cost of living in Harrow is little different actually to the cost of living in inner London, and that my schools on occasion lose skilled teachers to schools less than half a mile away because of this now unfair pay differential, could we have a debate on how the school's teachers review body might improve the pay for teachers and support staff in schools in Harrow?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's right that teachers, wherever they are, whoever they are paid fairly for the vital service that they do. We did promise change for working people, and we are delivering. Teachers and others are getting pay awards above inflation for the second year in a row, but I will draw his remarks to the attention of the Minister, but he may also wish to raise them directly with ministers on Monday.
Anne Davies.
Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Lloyds Bank are closing the last bank in Ammanford on the 12th of January, leaving a banking desert in the second largest town within my constituency. As we're all being encouraged to bank online and to become digital, we are forgetting the 39% of Lloyds Ammanford customers who do not bank online. And despite Ammanford having levels of deprivation seen in many post-industrial towns, a large number of neat young people and high unemployment, Link do not feel the town requires a banking hub, despite an appeal by myself and colleagues. So can the Leader of the House, allowing government time, a debate on the importance of banking hubs in rural and post-industrial areas such as mine?
Deputy Speaker, I'd invite the Honourable Lady to apply perhaps for an adjournment debate, because this matter has been raised on a number of business questions. But I know there's been an attempt to get a banking. I would suggest that she does pursue that. I will draw that to the attention of ministers. We changed the law to make sure that where they were necessary, face-to-face banking can take place through banking hubs. So I wouldn't give up on it.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recent figures from Police Scotland show that Paisley now has the highest sickness absence rate of any police area in our country. a clear sign that our dedicated officers are being pushed to the brink by relentless workloads and constant pressure. The fallout is hitting my constituency hard. Antisocial behaviour in Paisley Town Centre is putting people off visiting our beautiful town and hammering our local shops that should be thriving. So will the Leader of the House join me in calling out the SNP's reckless mismanagement of Police Scotland and urge them to invest the now £10 billion that they have had from this Labour government since we were elected and invest that money in our public services?
Thank you very much. I do hope that the SNP have heard my honourable friend's remarks, because keeping people safe is the first responsibility of any government, and it's very important that we support the police both in the powers that we give them but also the resources as well. And our crime and policing bill will equip the police in England with new stronger powers to tackle crimes that matter most to communities, and I would urge the SNP government to listen very carefully. They did, after all, Madam Deputy Speaker, receive the largest funding settlement since devolution at the recent spending review.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The OBR suggests that £6 billion worth of costs associated with special educational needs provision has not been catered for in the budget. Given that, it suggests also that there will be an effective 4.9% cut in mainstream school spending per pupil. This is obviously a massive concern for colleagues across the House, as SEND is such a tough issue to resolve. Would the Leader of the House consider time for a debate on this matter so we can resolve what has happened in the budget?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The claim that schools will be required to cover SEND's costs is not correct as reported, and we are clear that any deficit will be absorbed within the overall government budget. Funding for the future years will be confirmed in the next spending review, but I've just announced, including today, 3 days of budget debate, and I'd encourage the right honourable gentleman to use that time to make those points.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency, residents living near the B5013 at Blyfield Reservoir have raised serious concerns about speeding and dangerous driving. There have been multiple fatalities on this stretch of road, and in August this year, a man in his 20s unfortunately lost his life. Can I ask the Leader if we can find time in the government's business for a debate on how we can hold local authorities to account?
These are important matters. Work is underway to deliver an updated strategic framework for road safety. It'll be the first one in over a decade to reduce road deaths and injuries. I'll ensure that he receives an update on that work, but also he may wish to look for an adjournment debate, because I'm sure his concerns will be shared by many across this House.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A care provider in my constituency of Edinburgh West recently closed, leaving both vulnerable patients without care, but also staff fulfilling a vital sector there on sponsored visas in limbo. So we have a situation where we have people who need care, people who can provide it, but they are not able to do it. So can the Leader tell me if the Minister would be able to give a statement to the House on what is going to be done to protect the situation of sponsored visas and reassure that the changes to the visa system will not undermine that?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a really important question that the honourable gentleman raises, and I will make sure that she gets an explanation and a response from the appropriate Minister.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself with the comments other honourable members have made about the horrific fire in Hong Kong? My constituent's vulnerable son recently died after attempting suicide in his prison cell at Forest Bank Prison and later succumbing to his injuries. His mother is understandably devastated and appalled at the standard of care he received prior to his death, and 27 inmates at Forest Bank, a private prison run by Sodexo, have now died in the past 5 years alone, which is deeply troubling. So could we have a debate in government time on the standard of private prisons which receive government contracts?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join me in sending condolences to the friends and family of his constituents, and indeed all the other friends and family that have been affected, because any death in custody is a tragedy. Prisoners at risk of suicide and self-harm are supported through individual case management, but it's very worrying, the cases that my honourable friend raises. So I will ensure that the Justice Secretary hears his concerns and invite him to request, and I will facilitate a meeting with the appropriate minister.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Drivers, electric car drivers and plug-in car drivers in Hinckley and Bosworth and North West Leicestershire have woken up this morning angry and anxious because they were told to do the right thing and get electric cars. The Chancellor is going around this morning saying the money they will now be charged per mile will go into improving roads, but the learned man opposite me will know that link was broken in 1937. So could we have a debate on just how the electric vehicle charges will work? Because there's some consternation about how it will impact the second-hand car market. Will there have to be trackers in place? What will happen when it's passed over? These are serious considerations that my constituents will be looking at, trying to understand how this scheme will work. Could we have a debate in government time specifically on this?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman does raise important matters, and I'm sure the government will be bringing forward a full explanation of how these matters will work. But again, I invite him, because of yesterday's budget, to perhaps spend the period of the budget debate to raise these matters and see from the Minister themselves what the answer is that he seeks.
Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Employment Rights Bill is a landmark piece of legislation that will safeguard the hard-won protections of workers up and down the country. Prior to its implementation, however, we are seeing some companies race to undercut workers' rights. I am appalled on behalf of workers in my constituency at Tetrisol, which is engaged in shameful fire and rehire practices as we speak. What more can we do in this House to give voice to workers who are now facing deep financial uncertainty before Christmas?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend rightly says, we are committed to ending unscrupulous fire and rehire practices through the Employment Rights Bill. And I hope that the company which my honourable friend refers to will have heard her comments today. She may wish to raise these matters during the budget debate, or indeed during the upcoming Christmas adjournment debate, so that if necessary she can call the company out.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, last year gig ticket scams cost music lovers over £1.6 million. While fans were exploited by greedy ticket touts, the money paid for fake tickets often funded other serious crimes and organised crime groups. This makes people less willing to buy tickets for live events, undermining this important industry, particularly in areas like Glastonbury and Somerton. So can we have a debate in government time over the ticket resale market and ticket scams?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the honourable lady will know, the government is committed to bringing forward measures to address these issues, and as we do so, there will be ample time to debate the points that she raises.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, Tony Wright, my constituent, the founder and CEO of Forward Assist, a local veterans charity, is retiring. Tony is a veteran and a trained social worker and has provided support and advocacy for veterans across the region and the country for well over a decade. It is no exaggeration that the tireless work and research that he's led has changed and indeed saved lives. Will the leader please join me in thanking Tony and wishing him all the best in his retirement?
I have great pleasure in doing so, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have the honour of knowing Tony Wright, and as I said to him recently, the work that he has done has improved people's lives for the better, including the lives of people that he will never have met. And I'm sure that many across this House will not only wish Tony the very best and to thank him for his work, but also the impressive veterans like Tony in their own constituencies who just do such fantastic work on behalf of the veteran community, indeed on behalf of the whole community. These sessions are a good opportunity to highlight that work, and I'm grateful for my honourable friend for taking the opportunity.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Far too many children face eating development issues and conditions, and quite often they feel that they don't get the relevant amount of support from the NHS. Quite often their parents feel stigmatised. They are told that this is something they'll grow out of. They often feel that their parenting is being condemned by healthcare professionals. The Feeding Trust in my constituency are doing excellent work to raise awareness of this. Will the Minister endorse my representations made to the House Secretary that this should be a front and centre priority for the NHS and that the Government must ensure this is a joined-up priority with the Department of Education and schools in their curriculum as well?
Leader of the House.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government recognises what the Honourable Gentleman is saying and indeed is taking action and is committed to making sure that there is provision not just across in the community but actually in schools themselves. We're bringing forward the Mental Health Bill, which will give the opportunity for the Honourable Gentleman to raise some of those concerns. And of course we've got the NHS 10-year plan. These are difficult issues for parents and he's absolutely right to raise them on the floor of this House.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The end of November is nigh, and with that, dodgy moustaches across the land will finally be disappearing. But not before thousands of us Mowbros have raised millions for Movember, which does such brilliant and much needed work on men's health. Donations are still gratefully received, of course. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating all Mowbros across the House and beyond, and everybody who's raised money for men's health this month? And could he grant time for a debate on the 3 missions of Movember: mental health, prostate cancer and testicular cancer?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to join my honourable friend in congratulating members who support Movember, not least because of the importance of the money that they raise for important causes. I'm heartened that these issues get the awareness that they deserve, and I congratulate him for what he's doing. But let me also say, Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulate him and thank him for what was a very moving contribution to the debate on International Men's Day.
Lee Picture.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Niagara Falls, that was the venue for this year's World Kickboxing Championships, and Andy Crichton's Martial Arts Centre put Rosington firmly on the global map, winning 4 bronze, 1 silver and 5 gold, 5 gold medals. Will the Leader of the House, will the Leader of the House join me in celebrating Andy's triumph, all of the contestants that took part, and, of course, all of the coaches and volunteers up and down the country that brings children and young adults' sporting dreams into reality?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear about the success of the young martial arts athletes from Rossington, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to thank Andy and all the sports coaches across our country who helped to make achievements like this possible.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm deeply concerned by the growing and systematic discrimination faced by Christians in Algeria, with the closure of churches and the aggressive use of blasphemy legislation against Christian converts. So will the Leader of the House urge the Foreign Secretary to outline what concrete actions government will take to ensure the protection of Christian communities and the promotion of freedom or religion or belief in Algeria as a fundamental priority? Thanks so much.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for raising such a serious issue in the way as ever he does. I know, as he knows, we are committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, and we do monitor the human rights situation in Algeria and routinely meet with religious groups to determine how best to support freedom of religion and belief in Algeria. I understand the relevant Foreign Office Minister met with the Algerian government last month to discuss this very issue he raises, and I will ensure that the Foreign Secretary hears the Honourable Gentleman's concerns.
Ewan Sternbank.
Madam Deputy Speaker, recently Forth Valley College announced that their Alloa campus risks closure due to SNP cuts. The prospect is devastating for Forth Valley and is a direct threat to the opportunities of thousands of working-class Scottish kids from Stirling, Falkirk and especially Clackmannanshire. Reform Falkirk took a different view, recently commenting the college sector needs slimmed down due to too much focus on woke ideologies. Does the Leader agree that this is a ludicrous insult by Reform to our vital Scottish further education sector who educate the people who make up our local economy and public services?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely join with my honourable friend, who is a great champion of education and opportunity for young people in his constituency and in his area. He is absolutely right that Reform's message on the closure of important courses at Alloa College is an insult. It's not only an insult to lecturers and teachers, it's also an insult to the choice that students themselves make. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland has a proud tradition and record on education, and it's just unfortunate that Reform UK seems determined to undermine it and talk it down.
Brian Leishman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's Family Business Weekend. Will the leader join me in congratulating the Natalie Cooper Dance Academy, whether it's for jazz, hip-hop, lyrical, freestyle, acrobatics or any kind of dance? Those that come to the Academy are treated like family by Natalie and Corey. It's fantastic that they are expanding their business again in January 2026, and I loved visiting them and taking part in a dance session, even though Natalie's granny Maggie said I had 2 left feet, which was correct.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll certainly join him in congratulating the Natalie Cooper Dance Academy on their growth and thank them for everything that they do. I'm frankly not surprised that he's been recognised as a man of the left because he's been proclaiming it for such a long time. Local businesses like dance academies can add so much to a local community, and I'm pleased to hear that they're expanding their business again.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently I presented a petition to restore our pool in Falmouth that we lost 3 years ago. It got 5,754 wet signatures, over a quarter of the population of the town. We have a very active CIC, private business support, and the Mayor has just swum the channel in a different pool that you had to drive 40 minutes to raise money. Would the leader ask the Minister, please, to meet the Mayor and me as part of the response to our petition and maybe grant government time for a debate on government support for pools?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a fierce campaigner for her constituency, and I commend her for that. I understand she's raised this issue before with the department. We are committed to ensuring that communities can benefit from high-quality sports facilities, and we're investing £400 million in new and upgraded grassroots sports facilities, including swimming pools across the UK. I'll ensure that she gets the meeting that she requests from the Minister.
Peter Brinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My colleague, Professor Malcolm Reid, the former chair of the Medical School Council, has been trying to address the serious issue of sexual misconduct in medical schools. When students undertake placements in NHS or other non-university settings, an accountability gap exists as they fall outside both the university and the NHS misconduct policies. So could the Leader of the House advise me how we can ensure that cooperation across government departments between both the Department of Education and the Department of Health that is required to address this?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises a very, very important matter and a very worrying issue. I will raise that with ministers in the Department of Health as a starting point, and I will encourage them to meet with my honourable friend so that he can expand on the issue that he raises.
And that concludes business questions. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over.
Thank you for getting me in at the very end.
Thank you. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means, adjourned debate on question.
Now. The question is as on the order paper. I call the Shadow Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. There wouldn't be that kind of delay when we were in government, Madam Deputy Speaker. We were far too efficient. Madam Deputy Speaker, the film is Groundhog Day. It sees Phil Connors go to a place where he wakes up every morning to the same DJ playing the same song. I've got you, babe, my Sonny and Cher. And so we have, with the Chancellor, a very similar situation. Groundhog Day, going round and round, destroying the economy, putting up taxes, losing our fiscal headroom, and round it goes. It is the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this film was said to be a romantic comedy. Well, there's been nothing comedic about the results that this Chancellor has delivered in terms of increased unemployment, diminished living standards, higher inflation, and so on. And whether the public were ever enamoured with the Chancellor, I know not, but they certainly are not now, Madam Deputy Speaker. She is apparently the least popular Chancellor, according to the polls, in the history of polling on that question. And the question becomes, Madam Deputy Speaker, in part, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
introduction to the Shadow Chancellor's speech, would a better film analogy perhaps be A Nightmare Before Christmas?
I think that's absolutely true. I think that's absolutely fair, that point that my right honourable friend has just made. But let's look, Madam Deputy Speaker, at how we ended up at this sorry pass. We had a party which, in opposition, assured the British electorate they would not be putting up taxes left, right and centre. And when they got into power, what did they do within a few short months? They slapped taxes, £40 billion worth, on the British people. 25 billion of that by way of national insurance increases on business alone. And no surprise, of course, that destroyed employment and growth. They talked down the economy. They came up with this idea of this confected £22 billion black hole. And what an irony it was. What an irony it was. There may be chuntering from the front bench, but what an irony it was that it was at the behest of the government themselves that the OBR were invited to look into this claim and said, and I quote, that they would not legitimise that figure. But the damage was done. The animal spirits in the economy were extinguished. And of course they did something else, which socialists down the ages always do, is they borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and spent and spent and spent until they ran out of other people's money. Other people's money. Mr. Speaker, the minister is having trouble containing himself, such as the punishment that he's receiving at the dispatch box at the moment. So they borrowed all this money, and what did that do? It stoked inflation. And with inflation higher, then interest rates have been higher for longer. And on inflation, the minister says from a sedentary position it's coming down. Well, the IMF says that inflation will be the highest in the G7 this year and next year. So what we know is that with high inflation, interest rates are higher for longer. That means businesses' costs on borrowing are higher. It means that consumer sentiment is dampened. It means that the burgeoning debt that this government is constantly adding to, the servicing costs on that alone, is currently £100 billion a year, twice what we spend on defence. In fact, if debt servicing were a government department, it would be the third largest in Whitehall. Not spending money on better public services, as we're often told by the party opposite, but simply paying for the profligacy of the party opposite when it comes to borrowing. And what about the run-up to this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker? What a farce. We have seen weeks and weeks of uncertainty generated by the Treasury, who have leaked every possible combination of tax increases and then U-turned on some of them, flown so many kites that they have blotted out the sun, and a huge shadow has been cast across businesses who have pressed pause on investment and hiring. Speak to Andy Haldane, I say to the minister opposite. He concludes that what I am saying is absolutely right. And it has weighed down on consumer sentiment. It has done, all this hokey-cokey around what is in the budget, has done real damage to our economy on this government's watch. And I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful, my honourable friend. My right honourable friend did a service to this House a week or two ago when he drew exactly what he's describing now to the attention of this chamber. He told the government then that these leaks were not only doing damage in the way he described to the economy, they were also a discourtesy to this House. Many times, Madam Deputy Speaker, you and Mr Speaker have said that announcements should be brought here first. It is fundamental to this place that what the government announces is brought here and is scrutinised here, not in the public realm. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend.
Well, my right honourable and gallant friend is entirely right, as usual. And it is also the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that something else has been going on. And I have written to the OBR to ask Richard Hughes exactly what has happened in terms of the information that the Treasury appears to have been leaking out about the forecast during the run-up to the budget. And I say this given that the OBR's own guidance says that the information exchanged with the Treasury during the build-up to a budget is provided in confidence to ministers. Why is it, then, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Chancellor herself should be out on the airwaves before the budget opining on the apparent coming downgrade to productivity? So I have written to the OBR to ask whether they feel that that is appropriate. I've also written to the Permanent Secretary at the Treasury to ask him if he is implementing an investigation into the leaks coming from the Treasury. He has written back to me, interestingly, just simply to say that in the event that there are suspected leaks, of course there is an investigation. He hasn't quite answered my question as to whether there is one being undertaken at the moment, but I will be following him up on that matter. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what has happened in this budget? Well, the OBR forecasts tell a sorry story. Unemployment higher in every single year of the forecast than they were forecasting back in the spring. Inflation up. And we've seen the latest ONS figures on inflation, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the party that talks about resolving poverty. A disgrace that food inflation in the last set of figures went up way above the headline rate from 4.5 to 4.9%. That is being borne by some of the most vulnerable and poorest in our society. And on growth, of course, the Chancellor speaks a good story. She says, well, growth has been forecast up compared to the spring in this year. But it's forecasted down, as the gentleman opposite will know, compared to the autumn of last year, when the OBR said that growth would be 2% in this year. It is now forecast to be 1.5%. And in every subsequent year after this year in the forecast, growth is lower than was forecast back at the time of the spring statement. That is a simple fact. And we'll come on to why that is the case. What has happened to borrowing? You'd have thought they'd have learnt the lesson that ever-increasing borrowing always leads to disaster. But no, there is 11 billion of additional borrowing on average every year of this forecast. And what has that done to living standards? Real household disposable income, the Economist's measure of economic well-being, is down in every single year of this forecast compared to the forecast in the spring. And in fact, the OBR says, and the honourable gentleman will like this one, the OBR says that real income growth across this forecast will be well below the average of the last decade. So don't point a finger at the last government when it comes to living standards. It is there in black and white. I will in a moment. It is there in black and white in the OBR's report. And the reason for this, Madam Deputy Speaker, £26 billion of additional taxation in 29-30, and as the honourable gentleman will know, an additional £12 billion of tax take, which has occurred because of fiscal drag, because those higher inflationary numbers in the forecast are dragging ever more people into paying ever more tax. And I will certainly give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the Shadow Minister. While I am not churlish about the extra money that the Labour government has given to pensioners, the fact of the matter is it has pushed people more into the threshold, and it means that the pensioners will pay more tax than they've ever paid. So when it comes to helping people, unfortunately this government have given it in one hand and taken it away with the other. Does he agree?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Now, when it comes to the income tax threshold freeze, which has been extended for 3 years, even though they briefed out that it would probably just be 2, for 3 years, that means 780,000 more people going into tax for the first time, because the personal allowance will have been frozen for longer, and 920,000 people going into the higher rate tax bracket. In fact, by 29-30, around 1 in 4 people employed in this country, workers in this country, will be in the higher rate tax bracket. 1 in 4. The IFS has said that that measure is a clear breach of the Labour Party manifesto. The Chancellor herself accepted in the autumn budget of last year, when she said she would not come forward with this measure, that the reason why she would not come forward with it is it would hurt working people. It is very clear, and she repeated this yesterday, that this is a breach of the Labour Party manifesto. When it comes to young people, Madam Deputy Speaker, we hear that there will be a freeze to the student loan payment thresholds. We know that young people are already disproportionately impacted by the changes to national insurance, particularly the reduction in the threshold, which means that lower income earners, which includes younger people, will be disproportionately impacted by those tax changes. We know that the Employment Rights Bill, which is coming down the line, will make it far riskier to take younger people. No. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. The party opposite speaks a lot about those who are not in employment, education or training, of which we have about 940,000. That legislation will do nothing to improve their life chances. It will make things worse. It will make it more risky to take those people on and employ them. The Honourable Lady has been very patient, and I will give way to her.
Right, honourable gentleman, for giving way. He seems to care so much about those who are not in education, employment or training. So why then did he allow 88,000 young people to become NEETs? And is he proud that when he left office, almost 1 million young people were not in any form of employment, education or training? Is this not the worst kind of hypocrisy?
Well, can I congratulate the Honourable Lady, firstly, of reading accurately from her telephone the whip circular question that has come out. We stand by our record. We stand by our record when we return. Absolutely. Absolutely. When we were in government, we were a job-creating machine. 4 million more jobs, 4 million more jobs under us than had been there before. When we left on the day of the general election, we had near record high level of employment, a near record low level of unemployment. Unemployment is now at a 5-year high. The gentleman shakes his head, but it happens to be true. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the products or results of this budget for young people is there will be a continued lost generation of workers. And what about those who want to save, want to do the right thing, I will momentarily, who want to provide for their future in retirement? Should we not be encouraging them? Yeah. And what has this budget delivered on that front? Salary sacrifice, savaged. Savings tax, put up. The cash ISA, cut. We are punishing savers. And let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that under these measures we will see the reverberating effects of this for many generations and many years to come. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. The sad fact is that youth unemployment, that's 16 to 24-year-olds, is at a staggering 15% at the moment. Yeah. So on top of the national insurance hikes and the raise to the minimum wage, employers are unlikely to want to consider taking young people on. And that could have the disastrous effect that people who graduate from universities or do graduate from an apprentice will emerge from those having done a lot of work and not being able to get a proper job.
My honourable friend is precisely right, and I've set out the iniquitous impacts of the national insurance threshold reduction on younger people, and also the impact that the Employment Rights Bill will have in increasing the risks of employing younger people. That is self-evident and obvious, and businesses are saying it over and over again. If you put an employer in a position where he is faced with a young person who has no career track record, and yet your legislation, or should I say the party opposite's legislation, is saying that the employee on day one can take the employer to a tribunal for unfair dismissal, a claim which may get clogged up for 2 years, and which the lawyers advising the employer will probably conclude that the employer should give in and pay out even if the merits of the case do not warrant it. That is a recipe for higher youth unemployment. It is simple. It is basic economics. And look at the taxes that are being placed under this budget on rental income. Does the party opposite not realise that will lead to higher rents and fewer properties on the market? Does the party opposite not understand that if you tax the family home, you catch a lot of people, you catch the people who are maybe asset rich but are income poor? And I suppose the solution, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be to allow that liability to roll up and be paid on death. Yet another death tax at the hands of this government. Now, what is all this pain and taxation paying for? In large part, It is paying for more welfare. It is as simple as that. The two-child limit, scrapping the two-child cap, is a mistake. It is unfair. And it is unfair because those that are paying taxes and working hard and paying the taxes and doing the right thing have to take tough choices as to whether they can afford a larger family or not. And it is quite right and proper that those who are on, I will in a moment, those who are on benefits should have to face similar choices as well. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm sure the honourable gentleman's aware that both the majority of people impacted by this uplift and 2/3 of children in poverty actually have a parent in work. So this false dichotomy of those in work and out of work is simply incorrect. As a former DWP minister, you should know that.
Well, I have already set out the fact that the ruinous taxation policy of this government, including in the budget just yesterday, is to load up taxes on people who are in work, many of them not high earners. And the fact is that the impact of that tax is why the OBR themselves have concluded that for every year of this forecast, real household disposable income, in other words, the cost of living issues that people are facing, is going to deteriorate under those measures compared to the forecast back in the spring. The honourable gentleman's party is making poverty worse by making sure that work does not pay to the degree that it should. And the other point is inflation. The other point is inflation, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you run a policy of borrowing vast amounts of money, spending £500 billion over and above the plans that they inherited across this Parliament, and that was added to by over £100 billion just yesterday, do not be surprised if inflation is the highest in the G7, and if the IMF says it will be the highest in the G7 next year. What does high inflation, particularly on food, do to poverty? It drives poverty up, and therein lie the answers that the government needs to think about. Now, there is an alternative, Madam Deputy Speaker. The alternative is that you get on top and control government spending, and then you do the responsible thing, and this is our golden rule, whereby at least half of those savings go to driving down the deficit and the debt, but you then have the capacity to drive down taxes as well, and that is exactly what we set out at our conference. £49 billion worth of saving, £23 billion worth of savings on welfare, thanks to the solid, commendable work of my right honourable friend, the Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary. We have found those savings. And it is a tragedy that the government, the honourable gentleman says, what are the savings? The savings are £23 billion on the welfare. It is a number, and as a member of the Treasury team, he should be familiar with numbers, but clearly is not. Okay, so we will be bringing down the welfare bill, and the savings are clear. I would direct him to the Centre for Social Justice's paper, which makes it very clear. Well, it's rather better than the resolution stuff that he produced when he was in office, I have to say, which makes it very clear whereby changing the gateways into longer-term sickness and health benefits, which we did when we were in office, which we did. If the honourable gentleman wants to stop jabbering and start listening, he might learn something, okay? He might actually learn something. And you know, if the right honourable gentleman learns something, that might be for the good of his party and for this country. When we were in office, Madam Deputy Speaker, we made reforms to the work capability assessment that would have seen, according to the OBR's own scoring, 450,000 fewer people going on to those benefits. We were making a real difference in arresting the rise in the welfare bill. What did the government do on coming to office? It scrapped those on day one almost. It then came forward with its own proposals And I hope when the honourable gentleman comes to his feet later, he can address this and he can talk us through what happened to that his government's attempt to control the welfare bill. It got smashed up into a million pieces on the rocks of his own backbenchers. That's what happened. And that is the tragedy of much of this budget, is that economics is being driven by the internal politics of the Labour Party. You have a Prime Minister and you have a Chancellor whose position is now so precarious that they have to bob up and down like a cork on the tide when it comes to making policy at the whims of the backbenchers opposite. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is actually a certain melancholy about this budget. This budget is like Groundhog Day, an old song, the words seared into the collective mind, a socialist anthem for all time, that for he who has, then that must be taken away. For he who has not, then to him must be given. Not on the basis of any measure of fairness, as is suggested in the topic for debate today, but on a fundamental misunderstanding of basic economics. Economics is about resources, of course, but it is about incentives too. To he who has, I say, if you work hard, we applaud you, and we will incentivise you to work harder still, recognising your contribution to the common good. To the vulnerable, we say, we are there for you. But to others who have not, we say, here is not a handout, but the means for improvement. And Madam Deputy Speaker, for the socialist, distribution is all, and the means are never sufficiently willed. And the eternal lesson, and this is the lesson of this budget too, is that this path leads to all to be diminished. For an economy laden up with debt, with government spending spiralling still, with taxation touching skyward, will never burn bright. The whole will never grow. Not enough. It will languish. That is how the dreams of millions perish. Yesterday, the lingering flickers of hope died.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to open today's debate on behalf of the Government and to respond to the Shadow Chancellor. Now, he went through his lines and, as I expected, he talked a fair bit about welfare in his speech. If only, Madam Deputy Speaker, if only he had ever been in a position to do something about it. And that is the essential problem with the position of the party opposite. It isn't even that they failed to reform the system. It is that they created it in the first place. It is their system that created the fork in the road between those judged fit to work and those judged unfit to work. It's their system that forced people into a choice between poverty and being declared incapable of work, often permanently. And it's their system that left millions of people with no contact and no support from the system other than the payment of benefits. And perhaps most damningly, it's their system that saw the huge growth in inactivity among the young, about which they did nothing well enough. Now, as the Shadow Chancellor knows, there's a wall in the Department of Work and Pensions, carefully placed between the microwave and the toilets. And on that wall is a very fetching portrait of the Shadow Chancellor and all his predecessors. And they all sat in the same chair, in the same office as I do. They saw the same trends and the same graphs, and they did absolutely nothing about it. Now, he talks about the changes that he proposed to the work capability assessment. But he was a little quieter about those changes not happening. They were so incompetent, they were struck down as being unlawful by the courts. And then he says he would have done more, but he was interrupted by the general election. Interrupted by the general election. They had 14 years, and the election was called at a time of their choosing. He's asking the House to indulge in the fantasy that having been relieved of the duties of ministerial office, he has suddenly stumbled upon the answer to the problem. Like a reverse Nostradamus, granted a magical power that enables him to identify the solutions to problems, but only at the moment where he ceases to have responsibility for fixing any of them. Do you know what they remind me of, Madam Deputy Speaker? They're like a messy 16-year-old who's turned his bedroom into a tip. And when the exasperated parents come in to clean it up, the teenager says, "I was about to do that." But no one believes the teenager. And no one should believe the Tories, because they had their chance and they did nothing. On their watch, welfare spending went up by almost 1% of GDP over the last Parliament. That's equivalent to about 22 billion a year. And when they left office, did the OBR think they had a credible plan to change it? No, they didn't. They predicted that the cost would rise by a further £100 billion. Sometimes they talk about wanting more face-to-face assessments. Well, I want them too. But in September 2023, just a little over 6 months before the election was called, they signed off on a new set of contracts allowing 80% of the assessors to work from home. And who was the Secretary of State at the time that happened? We don't need ChatGPT, we just need to look on that wall between the microwave and the toilets, because it was the right honourable gentleman. And this was long after the COVID pandemic. So they created the system, they didn't change it when they had the chance, and furthermore, they increased the number of children in poverty by 900,000. And so it falls to us to begin to change this system, and we have begun. Reducing the gap in universal credit between standard unemployment and the sickness rate, a change which the OBR estimates will get 15,000 more people into work, and which starts to address the incentives for sickness built into their system, reform we are carrying out, but which the party opposite did not. Changes to the Motability Scheme to focus on value for money and to ensure that if the UK taxpayer is paying for new vehicles, then more of them are made here in the UK. Reform we are carrying out, which the party opposite did not. Yes, I'm happy to give it.
The Secretary of State talks about trying to make Motability cars made in the UK. Looking at the Motability website as of yesterday, they've already implemented some of these changes, but there's an awful lot of Chinese cars that are on there. And as part of those Chinese cars that are listed on that list, Amoda and JACU yesterday announced that they would be implementing a 20,000-mile rebate to individuals to pay for the EV tax that's coming in. This will allow China to get an even greater foothold in the UK economy. Those cars, of course, are built with Chinese IP, and that goes straight back to the state and allows them to track where those vehicles are. So what would he say to address the impact of the growth of Chinese vehicles and potentially, perhaps unwittingly, encouraging the use of Chinese cars in this market?
Well, he should be supporting our changes because they have done two things. They are removing a number of luxury brands from the system, and they are ensuring that more British-made cars are part of the scheme, and that is the change going forward. £1 billion more by the end of the decade on employment support for the long-term sick and disabled through the Pathways to Work programme, so that people are not just signed off and written off. More reform that we are carrying out, which the party opposite did not. Fixing the long-running injustice to carers, which they ignored for years. More reform that we are carrying out, which the party opposite did not. There is more reform in this budget than he did throughout his 20 months as Secretary of State. But I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have to go further, because the greatest crisis is among the young. We inherited a situation with close to 1 million people not in employment, education or training. It's terrible in human terms, it's expensive in financial terms, and it's also deeply unequal, because it is often the most deprived parts of the country where the numbers are highest. Often those places where there are already multiple problems, where the loss of hope from this seems deepest. And addressing this is a cause around which we should rally. And that's why in this budget we offer a youth guarantee with £820 million of investment, which will offer the young unemployed a training place, work experience, or ultimately a job, giving hope and opportunity where previously there was none. More reform that we are carrying out that the party opposite did not. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very interested in that part of the budget, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman setting out it in more detail. One of the things that were part of that were the boost in apprenticeships, and particularly apprenticeships in small and medium-sized enterprises. But looking at the fine print, isn't that already supplied by the apprenticeship levy? What small and medium-sized enterprises need, as I learned when I was the apprenticeship minister, is probably some grant funding, actually, to get them started in that process. Does the Governor have that in mind, or is this simply a rehash of the apprenticeship levy?
Secretary of State.
Well, I note his request for more public expenditure, and I'm coming on to the Growth and Skills Levy in a moment. And what we'll do with that is tilt it more towards young people and towards more short courses. And this budget puts a further £725 million into it, which will enable the fully funding of apprenticeships for the under-25s for small businesses. This is good for young people and good for employers. And it's important because no matter where you're from, what your background is, or who your parents are, every young person should have the chance to make the most of their lives. And I want the country's young people to know that through our youth guarantee, through the apprenticeship support, through the other measures outlined in this budget and outside it, we will support them, we believe in them, and we want them to succeed. Yeah. Now, I know that even after that, we need to go further, and that's why I've asked former Health Secretary Alan Milburn to report in the new year on this issue of young people, work and inactivity, looking across departmental boundaries and recommending policy responses that will offer young people more opportunity and a better chance in life. And after the Conservatives have either neglected all that or opposed that which they didn't neglect, what have they got left? Instead of that, arguing that the approach should be for people to have lower wages. Well, we saw where that led during the last Parliament, and the Shadow Chancellor talked about living standards. Living standards declined during the last Parliament more than at any time in living memory. Now living standards are rising in this Parliament, and wages have risen more in a matter of months than they did in 10 years when his party were in office. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as some people sometimes remind me, I have been around for quite a while. And I'm proud to have served in the last Labour government, which lifted 600,000 children out of poverty. On almost all of the measures that did that were opposed by the party opposite. In fact, their record on this, as I said, was a rise in child poverty of 900,000. And their argument for this was that the two-child limit would force people into making different choices about the number of children they had. But that isn't what happened. It simply forced more children into poverty. And the real indictment, Madam Deputy Speaker, goes deeper. Because, as the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, this wasn't really a welfare policy at all. It wasn't even in the end about saving the money. The truth is, this was a device about political dividing lines from the Conservative government, with children used as the weapon of choice. That's what it was about, but not anymore. Not anymore. So tackling this is an investment in the future of those children, and indeed in the future of the country, because children who do not grow up living in poverty will have a better life as a result. And it isn't just about the distribution of money. It's an investment in opportunity, and that is why the Chancellor announced the abolition of the two-child limit in the budget. And as my honourable friend said, the clear majority of households that will gain from this measure already have someone in work. It will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, and that number will rise alongside other measures such as the expansion of free school meals, help with energy bills, and the expansion of free childcare to help more parents take up work. This will be the largest reduction in child poverty over a Parliament since records began. And as the Chancellor spelled out, it can be funded by a combination of tackling fraud and error in the system, the Motability and other changes, and the changes to online gambling taxation which were announced by the Chancellor yesterday. And because we understand that the health and welfare systems are deeply connected, we will continue to get waiting lists down, treat more patients with the announcement of 250 new neighbourhood health centres as part of this budget, because rocketing waiting lists and waiting times when they were in office weren't just health issues, they were economic and benefits issues too. And a system which treats people more quickly rather than having them wait in pain is good for the economy too. So through the reforms we are making on incentives in the system, on support in the system, on opportunity and on tackling poverty, we are beginning to change the welfare state from being a passive distributor of benefits to being a platform of opportunity for getting people back into work. But we know we need to go further, and we will. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one on this side of the House underestimates the scale of the challenges we face. There is no escaping that the OBR's decision to downgrade its assessment of productivity is the official verdict on the party opposite's year in office. It left this Chancellor with a £16 billion hole to fill, not because of decisions she took, but because of the scarring effects of the party opposite's time in power. A botched Brexit deal, austerity which impoverished the public realm, cuts to capital investment. The OBR is clear that they all caused long-term damage to the UK's productivity and economic growth, and that has to be owned by the party opposite. So the Shadow Chancellor attacked the budget in his speech in the strongest terms, and he's right. It is a contrast with their record, because they took the country to the very precipice of economic disaster. They used the British public as a testbed for a giant ideological experiment that saw mortgages go through the roof and the Bank of England have to launch an emergency rescue package for the country's pension system. They shook international confidence in the UK economy, and they destroyed whatever economic credibility they had by their own hand. That's what they did. So there is a difference in our approaches, and a very welcome one at that. We have trade agreements with the world's biggest economic powers, which eluded the party opposite. A reformed planning system to get the country building, public investment at the highest level in 4 decades, inflation coming down faster, a full 0.4 percentage points next year, according to the OBR, through the measures we are taking, borrowing down in every year of the forecast, keeping corporation tax at the lowest level of any G7 country, help for high streets with permanently lower tax rates for 750,000 businesses, doubling the eligibility of our enterprise tax incentives so that not only can new businesses be created here, but so that they can grow and scale up here in the United Kingdom, cutting energy costs for 7,000 businesses to make manufacturing more competitive, help with the cost of living with the first rail fare freeze for 30 years, the freezing of prescription charges, energy bills cut by £150 per year, raising the national minimum wage for millions of workers as recommended by the Independent Low Pay Commission, expanding free breakfast clubs and free school meals for all children in families on universal credit. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget for the whole country that helps with living standards, helps people meet their monthly bills. It fixes some of the problems of the past and gives the country strong foundations for the future. It is a budget that believes in maintaining the public square and continues the progress we've made on the NHS, not just as a social goal, but an economic one too. It's a budget that protects and raises the value of the state pension by £575 next year. A budget that continues with welfare reforms, reduces child poverty and offers hope to young people for the future. That is the difference, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's why we should support the budget in the debate today.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This time last year, government ministers told us repeatedly that their #1 mission was growth. But after Labour's second budget, it's clear that growth is nowhere to be seen. Yes. The OBR makes it clear the budget has almost no meaningful growth measures at all. The CBI has concluded that the government's growth mission has currently stalled, and there are others who say that it is positively anti-growth. We Liberal Democrats have consistently said that the government cannot just tax its way to prosperity, it must grow its way to prosperity. And the most effective way of doing that, the single biggest growth lever that the government could pull, would be fixing our relationship with Europe. The Conservative Reform Brexit deal has been a disaster for our country. It has been a disaster for British business. It has left our public finances with a £90 billion Brexit black hole. The Labour government knows it. The Minister has just said it. But for some unfathomable reason, the government will not just get on and fix it. So we Liberal Democrats call on the government once again to get serious about fixing our relationship with Europe.
Hear, hear.
Now, within the government's own red lines, which excludes customs union, single market and all the rest, but within the government's own red lines, House of Commons library research shows that a better deal could raise an additional £25 billion a year in revenue. And with our proposal, Madam Deputy Speaker, of a bespoke UK-EU customs union, we could raise even more. Now, I know that some on the Labour benches will say, well, we've got all these new trade deals. We are fixing this relationship. But once again, the OBR report from yesterday spells it out in black and white. The OBR says that the lasting effects of Brexit more than wipes out the combined benefits of all of the government's new trade deals combined. So if the government wants economic sustainability, it is clear as day what they need to do. The same could be said, Madam Deputy Speaker, about headroom. This time last year, we knew that Donald Trump was heading back into the White House, and we Liberal Democrats warned the government that they had not left enough space in their headroom to sustain the economic headwinds, which were predictable and which were predicted. So we do welcome the fact that the government, as part of their mission to create a sustainable economy, has provided for a bigger headroom this time around. What we disagree with is the way in which they've built that headroom, relying on billions of unfair stealth taxes and other tax hikes on people and on small businesses. This was not a fair choice, Madam Deputy Speaker. A fairer choice would have been to ask the big banks to do their bit. The government knows that if they do nothing on the big banks, then taxpayers will be paying out approximately £30 billion to the big banks between now and April 2031. Not because of any risk that they have taken, not because of any loans that they have made, but all because of a glitch in quantitative easing. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, in the middle of a cost of doing business crisis, the government seems to be happy to see £30 billion of taxpayers' money being paid out to the big banks. Well, we Liberal Democrats are not. And that is why we have called for a windfall tax on the QE-related parts of profits that the big banks have received, which would raise £30 billion for the taxpayer over the next 5.5 years. Our proposal is that just less than half of that could then be spent to slash energy bills by removing levies off bills, but without losing the revenue for insulation schemes which the government has just axed. Some of that money could also be used to slash VAT by 5% for hospitality, attractions and visitor accommodation over the next 17 months until April 2027. This would give a boost to local economies in every single village, town and city across this country to get our economy moving again. That would be the kind of growth stimulus that we Liberal Democrats would pursue. And it's incredibly frustrating to see that the government is not doing more for our high streets. I know that the government will say that they are looking to introduce permanently lower business rates multipliers. Well, let me say this. The government may have introduced permanently lower business rates multipliers, but the new higher valuations have been published this morning. Many businesses are warning that the higher valuations could simply wipe out any benefit at all that they get from the lower multipliers. I have seen an exchange on WhatsApp between some of my pub landlords in St Albans this morning, and when one of them saw the higher valuation for their independent pub, they replied with a single word. That word is the word that Boris Johnson used to describe his approach to business. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am very worried that the combined impact of higher valuations and the new multipliers could put even more of our high street businesses in jeopardy. So I'm asking the government to come clean and publish that combined data as soon as possible. If a minister cannot tell us today, then I hope they will promise that they will come back to this House, stand at the dispatch box and tell this House how many businesses have been brought into paying business rates for the first time and how many businesses might see their business rates go up overall. If it is a bleak picture, then I hope the government will come back and tell us what actions they will take to protect the great British high street. Madam Deputy Speaker, small businesses also need action on energy support too. Just last week, my Liberal Democrat colleagues and I wrote to the government asking if ministers would instruct the Competition and Markets Authority to launch an investigation into the lack of competition amongst energy suppliers and practices which we believe are preventing small businesses from getting the very best energy deals. The Federation of Small Businesses is making the same call too. This issue has got to be fixed, and I hope ministers will look at it. On income tax, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has broken its promise in all but name by freezing income tax thresholds for a further 3 years. This policy, started by the Conservatives and continued by Labour, means that in the tax year 2030 to 31, British taxpayers will pay an additional £67 billion in income tax to the Treasury. The Institute for Fiscal Studies says that these stealth taxes are the largest single tax-raising measure since 1979. The result? Well, the OBR says that disposable income, a byword for living standards, will go down, in large part due to this tax rise. Is it any wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that people in all income brackets simply don't feel any better off? On the so-called mansion tax, we all know in this House that council tax is broken, but adding extra layers does not make it any fairer, and economists from left to right agree. Just yesterday, they all agreed that the government's proposals are complicated. They said it would cause bunching in the tax system. It's a messy compromise. It doesn't raise very much money, and none for around 3 years. It could result in many appeals. It could distort behaviour. This isn't the way to fix property taxes. The Minister chunters from his seat. Well, that was several Prime Ministers and several general elections ago. When the Liberal Democrats called for that, the Conservatives wanted to stay in the EU. I think we can all agree that a lot of water has gone under the bridge. And if the government was serious about pursuing wealth, they could make a much fairer choice and go after the big banks and the big tech giants. On that point about the big tech giants, I would ask why it is that the Chancellor slipped out a review of the digital services tax yesterday without announcing it in the budget. I think we all know the answer, and let me be plain. If the government is gearing up to cut taxes for people like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, whilst raising taxes on struggling households, I think it would be a massive betrayal. On the dividend tax, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Federation of Small Businesses sums it up. It says that hikes to dividend tax mean that the government continues to make investing in your own business one of the least tax-friendly things you can do with your money. Fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the root problem remains. This budget like last year's budget, is nothing more than a Treasury tax grab. The government is still yet to outline a vision for the economy or a vision for the country, and the lack of joined-up thinking is so stark. Last year, the government said it was going for growth and inflicted a growth-crushing jobs tax. This summer, the government's own pension investment review said that 4 in 10 aren't saving enough for retirement, but now the government has announced a measure which the OBR says will reduce pension contributions before the Commission has even had a chance to report. This is a spend now, pay later budget, with pension changes and other expensive additions pushed right to the end of the forecast. Clearly, this is a way to buy time for some growth to emerge, but what happens if it doesn't? The government has had an opportunity to set out its path to delivering the change that it promised, but I fear that it has squandered it. We Liberal Democrats wanted this to be a budget that tackled the cost of living, that saved our high streets, and that was going to go for growth with a better deal with Europe. I'm sorry to say that this budget was botched. It was bungled. It was a missed opportunity. Call it whatever you like. The bottom line is that this budget does not deliver for the British people. I fear that the government has run out of ideas. I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it's also running out of time.
Harbour.
This is a budget that cuts the cost of living for families in Rochdale, boosts apprenticeships and helps the NHS and our public services that were brought to their knees by 14 years, not just of Tory cuts, but coalition cuts. But this is a budget that balances the books as well and puts fairness right at its heart. But it's a Labour budget that puts children at its heart too. And I want to focus particularly on the historic decision to lift the Tory two-child cap, a policy that has punished so many children in Rochdale and across the land, children punished simply for the crime of being born. As a journalist who used to work up in that press gallery for 26 years, I reported on, reacted to and analysed budgets over more than a quarter of a century. And there was always talk of winners and losers in any budget. But after that two-child cap was introduced in 2016, who were the biggest losers? Children. Think about that. Children losing money because of a warped ideology that they were to blame for their parents' poverty. I grew up on free school meals, so I know what it's like to be in a household where money is tight. Indeed, one of the reasons I stood for Parliament in the first place was to reverse the shocking rise in child poverty that occurred under the last Tory government, particularly in Rochdale since 2010. This decision to scrap the two-child cap would not have been possible without a Labour government. But it wouldn't have happened either without the many community groups and anti-poverty campaigners in each of our constituencies. In Rochdale earlier this year, we held a roundtable meeting on the government's child poverty strategy. It was a heartening gathering because in Rochdale we're proud of the many things we do locally for our kids. From never closing Sure Starts, which was tough for the local council, and to providing free breakfast clubs way ahead of any other national rule-out, and by giving kids a Saturday lunch, free lunch if they go to Saturday school. But it was at our round table that was also a sobering gathering, because despite all that, despite everything we've done locally to combat poverty amongst their toddlers and youngsters, many children and many of the adults there and campaigners told us the biggest problem was the national two-child cap that has been a catastrophe for the incomes of many families on low pay or between jobs. Absolutely. So I want to pay tribute to some of those campaigners and community workers in Rochdale. Joe Barker-Marsh, Akub Nazir, Heather Madden, Azreen Akhtar, without whose passion and commitment to helping our children today would not have been possible. Now, I wasn't surprised by the Leader of the Opposition's rant about welfare yesterday. She repeated the Tory misinformation about the two-child cap. She based it on the myth that somehow penalising larger families will stop others from having a third or fourth child. As the Chancellor said yesterday, and as my right honourable friend made absolutely clear at Dispatch Box today, there is no evidence that the two-child cap led to any change in family size. Why is that? Because families have children for a whole host of reasons. Women certainly do not get pregnant to get more benefits. In fact, the real scandal in this country is that having children results in a substantial and long-lasting financial penalty for mothers due to reduced earnings, unemployment and a lack of support, something this government is addressing. ONS research found that 5 years after the birth of a first child, a mother's monthly earnings were on average 42% lower than they were 1 year before the birth. The important point to stress too is this. People move in and out of work for a whole host of reasons beyond their control. Many people have had their third or fourth child before they lost the job, before they became ill, before they were widowed, disabled, or had to care for a sick relative or a disabled child. There's a wider point here too. That word welfare has become a pejorative term. We need to talk more about social security, a safety net that is there for families who fall on hard times through illness, redundancy and no fault of their own. As it has been said many times, more than 6 in 10 families on universal credit are in work. Many are only on universal credit for a few months until they can get back on their feet, or until their children are older, or they can sort proper childcare. Now, no one in this party will defend the tiny minority who game the system. But the tabloid caricature of people lounging about on benefits is far removed from reality, particularly for parents. In the real world, many parents of kids in poverty go hungry themselves rather than let their kids go without. Many cut back on essentials like food and heating because they have to. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation found that the depth of hardship is particularly severe for families with 3 or more children, around 7 in 10 having to skip meals or go hungry. I will give way.
To the honourable member for giving way. We Liberal Democrats really welcome the decision by the government to scrap the 2-job benefit cap. Would he agree with me that, as well as it being the right thing to do, it actually saves taxpayers in the long term, because we know that the costs of poverty do have lasting impacts in terms of people's health and educational outcomes, and that to make the case to the British public, it would be helpful if the government could actually explain that longer term impact that poverty has for the taxpayer?
I thank you for that intervention. I think that's exactly what my right honourable friend set out of the dispatch box today, the positive case for this child poverty move. And in Rochdale, we feel this child poverty more keenly than anywhere. The statistics for my constituency after 14 years of Tory cuts are absolutely shocking. Relative poverty in Rochdale went up from in 2014 to 2024 from 33% to 44.1%, one of the highest rates in the country. Absolute poverty, and I know they like to talk about relative poverty, but absolute poverty went up from 31% to 39%.
Shameful.
The latest figures show that the total number of children in absolute poverty in Rochdale was 9,380 in 2024. But that 44% child poverty rate in Rochdale is just the average. The figures are even worse in individual areas. In Wardenworth, in Kirkholt, in Deeplish, in Smallbridge, in Fairgrove and in Freehold, we have up to 60% of children living in absolute poverty. Children who were the collateral damage of a Tory attempt to get a political dividing line. How disgusting is that? The idea of the deserving and undeserving poor is as old as the Victorian workhouse. We should banish it to the dustbin of history, just as we banish this pernicious 2-child cap to the dustbin of history too. In Rochdale, more than 5,000 children will be lifted out of poverty by this budget. That's 5,000 future nurses, plumbers, engineers, carers, teachers, entrepreneurs, soldiers, now given the best start in life that they need to achieve their dreams and fulfil their parents' potential for them. The last Labour government, which did so much to help children escape poverty, once had a new policy called Every Child Matters. By putting hundreds of pounds in the pockets of Rochdale families, this budget shows that this Labour government is restoring that moral mission as a national priority, sending out the message loud and clear: all kids count.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Rochdale, and I'll be picking up on some of the points that he makes later in my remarks, but I just want to start by characterising the whole budget in the way that we heard from our front bench, which is that this was the nightmare before Christmas budget, because we saw after last year's Halloween budget another budget that has come back for more and more tax on the strivers, the entrepreneurs, the hard workers, the pensioners across our land. And so in the scrutiny of the budget that we do on the Treasury Select Committee, we will be trying to draw out some of these decisions that the Chancellor announced yesterday from the dispatch box. Because it's clear that last year's Halloween budget was the biggest tax-raising budget in the history of the UK, and yesterday's budget was the third biggest tax-raising budget in the history of the UK. So it is quite an enormous burden that we have put on our country. And what we are seeing in terms of the run-up to the budget was also quite extraordinary. The fact that the Office for Budget Responsibility report leaked during Prime Minister's questions, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will be aware that the Chairman of Ways and Means was rightly outraged on behalf of Parliament. And I just want to outline for the benefit of the House the role that the Treasury Select Committee plays in terms of the Office for Budget Responsibility. We've got them in front of the committee on Tuesday. We received a letter today which has been publicised from the Chief Executive, Richard Hughes, outlining the fact that he's undergoing an investigation. But the House may not be aware that actually the appointment of all three senior members of the Office for Budget Responsibility and, importantly, the dismissal of any of those three members is something that has a veto from the Treasury Select Committee. That is written into legislation and may not be something that everybody is aware of. And so we take our responsibility incredibly seriously to get to the bottom of what happened here, because I think on behalf of Parliament we have got to find out what happened. But there was such a lot of skullduggery happening, frankly, in the run-up to this budget. All of these kites being flown by the Treasury, possibly speculation by the media, but all of these ideas culminating on the morning of the 4th of November, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the Chancellor breaking into the nation's breakfast with her doom-laden pronouncements about the upcoming budget. Quite extraordinary and unprecedented, rightly the subject of an urgent question by my right honourable friend. And then, after that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we then had a story in the Financial Times on the evening of November the 13th, which moved the gilt market the minute it opened on the morning of the 14th, about the decision not to proceed with an income tax switch with national insurance. Quite extraordinary skullduggery has been going on somewhere in the Treasury, and I hope that when the Treasury Minister responds to this debate later, that he can clarify what the situation is as far as the instructions that the Chancellor has given to the Permanent Secretary to do a full skullduggery investigation of the Treasury, not just a leak inquiry, but something quite significantly more widespread has happened in the run-up to this budget that I don't think we can accept as a Parliament. I think we need to draw a line in terms of this behaviour, and we really need to get to the bottom of how apparently the Chancellor herself has said to Labour backbenchers that this was the rabbit that she was going to pull out of the hat at the dispatch box yesterday, that she wasn't going to have to increase income tax. Some of the briefing that the Treasury spokespeople did after this leak to the Financial Times was around the fact that the OBR had improved its economic forecasts. Well, we saw in their document yesterday that they hadn't changed their main economic forecast since the 31st of October. So that can't be right either. So there has been some unbelievable, I'm going to call it leaking or briefing or just skullduggery seems to sum it up, from Treasury special advisors, and the role of the Office for Budget Responsibility in this has been very much tainted. But we take our responsibility as a committee incredibly seriously as far as the independence on behalf of Parliament of the Office for Budget Responsibility. Now, turning to the actual measures in the budget, I do want to highlight a couple of them. The first one is to do with productivity. And both frontbenchers, I think, mentioned productivity and the importance of us focusing on productivity, the impact that the downward revision in productivity had on the Office for Budget Responsibility's forecast. But everyone knows that in this country, the private sector has continued to become more productive. And the public sector, both in the last Parliament and around the pandemic in particular, got very much exacerbated. Public sector productivity has still not recovered to the kinds of levels that we had before the pandemic. There is some incredible productivity scarring in our public sector, and I think it would be welcome if the Minister from the dispatch box later could outline how the government plans to tackle public sector productivity. If it returned to pre-pandemic levels in the National Health Service, for example, it would be worth a £20 billion. Possibly all the tax rises in yesterday's budget could have been removed if we got to that level of productivity again. I don't think it's helping productivity that NHS doctors were given a nearly 30% pay rise with no requirement for them not to strike again. I don't think that the decisions that the government has been making really align with getting better productivity out of our public sector. But I'm sure the Minister, when he replies at the end of the debate, will be able to elaborate on that. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, to pick up on the very powerful speech that the Honourable Member opposite made about child poverty in Rochdale. And he will be aware that over the last 14 years, that absolute poverty for children, not in his constituency but across the country in aggregate, did fall. And I think that was largely down to higher employment, but also, importantly, more help with childcare. And I think those are important things to focus on as well in terms of the ability to work and the ability to earn more. But we asked experts last week at the Treasury Committee what the child poverty line is in this country, and I think it's just important for the House to understand what's happening here in terms of the figures that we then got back from the Institute for Fiscal Studies. For a household with 2 children and 2 adults, after they've paid all their taxes and housing costs, the answer for the relative poverty line, we're talking about relative poverty, which is what the Minister mentioned earlier, that is £24,650 a year. So that's the relative poverty line for a household with 2 children and 2 adults. For a household with 3 children and 2 adults, again, after they've paid their taxes and their housing costs, the answer is £28,176. So I think we need to just recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in the budget yesterday, that there will be many people caught by the tax rises in the budget who have much lower incomes than that. There will be widowers. I will give way. May I just make this first point? Widowers who have perhaps a small widow's pension, who will pay more tax because of the decisions that were announced in yesterday's budget. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Honourable ladies, thank you very much for giving way. I have a lot of respect for record in government and also as Select Committee Chair. But does she accept that actually, she talks about tax rises, that the bulk of the tax rises, this Parliament, 4 out of 5 years, are Tory tax rises through the threshold that she and her other colleagues voted for, the free?
Harriet Baldwin. Actually, I'm talking about yesterday's budget. Yesterday's budget, the Chancellor herself announced that she was freezing those thresholds for a further 3 years, and he will be asked to vote in the division lobbies next week for those, I dare say. So no, there are 3 additional years that the Chancellor has just announced. Another person who will pay more tax as a result of the decisions the Chancellor herself announced is a single young person on minimum wage. They will have to pay more tax as a result of this budget. I don't know if honourable members have seen the emigration statistics that were published today, and that hundreds of thousands of our young people are fleeing this country at the moment. And that is something that we should all be very concerned about. A single mother who has just received perhaps a lump sum in a divorce settlement will pay more tax as a result of this budget. A sole trader, an entrepreneur who runs a business, perhaps pays themselves in dividends, they will pay more tax as a result of the budget yesterday. A driver in my rural constituency who needs to drive to go to work will pay more tax because of the budget yesterday. So I think we can see, Madam Deputy Speaker, the choices that the Chancellor made punished those who are the employers, the farmers, the family businesses, the workers, the savers, the pensioners, the drivers, everyone who tries to do the right thing and not be a burden on the state. And I leave the House with one final point. I'm looking forward to his wind-ups at the end of the debate, and I will not give way at the moment. But I would like to say that in terms of the skullduggery that the Treasury seems to have created during the run-up to this budget, that the lingering impression of this budget will be one where the spectre of further tax hikes looms, and the floating of the income tax idea, the floating of all the other tax ideas, all of those taxes will come back like a ghoul in budgets to come. Thank you very much.
And in an attempt to get everybody in today, I'm going to put an immediate 6-minute time limit on. Tonia Antoniazzi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really pleased that the Chancellor has announced that the Government is clamping down on illegal high street activity. Let's call it shop, I think, because my constituent Stuart Evans and his son, who run a fish and chip shop in Gosainen, they raised their concerns over other high street shops that are exploiting cash-only operations. So I welcome the additional funding to support stronger and more joined-up enforcement against those who break the rules. And I'm looking forward to changes in the legislative framework that currently limits trading standards enforcement capabilities. In fact, I'm going to meet trading standards in Swansea very soon. I also welcome the removal of the two-child limit and the abolition of the rape clause, because we're going to see 1,270 children benefiting from that in Gower and 450,000 nationally by the end of the decade. And I'd like to thank the Minister, the Honourable Member from Swansea West, my very good neighbour, for helping my constituents who used to work at the former 3M's plant and the pre-indexation issues that they had with their pensions. So I do thank him. But I'd like to take this opportunity also to raise a couple of other subjects that are very close to my heart. And I know that I have had conversations with the front bench and the Chancellor regarding some of my concerns. I am the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Beer Group, and we recently published a report following... I get all the fun gigs, so, following our inquiry into how brewing and pubs can help drive economic growth. And I'd like to flag this report with him because it is really important. We've seen a change in the business rate, but we also are feeling that this industry has cumulative issues across many different departments. And, you know, it is a key driver. This sector is a key driver of local and national prosperity. And it's such a crucial role in helping to get young people into jobs, and that's why I think the apprenticeship stuff is really good, so I thank the front bench for that. And it's really key that we can get young people working, create good jobs, revitalise our high streets, and I know that strengthening our communities is very much what we need to happen. And also I welcome the reduction in energy costs. But I'm going to keep some of these comments brief, but I do want to bring them up in the chamber. Now, the front bench knows that I am the outskirts of Swansea. I have many agricultural, I've got a large agricultural community, and I'm really concerned over the well-being of this community. Look, no one denies that we need to reform inheritance tax in the agricultural community. And I genuinely welcome the small move that's going to help farmers, and that's the disposal arrangements where widowers can transfer relief to themselves from their spouse. But I really hope you don't mind me saying it. I know there's an image that farmers don't pay tax. Now, that's nonsense. Of course they do. But that change doesn't address the impact on the elderly and terminally ill. It also penalises divorced and single farmers. So can I gently urge the front bench and the Chancellor to look at the finance bill and consider the recommendations from my committee, the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, Welsh Affairs Select Committee and the EFRA Committee, and look at potential government amendments to move this into a better place. You know, if we can remove the anti-forestalling clause, especially for lifetime gifts, I'm not going to be having phone calls and conversations with people in the agriculture community that they may be thinking of taking their own lives before the 6th of April this year, because those are the conversations that people are having with me and other MPs across these benches. Please, can I urge you to think about it, because this is a community that feeds us, feeds our nation, and they need to have the year of the Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak in this debate, and I also am pleased to follow the Honourable Lady in her speech and agree with what she says about farmers and draw attention to my register of members' interests. This budget was an omni-shambles. Not only have the government been dripping leaks for the last month, which has undermined the market and business confidence, the OBR in error yesterday published on their website the budget 45 minutes before it was given at the dispatch box. This is unprecedented. The pound went down, hedge funds were already betting against the market, and some made millions. This does not provide confidence and stability in our public finances. It is undeniable that we are now in a much worse financial position than we were when we were responding to the budget last year. Yeah. To put simply, the government is spending more than this country can afford. Last year, the Chancellor announced £40 billion in tax rises. We were promised that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime increase and that this would have filled the so-called black hole. So why has the Chancellor come back this year with another huge tranche of £26 billion of tax rises? This tax burden is equivalent to 38.3% of GDP by the end of this Parliament. And staggeringly, it is at an all-time record high of tax on this country. Interestingly, spending will go up, but many will go up now, but many taxes will not go up until 28/9, around about the time of the next election. So MPs opposite should take careful note of this measure that the government introduced yesterday. A growth rate of 1.5% per annum is lower than forecast, and growth per head is at the bottom of the G7 league. However, for the OBR to downgrade productivity rate to just 1% by 29/30 is alarming because it implies that growth will continue to flatline. Staggeringly, the chairman of the OBR has said that nothing, I repeat, nothing in the budget will score towards increased growth. The Public Accounts Committee, of which I have the privilege to chair, has been banging on the drum to put more money towards digital skills and the use of AI in all government departments and agencies. In the spring statement, most departments were allocated more money towards new technology. We've heard time after time in the Public Accounts Committee that old legacy IT equipment needs to be replaced because large learning models such as AI need new digital technology to be able to accommodate this. Also, old analogue systems are much more prone to cyber attacks. Yet any improvements in efficiency are offset by the debt and the interest to service it. Last month, the UK national debt has reached a staggering record amount of 2.6 trillion. And by 29/30, the debt interest alone will be £136 billion a year. That would be the third largest department if it were a government department. And it doesn't treat a single child or educate anybody else. I'd like to now turn to the one thing I can say about this budget. It's not being discriminatory. It hurts working people, savers, pensioners, drivers, farmers, homeowners, businesses, and I could go on, are all being taxed more to pay for this out-of-control spending. This is not a budget for working people. It's a budget to pay for the massive increase in the welfare state. Indeed, as a stark example, the government announced yesterday that it would increase the Help to Save scheme for universal credit claimants, which of course is tax-free, whereas ordinary working taxpayers will see the tax on their savings increase by 2%. Where is the fairness in that? The OBR has forecast that the welfare state is going to rise by a staggering £73.2 billion to £406.2 billion over the next 5 years. One of the aspects of the economy at the moment is the unemployment rate has increased to 5.1%. At the end of last year, it was 4.3%. So we now have, sadly, 1.79 million people out of work. And I suspect that everything that was announced in the budget yesterday will only increase that figure more. And as I said in an increase on my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, what is really sad about those figures is the unemployment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds is nearly 5%. I now go on to the two-child benefit. In April 25, 37,020 households in the UK on universal credit with exactly 5 children, and an additional 18,260 households with 6 or more children existed. As a father, I know how much it costs to bring up children. It is the best decision I ever made, but I know the costs associated with childcare. Many parents up and down this country, including my constituents, are taking tough decisions about not having any more children. And these parents are paying out for those, they are having to work harder to afford their existing children. Where is the fairness in this system? Briefly.
Paul, what would happen if he had 3 or 4 children and he were to fall ill or have to care for a sick one? Would he then expect those children to suffer from that plight?
Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
It's always possible to find cases which are very difficult to deal with. In government, you have to make decisions about the totality of the population, and I think that it is up to parents on benefit to think very carefully about how many children they have and the circumstances that they might find themselves in. No, I won't give away any more. I've given away once on this subject. Our wealth-creating sector is shrinking, and whereas the public sector is ballooning. Yet it is this government's policies that are punishing businesses and wealth creators. The freezing of tax threshold is a tax rise, which she had confirmed many times from the dispatch box. She has confirmed that it will now be frozen for another 3 years. Every time it's frozen, it brings more people into the tax net. In this case, it's forecast to be another 750,000 being brought into the tax net. The 2% savings on dividends is another penalisation on those working hard to save their money. Where are the incentives to save money if the government is now taking more of their savings? Finally, hospitality businesses are going to be hit hard in this budget. In the North Cotswolds, they are at the heart of the community. Yet at around the moment, one pub nationally is closing its doors every day. I don't see any pub landlord welcoming this budget.
Order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for the North Cotswolds, and it's a great pleasure to speak in this budget debate. And I direct members to my register of interests. This is the second of what will be many Labour budgets that will help this country to rebuild our public services, rebuild our public finances, and to bring down the monumental national debt, all at the heart of delivering long-term economic sustainability, growth and fairness, which is our great task after 14 years of Tory and Lib Dem mismanagement. I want to touch on 2 issues closest to my heart as MP for Exeter: the start-up and scale-up economy and child poverty in Exeter. Today, over 1,000 start-ups are active across the South West region, and our start-ups are not just growing in volume, they're growing in value too. The average venture-backed start-up in the South West is now worth £11 million. What's more, 5 of the UK's top 50 start-up constituencies by funds raised are in the South West: Bristol Central, Filton and Bradley Stoke, Bristol East, Bath and indeed Exeter. That's 10% of the national total in a region too often overlooked. But what's most exciting is what's coming next. Half of our startups are at seed stage, brimming with ideas and ambition. These are the major employers, major innovators of the future. These are the businesses that will supercharge Exeter's economy and help deliver economic sustainability and prosperity. And that's why I was really pleased to see changes in the budget that will support new businesses in my constituency to start up and then to scale, helping them to raise capital, attract talent and stay competitive here in the UK. First, the significant expansion of the investment limits for both the Enterprise Investment Scheme and the Venture Capital Trusts means that from April 26, Companies will be able to raise much larger sums, with annual limits doubling to 10 million and lifetime limits rising to 24 million, and even higher thresholds for knowledge-intensive companies. This means more ambitious ideas can be funded right here in Britain, particularly in sectors like green engineering, AI, biotechnology and fintech, these sectors that will power the next decade of economic leadership in this country. Second, this budget strengthens one of the most powerful tools for fast-growing firms, the ability to attract and retain the skilled people who make innovation happen. By expanding the Enterprise Management Incentive Scheme, increasing the employee headcount eligibility to 500 and raising the asset and share option limits, we will ensure that startups can continue to offer meaningful equity to their teams as they grow. This gives scaling companies the firepower to compete with big employers, to keep talent in the UK, and to ensure that workers share in the success they help create. Together, these reforms do send a strong signal that Britain backs bold entrepreneurs, and we want the next global success stories to start, scale and stay right here in the UK and in Exeter. And indeed, just today, one of my contacts in the startup world said that entrepreneurship was at the heart of this budget in the way that has never before been seen. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want everyone in Exeter, no matter their upbringing, to know that they can achieve their potential working in startups, scale-ups or elsewhere in the economy and public services. And that's why I was pleased that this budget rightly puts fairness at the heart of our national mission. And nowhere is that mission more urgent at this moment than the fight against child poverty. Because child poverty is not a statistic on a page, it's children in Exeter whose parents are going without meals so they can eat. It's a family making impossible choices, heating or food, rent or clothes. As one of 5 children growing up in a council house, I know what it's like when every penny counts. Nationally, more than 2.7 million children were living in poverty last year, 22% of 0 to 15-year-olds, more than 1 in 5 children across the UK. We all recognise that it's not only unsustainable, it's morally indefensible and a catastrophic consequence of 14 years of Tory and coalition government. In Exeter today, around 3,000 children aged 0 to 15 live in relative poverty. That's 19.9% of all our children, 1 in 5. Earlier this year, I convened a local roundtable in Exeter with charities, schools, housing providers and health leaders. We asked the hard questions: where are families slipping through the gaps? How do we redesign support so that children are not left paying the price of economic insecurity? The message was clear: child poverty is family poverty. It's not isolated to any one department. It cuts across the housing system, the labour market, childcare and education. It affects health, mental well-being and lifetime opportunity. But I am proud that this government is not looking away. We are tackling the barriers that families face head-on right across government through expansion of free school meals, funded childcare and beyond. And that's also why I welcome the Chancellor's decision to lift the 2-child benefit cap, a long overdue change that will raise 450,000 children from poverty. But I know that we will go further, which is why I've been engaging with ministers on the creation of the child poverty strategy, so we can take a whole government approach, tackling the causes, not just the symptoms. Because simply raising benefits is not enough. I want every child in Exeter to break away from intergenerational poverty, to succeed and fulfil their potential in life through their own work and their own achievements. We've already started this process of rebuilding hope and opportunity for young people. I've spoken in this chamber before about the gutting of Sure Start, which was one of the most transformational programmes of the last Labour government. I'm delighted that we're restoring Sure Start style services in communities across the country, evidence-led, family-centred support that helps children keep thriving from the very beginning. For my city, these services are not an optional extra, they're foundational. If we want children to arrive at school ready to learn, healthy, safe and confident, this is how we do it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget recognises that fairness is not something that trickles down, it's something that we build. Exeter children need us to build it now. They've waited too long under the last government, who simply failed a whole generation. We must ensure that circumstances a child is born into will never limit the life they are able to lead. And so therefore I'm proud to support this budget and proud that this government is choosing to put children first.
Claire Young.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The theme of today's debate it covers fairer choices, so I want to look at whether the choices made yesterday really were fairer. On energy bills, I welcome the removal of the main green levies from electricity bills. They created a perverse disincentive to switching away from gas at a time when we need people to do so, to decarbonise heating. And it causes particular hardship in a rural constituency like mine, where a significant number of households are off gas. But I note it is only a temporary move, with the Resolution Foundation saying that £55 is set to be added back to energy bills in 2029-30. So I urge the Chancellor to look carefully at Liberal Democrat proposals that would reduce energy bills by half by 2035. I would also flag to the Chancellor that constituents in off-gas areas have raised concerns about what they see as the unfair tax treatment of lower carbon fuels, which they see as a more realistic option for reducing their carbon emissions in the short term. Is it fairer for businesses? Well, businesses across my Thornbury and Yate constituency are struggling, facing a dangerous mix of higher costs and lower consumer spending. Before the budget, Liberal Democrats called for an emergency 5p cut to VAT for hospitality, accommodation and attractions to help these businesses stay afloat and also help people to be able to afford to enjoy the occasional treat. It is something that businesses across my constituency have called for recently, and it would have helped attractions as varied as Bristol Zoo Project, The Wave and Derham Park, as well as hotels, pubs and restaurants across the constituency. However, the Chancellor has ignored our calls, while also failing to introduce fair reform of business rates to ensure that these businesses can continue to grow and thrive long into the future. Is it fairer for children with SEND? The last Conservative government left councils facing huge pressures, and the best way to fix that is to address the black hole caused by the crises in social care and SEND provision. But what the Chancellor announced yesterday failed to give the clarity that is desperately needed when it comes to the existing SEND deficits. My own council of South Gloucestershire, which I was leader of until being elected to this place, has long grappled with historic underfunding and rising demand for SEND support. It is one of the F40 group of the lowest funded authorities and one of those who entered into safety valve agreements because of these rising deficits. We need clarity about what will happen to those historic deficits after the government takes this in-house. And were they fairer choices for my constituency and the wider South West? While the Chancellor did remember the South West exists this year, the budget did little more than that. Where is the support for our rural transport? Where is the support for our farmers who travelled to Westminster yesterday to plead for the Chancellor's support? For the last year, I've been helping their campaign to reverse the damaging change to farmers' inheritance tax. Where is the support for our communities facing river and surface water flooding? This is an issue I have repeatedly raised here in Parliament, including in last year's budget debate. At least £13 billion will go to mayoral strategic authorities, but not to the West of England. We were also excluded from the new £912 million Local Growth Fund. And while the decision to extend business rates retention was a small crumb of comfort for authorities like South Gloucestershire, extending it does not mean councils can rely on existing funding from this scheme continuing, thanks to rebaselining. So to conclude, I urge the Chancellor to talk to MPs of all parties from the South West and to give our region the support we deserve.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to welcome this budget because despite the difficult economic times that we are in, the Chancellor has made decisions that are strong, that are sound and that are fair. It is a strong budget, more than doubling the fiscal headroom to £22 billion. It is a sound budget, improving the economic efficiency of some of our taxes and maintaining our capital investment in the country's future. And it is a fair budget, lowering the cost of living, saving us money on rail fares and energy bills, and raising 500,000 children out of poverty. Firstly, on the headroom. This Chancellor has the strength to do what previous Chancellors have shied away from doing. Headroom is important to buffer us from the volatility in the global economy, and it buffers us against shocks that we cannot predict. And I'm glad to see that the Chancellor has also followed the IMF's recommendations to assess the fiscal rules annually, which will improve the predictability of policy making. Now, yesterday during the budget debate, the Shadow Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash, accepted my intervention when I asked him why he had left us with the lowest headroom in the history of the OBR. He said that he didn't raise more headroom because he would have had to cut spending or raise taxes, and he wasn't prepared to do those things. So I do take the Shadow Minister speaking in this debate with a pinch of salt when he says suddenly they have dreamt up plans in opposition in the last 12 months when they didn't have such plans in 14 years of governing. The Right Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash's response was that he wasn't prepared to do the things that were necessary. It's a bit like saying to your flatmate, you didn't do the washing up because you would have had to tidy up and get your hands wet, and you weren't prepared to do those things. So he took the weak option. He shied away from the important economic decisions. He left us with his dirty plates, and he's now lecturing us about making difficult choices. But I am, after all, glad for his honesty and his acceptance of my intervention, because it shows us a deeper truth, that the previous Tory government couldn't cut further, because they had already cut everything they could cut, and then some more. Courts backlogged for years, prisons overflowing, child poverty at the highest this century. Secondly, this is an economically sound budget. Different forms of income shouldn't be taxed differently. And this is not just about fairness, it's also about economic incentives. Landlords shouldn't be paying lower effective rates of tax than their tenants. And those who can afford the accountants shouldn't be able to benefit from structuring their income as dividends, thus paying a lower rate of tax. So I welcome the raising of rates on property, savings and dividends to make them closer to the rates paid on earned income, reducing the bad incentives to restructure income for tax avoidance. Because the tax system isn't just about raising funds for public services, it's also about shaping the economy, building in the right incentives to encourage productive behaviour. So I'm glad to see the Chancellor reform the system of enterprise investment and venture capital trust schemes, and will us to review the tax system's impact on entrepreneurs. And I meet many of them in my constituency in Reading, which is a brilliant place for all scales of company, from university spin-outs to world-leading giants. We have a particular concentration in life sciences and pharmaceuticals, as well as in IT services the OBR might be able to benefit from. Whether it's visiting Oxford Quantum Circuits in Thames Valley Science Park, or a blockbuster film set in Shinfield Studios, I see my constituents building the British industries of the future. And when I speak to schools, I encourage those children to dream big and to take their share in that future. But what of those children? The last Conservative government put 700,000 more children into poverty. Almost 1 in 3 children are growing up in relative poverty, the highest this century. And in my constituency of Early and Woodley, which is easily in the richest fifth of all constituencies in the UK, I get letters from parents who can't feed their children during half-term holidays. Because of the Chancellor's budget, 1,750 children in my constituency will be lifted out of poverty. Now, I know that the Right Honourable Member for North Cotswold said it's possible to find cases of people falling into poverty. I'd urge him to look at the figures. Poverty can befall anyone. In the largest longitudinal household panel study we have, Understanding Society, finds that the poverty entry rate, those who start off above relative poverty one year, who find themselves impoverished the next year, is around 8%. That means 1 in 12 of our constituents on any given year can find themselves suddenly in dire straits. 1 in 12. Because of divorce, bereavement, illness, bad health, bad luck. And that is what the social security system is for. 70% of children growing up in poverty are in working families. So there is something wrong with an economy that produces these outcomes, and it's important that this government is raising the minimum wage, giving workers more power to negotiate their terms in the workplace. But at the same time as fixing those foundations, we have to put out the fire on the roof, because poverty is an urgent challenge. If we don't address it now, it threatens to burn the house down. We speak a lot about the post-pandemic cohort of young people who are not in employment, education, or training. But why are there so many? This is the austerity generation. And new evidence published yesterday by the Work and Pension Select Committee shows that individuals exposed to multiple childhood adversity, such as poverty and poor parental bad health, were 5 times more likely to be NEET. And an estimated 53% of NEET cases today were attributable to persistent poverty and family adversity. Our children are the future of our economy. We have to invest in them and invest in our future. And that's why I'm proud to support a sound, a strong and a fair budget.
John Lamont.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government came to power with so many promises. The Chancellor promised to kick-start economic growth. She promised not to increase the taxes of working people. Well, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, now in government they are doing the exact opposite. If it can be taxed, the Chancellor will tax it. Your electric car, your holiday, even your taxi home after a night out. I'm afraid this Chancellor and the benches opposite are completely out of touch with how the economy works. And the statistics speaks for themselves. Unemployment across the United Kingdom has surged. 19% more people are now without a job since this Labour government came to power, including almost 100,000 jobs lost in hospitality. The government inherited inflation that was bang on the Bank of England's targets. Now it's almost doubled. That is why there is a cost of living crisis out there in the real world. Economic growth is going in the wrong direction, forecast revised down next year and predicted to be lower in every remaining year of this Parliament. That is this Chancellor's record and her legacy. In advance of this budget, we have seen wild speculation about what the Chancellor would present in her budget. Endless rumours of more tax rises, kite flying by the Treasury. How can we expect any business to plan or invest for the future if the rules of the game continue to shift in this way? And of course, this situation is a whole lot worse in Scotland, where the SNP government have made us the highest tax part of the United Kingdom. Now I would like to focus on two of the choices which this Labour government have made in this budget in my speech today. Firstly, the family farm tax. Yesterday I met farmers from across the United Kingdom who came to protest about this Labour government's decision to introduce the family farm tax. I was disappointed I didn't see many, if indeed any, of the Labour members opposite taking the time to speak to the farmers outside Parliament. And I have to say I was utterly disgusted at the last-minute cancellation by the Metropolitan Police, and perhaps this government was involved too, of the farmers' rally in Whitehall yesterday. Farmers are devastated by the Chancellor's decision not to reverse this cruel tax. It's not because they don't want to pay their fair share. They already do and are a vital part of our economy for protecting our countryside, rural communities and our food security. But because they simply cannot afford to pay this cruel tax. And I entirely agree with the comments. I've just finished this point, but I entirely agree with the comments by the Honourable Member for Gower, sadly is not in her place just now, who highlighted very clearly the anguish that many farmers are facing, not just in her constituency, but in my constituency and across the United Kingdom. And it's with deep regret that the ministers opposite are sitting with their hands over their ears and refusing to listen to the plight of our farmers. I'll give way to the Honourable Member.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's delivering a searing indictment of this budget. Does he agree with me that the intention perhaps of this farm tax was to take in multi-millionaire so-called slipper farmers, but does he experience in his rural constituency, like mine, Dumfries and Galloway, in fact it's hitting tenant farmers?
Yep. My honourable friend is absolutely right. If the intention was to force overseas investors and trust funds and others out of the farming sector, attack big landowners, it is doing the complete opposite. It is destroying the family farm sector, it is forcing tenant farmers out as well, and is seriously impacting on our ambitions in relation to food security. And the family farm tax is yet another broken promise by this Chancellor, who made no indication that Labour would do this before the last election. The supermarkets agree. Tesco, Sainsbury's, Morrisons, the Co-op, Marks and Spencer's and many more have expressed their concern over how this tax will impact farmers and how our nation's capacity to produce our own food will be impacted. Now, I understand this. I grew up on a farm, and the consequences for our rural communities of the Chancellor's failure to reverse this cruel tax will be catastrophic. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 weeks ago I visited dozens of small businesses across the Scottish borders. Corner shops, greengrocers, butchers, manufacturers, gift shops and many, many more. And the same issue came up with almost every single one of them. That is the extremely tough business conditions they are having to operate in just now. The impact of the jobs tax, which is forcing many of them to delay hiring decisions or even laying staff off, and additional red tape that is forcing good employers to jump through totally unnecessary hoops. In fact, the average cost of a member of staff has surged by almost £1,000 per month thanks to the jobs tax and the government's employment rights bill. And to make matters worse, because of the state of the economy, customers have less to spend on their goods and services. It's all adding up to be an economic nightmare. The Chancellor's decisions are pushing our economy into a tax doom loop. Higher taxes to fund more spending. That in turn harms our economic growth, and surprise, surprise, the Chancellor receives lower revenue. And again, she comes back to ask for more tax rises.
On that point,
happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I entirely endorse the argument he's making, and wasn't the big punishment in yesterday's budget, the increase in taxation on dividends, which is saying to our wealth creators, our entrepreneurs, the people who actually create the jobs, don't bother.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There's absolutely no incentives being created by this budget for people to invest, to people to take the risk, to grow their business, to set up a business, and is sending out all the wrong messages which we want to be creating in a country which has traditionally been full of entrepreneurs. Now, because of this doom loop that the Chancellor has created, it's always going to be hard-working businesses and families who pay the price for her economic failure. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor could have made much better choices in her budget. She could have saved £47 billion, including £23 billion from welfare, avoiding the need to increase taxes in this way altogether. She could have introduced a cheap power plan to bring down energy costs for homes and businesses. But the Chancellor has not listened. She has not learnt from her mistakes that she made in last year's budget. This Labour government promised economic stability. This budget does nothing to make that a reality, and it is why those of us on these benches will be opposing this budget so strongly.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The budget the Chancellor delivered yesterday set the course for a fairer Britain founded on a stronger, more resilient economy. It will make a real difference to people in my constituency of Norwich North. It tackles head-on the cost of living crisis, which has had such a terrible impact on so many. And much of the crisis, of course, had its origins on the benches opposite, when members oversaw devastating austerity policies, a blundering Brexit, and a Liz Truss-sponsored economic crash. In contrast, the Chancellor was clear about her mission, to build a stronger, fairer and more secure economy. She was clear, we will not go back to austerity, we will not pass the debt burden on to the next generation. Instead, we will tackle the cost of living pressures head-on, with targeted and funded interventions to deliver support where it is most needed. And key to this is the theme of the debate today, because only with economic sustainability and by making fair choices can we deliver a better Britain. So firstly, and I didn't hear the members opposite welcome any of these choices, to tackle the cost of living and to put more money in people's pockets. Energy bills cut by £150 off the average bill, prescription charges frozen, rail ticket prices frozen for the first time in 30 years. For my constituents, taking the train from Norwich to London on an annual season ticket will save around £600 a year. That's a Labour government bringing down everyday costs for working people. And secondly, Mr Speaker, I want to talk about the fair choices being made to deliver for children and young people. As part of Parliament Week last week, I visited Thorpe St Andrews Sixth Form. There were many excellent questions, and many students asked me specifically about jobs, opportunity and making work pay fairly. There were specific questions about the minimum wage, and I am pleased to welcome the increases, which of course were recommendations from the Independent Low Pay Commission, because that will mean that for the national minimum wage for workers aged 18 to 20 will be up by 8.5%, and for under 18s and apprentices up by 6%, and of course overall the national living wage up by 4.1%. And alongside this, can I welcome the investment in the Youth Guarantee, £820 million guaranteeing anyone out of work or study for more than 18 months a paid job. That's a Labour government delivering a stable economy for the next generation with fair pay, opportunity and lower national debt. Next, let me turn to children. Approximately a third of children in Norwich live in poverty. Your chances in life, whether you go to school with a coat on and a full belly, should not depend on the circumstances of your birth or how many siblings you have. That is why I welcome the decision to abolish the Conservatives' cruel two-child benefit cap. This will lift 1,900 children out of poverty in my constituency, and across the whole of Norwich, nearly 4,000 children, and of course 450,000 nationally. And as many members have mentioned, let us remember that the majority of children affected by this policy are in families where one parent works. This is not only the right thing to do for our children, but in all our interests too, because making children poorer costs us and damages our economy in the long term. And I am proud that we are abolishing the horrendous rape clause. No longer will women be forced to undergo the humiliation of proving that their child was born as a result of rape in order to receive extra support. Children should not pay the price of political choices, and this Labour government will make sure that they don't. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to public services. I welcome the announcement of 250 new NHS neighbourhood health centres, building on the 5.2 million extra NHS appointments already delivered. I'll be working hard to make sure we get one in Norwich North. Fixing the NHS is one of the biggest priorities of my constituents, and I know that this government will continue to focus on it. And my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about the East of England. It is a brilliant place to live, work and do business. Indeed, the recent Opportunity East report highlighted that our region is a powerhouse of national growth, generating £214 billion in gross value added annually, with nearly £10 billion of private R&D investment each year. There are many excellent businesses of all shapes and sizes, entrepreneurs and start-ups like those based at the Norwich Research Park. So I welcome the measures to back entrepreneurs and start-ups in the budget. And I wanted to welcome already the investment we've seen in our region, the historic investment in Sizewell C, which will create jobs and opportunities for the whole region and indeed for the country. Yesterday, the Chancellor announced billions of flexible funding for 7 mayors to invest in their areas. As Norfolk and Suffolk elects our mayor next year, I urge the government to continue this approach and back local growth and local leaders because, as she said, the benefits of investment and growth must be felt in every corner of our country. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have seen a budget in stark contrast to what we saw under the party opposite, when living standards for many of my constituents in Norwich North fell. The Chancellor has set out a budget that is about creating a fairer future for everyone, that builds a stable country for Britain today and Britons tomorrow. It is sad that many on the benches opposite reject those choices that have been made. Because we reject austerity, we reject decline, and we reject unfairness. Instead, we want a future where workers are paid fairly, where people can pay their bills, where we take action to end child poverty for good, where everyone can see a doctor when they are sick, and when we have a strong and sustainable economy for generations to come. That's the future I've been fighting for since I was elected, and I will continue to fight for. Thank you.
Kirsty Blackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by welcoming a few things that were included in the budget. I was contacted yesterday by the Pension Protection Fund, who were talking about the indexation of pre-1997 pensions. The member for Caerphilly, whose constituency I cannot pronounce, fought hard in relation to this in the Pension Schemes Bill, and I spoke about it on a number of occasions. I'm pleased that this change is being made, and I think it will make a real difference to the oldest and poorest pensioners who are covered by the PPF and the FSA. Secondly, I want to talk about the two-child cap. Alison Thulis, my previous colleague, fought very hard to get the rape clause removed and is delighted that this change has now been made. This has been something that the SNP has worked incredibly hard on, not just over the course of this Parliament, where we have moved 2 votes in the House specifically on the two-child cap, but in previous Parliaments, because we know it is the most cost-effective way to take children out of poverty. In fact, in Scotland, we had tabled yesterday measures to mitigate the two-child cap in Scotland from next year. Thankfully, we will no longer have to mitigate that policy because the UK government has agreed to do it. We are pleased that this has happened, and we're very glad that the government has caught up. I would, however, say that it has taken a period of time. About 100 children a day have been pushed into poverty as a result of keeping the cap in place. And I would invite Labour members to reflect on the fact that a number of their colleagues were suspended for supporting us in scrapping the two-child cap, when clearly it was the right thing to do. If it's the right thing to do today, it was the right thing to do then in order to get children out of poverty. In relation to the welfare bill in total, I've heard a number of people talking on the radio. I've heard a number of people on particularly further to the right parties about the growth of the total welfare bill and the fact that by the end of the forecast period it will reach £406 billion. Now, I would point out that the growth that is happening is about 91.5 billion. Almost half of that, 44.4 billion, that's 48% of that, is in pensions alone. I think it is not right to couple these two things together when we're talking about the growth of welfare. I understand that people do, and I understand that the Red Book and the Blue Book do couple them together. However, when people who are trying to say that we should get the welfare bill down are talking about this £406 billion figure, they really need to be clear that half of that increase is in pensions. Half of it is because we have got the triple lock on pensions and because we've got an increase in the number of pensioners that there are. If you look at the OBR's figures, the Fiscal Risks Report that was published in July, out to 2070, there's a significant increase in the percentage of GDP that is going to pensioners from 5 to 7.7% by 2070, which I'm aware is quite a way in the future. However, we need to be clear that because of the growth in the numbers of older people, because of the numbers of older people who are living longer, there is an increase in the number of pensioners and therefore an increase in the amount that we're spending on pensions. I think it's right for the government to have to justify why it's increasing the welfare bill, but I think talking about that entire 406 billion figure as an increase in the welfare bill is not the right way to go about it, if that's what you're looking to tackle. Just a couple more things that I wanted to raise. In terms of energy prices and the cost of living generally, the Labour government, when they came into power, promised a £300 reduction in energy prices. We have, even with the Chancellor's changes, seen a continued increase in the cost of energy. In fact, it's more, it will be more, even with a £150 rebate, it will be more money on energy bills for the average family than when the Labour government came into power. The SNP put forward a proposal in advance of this budget talking about a bank levy similar to one that was introduced previously, specifically to pay £300 to every to the bill payers in order to ensure that the Labour promise was made. We still believe that the cost of living is too high. If you look at the 4.9% level of food inflation currently, it's impossible not to buy food. Right? Everybody has to buy food, just like they have to pay for energy. You can avoid taking foreign holidays, you can avoid buying a car, but you can't avoid buying food and paying for your home to be heated. So I think those inflation figures are really key and important. And just lastly, as you would expect me to talk about the Energy Profits Levy and the oil and gas, yesterday alongside the budget, the North Sea Future Plan was published. The North Sea Future Plan includes once in this entire document a mention of the Energy Profits Levy, and that's just when it's talking about responses to surveys. The government does not mention the Energy Profits Levy once in this entire document. The emails that I get from people in relation to the oil and gas, in relation to the just transition, the Energy Profits Levy is the key measure that is causing 1,000 jobs a month to be lost. If economic growth is the government's key priority, if it really is the government's key priority, they need to look at the Energy Profits Levy, and they need to do it before 2030, because my constituents are losing their jobs and that economic growth is failing as a result of this UK government's policies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Had our productivity grown at the same rate as media speculation, the UK would have been in a much stronger fiscal position ahead of the budget. All the more credit then to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, for delivering a budget for working people, lifting children out of poverty and equipping our economy to grow at the same time as a masterclass at the dispatch box. There was another performance which was, well, magical in its way, that of the members opposite, who have managed to forget their economic vandalism, their fiscal incompetence, their social sabotage, and pretend the UK's economic situation is nothing to do with them, even as the OBR downgraded its productivity forecasts to reflect their past productivity failures. It's like some Westminster edition of the Bourne Identity, without Matt Damon, well, perhaps the Shadow Minister thinks he is Matt Damon, but with a whole political party who wake up not knowing where they have been for the last 15 years. But the North remembers, and particularly the North East. We are a great and vibrant region, the engine of the Industrial Revolution. It was growing up in Newcastle, surrounded by the legacy of great Geordie engineers and inventors, and in a culture that championed making and building things, which inspired me to become an engineer. but the wealth created by our region's industrious workforce has not been enjoyed by us. Despite having world-leading companies and research institutions, the North East now has the lowest GDP per head in the UK at £28,000. Every region in the country is below the national average of £39,000, except the South East at £41,000 and London at a whopping £69,000. The Conservatives responded to the global financial crisis with the economic equivalent of leeches, sustained austerity resulting in the slow strangulation of the economy and my constituents' wages. Annual earnings for full-time employees in the North East actually fell during that time. And despite Tory talk of levelling up, we see the same regional disparities in labour productivity, which is also indirectly a measure of capital investment, both physical and human. If we could just lift the North East per capita GDP to the national average, it would increase UK GDP by over 1%, almost the same GDP growth as we had for the entire country in 2024. And that is why the Chancellor chose to turn her back on the Conservative austerity and make the tough decisions necessary to invest. Let me focus on just two areas: science and social justice, the twin passions of my personal politics. As a Geordie and as chair of the Select Committee on Science, Innovation and Technology, I am delighted to see the £30 million new facility in my honourable friend, the member for Darlington's constituency, which will accelerate and develop the development of novel RNA therapies from labs to market to tackle cancer, heart conditions and infectious diseases. And I'm also really excited by the budget measures to support innovative businesses to grow and investors to invest beyond the startup phase. My committee's inquiry into regional innovation and growth heard wide-ranging evidence that disparities in investment, access to capital, skills, infrastructure and integration of universities and local economies all needed to be addressed if we are to ensure that our region benefits from Britain's scientific strengths. Unfortunately, the inquiry also revealed an enduring complacency and lack of regional focus in many Whitehall departments. So I urge the Chancellor to go further to address the barriers to regional growth and particularly echo the hope of our regional mayor, Kim McGuinness, to see more infrastructure investments in coming months. The last government's record on social justice stained our nation. Children growing up in households where heating and eating were daily sources of stress. Cutting £150 from the average household energy bill, extending warm home discount to a further 3 million of the poorest households, expanding free school meals, breakfast clubs and improving nutrition will make a real difference to young lives and cut the cost of living for my constituents. And the Chancellor's high-value council surcharge will go some way to righting the ridiculous situation where a family in a Band D home in Newcastle pay more council tax than someone in a £10 million property in Westminster. And finally, the decision to scrap the two-child limit in university will change for the better the lives of 4,960 children in my constituency alone and put almost £7 million back in the pockets of local families. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an honour and a privilege to support a Labour Chancellor delivering a Labour budget in the interests of every region and every working person in this country.
Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow the Honourable Member for Newcastle upon Tyne, but I'm afraid I have to disagree with what she has said this afternoon. I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this budget will not improve the lives of my constituents of Romford, who are hard-working people that pay their taxes and contribute to the society and don't want the state to take money out of their pockets in the way this government are doing. The people of Romford are market traders, small businessmen, shopkeepers, entrepreneurs, city workers and company directors, the kind of people who will set their alarms early each day to get up for work, to earn an honest living, to support their families. But this budget will hold my constituents back. It will stifle growth, increase the burden on hard-working families, and demonstrates what seems to be a complete disregard by the Chancellor to support the genuine aspirations of the British people. The government are taxing people beyond that which is reasonable or sustainable, whilst they show no serious attempt to reduce the size of the state, cut back the over-bloated public sector, or get people off a life of benefits and back to work. This budget has radically increased taxes on working people, and the freezing of the income tax threshold is, I am sorry to say, nothing but an underhanded method, taking yet more tax from my constituents. In fact, 800,000 pensioners will be put into the 40% tax bracket, so that means they will be poorer in my constituency, and they will resent that, I can tell the Minister. The tax burden is now the highest that it has been since the Second World War, and my constituents will rightly ask what they are getting in return for this additional payment to the state. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain is spending way beyond its means, and our government appears incapable of making serious cuts that are essential to restore our finances. The Conservative government before should have done a lot more as well, but this government is compounding the problem and making things far, far worse. So, if we carry on taxing and spending like this, our economy will continue to fall into a downward spiral. We need a radical change of approach, or I fear Britain faces bankruptcy. Margaret Thatcher, Madam Deputy Speaker, rebuilt our economy in the 1980s based on sound money, living within our means, cutting taxes for hard-working people, reducing the size of government, reforming the labour market and making it flexible, curtailing the power of the trade unions, abolishing exchange controls and creating an enterprise culture that generated prosperity and incentivised the wealth creators for many years to come. And that approach led to decades of economic prosperity inherited by the governments of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, only to be mucked up by their Labour policies at the time, leaving the Conservatives to start to rebuild the economy once more. And so the first woman Prime Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, got it right. But the first Chancellor, the first woman Chancellor of the Exchequer, I believe, should now take a leaf out of Mrs Thatcher's book. For the Chancellor to freeze rail fares and give bumper pay rises to the public sector whilst taxes rise to the highest level in living memory to pay for it makes no sense to me whatsoever. This is economic illiteracy. Then there is the millions for electric vehicles, representing yet more subsidies for the green agenda and more money thrown at the failed eco experiment. The British people are no longer willing to fuel the fantasy of net zero to the detriment of our British industry. This is not economic ambition, this is an ideological obsession for which now has little support. My constituents of Romford have no time for the net zero agenda anymore. They can see that it is only making Britain poorer with much pain for little gain. The government's social engineering taxes are without doubt what Winston Churchill described as the philosophy of envy. VAT on private schools has added additional pressure on the state sector and has been the cause of the closure of large numbers of private schools. This has been so harmful to children and harmful to the standing and success of our education at home and abroad. The family farm tax is another example of how the government's policies are causing misery and harm to our rural communities and to families who for generations have farmed the land to feed the nation. It should be cancelled, and the government should apologise to our farmers. And now we have a wealth tax disguised through a levy on property which represents a dagger to the very heart of private property. This is an attack on the very notion of ownership. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have massively over-bloated welfare state, and I have no confidence that the Labour government will seriously tackle this issue. It is time to get back to common sense, sound economic management, and so let's remember what Margaret Thatcher achieved for our country.
Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome a number of announcements in the Chancellor's budget addressing the issues affecting the lives of my constituents in Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend. Despite the challenging headwinds the Exchequer faces, the Chancellor decided to protect the £120 billion of additional capital investment she set out at the spending review and introduce measures to ease the cost of living pressures. Balancing the books by reducing capital spending would be to dismantle growth. The North cannot afford that if the productivity of our major cities, like Newcastle, is to catch up with European peers. Exactly. News on the cost of living is also welcome, with the average family due to save £234 next year from energy support and fuel duty measures. The decision to freeze rail fares and prescription charges will come as a sigh of relief to families up and down the country. And I also support the 4.8% increase to the state pension in line with our commitment to the triple lock. And on social security, I am delighted by the decision to scrap the two-child benefit. This is a progressive Labour choice that builds on the work the government is already doing on child poverty. The rollout of universal breakfast clubs, the expansion of free school meals, and now the removal of what has been a moral stain on Britain for the past 8 years. The Tories reacted with anger. Today I welcome it wholeheartedly for the 2,940 children in my constituency who will be impacted positively by this measure. I want to commend the Chancellor for the steps she has taken on taxing profits made by gambling firms. Remote gambling is associated with the greatest levels of harm. For some it isn't entertainment, it's a rapid decline into addiction, mental health struggles and debt. Yesterday, the government struck the right balance. Land-based gambling is lower stakes and takes place in a more regulated and social environment. The sector is a source of investment for our high streets, which have been beleaguered for a number of years now. And I'm also pleased that those high streets will be supported by the introduction of permanently lower business rates for eligible properties, the lowest tax rates for over 3 decades. Whilst I welcome the introduction of maintenance grants for disadvantaged students, I hope the government will listen to the higher education sector's concerns about the proposed international student levy. According to the Office for Students, 45% of universities are set to report a deficit this year. Diverting international tuition revenue at such a fragile moment for the sector could lead to additional course closures, staff redundancies and reductions in student support services. I urge the government to review the levy mechanism before implementation, publishing full sensitivity analyses using realistic assumptions for international student demand. Whilst I hope the Treasury will seek to identify alternative sources of funding for maintenance grants, I urge the government to introduce transitional protections should the proposals be introduced in 2028. I also hope the Treasury will examine the exclusion of PhD researchers from the government's expanded childcare offer. Because stipends are not classed as taxable income, they are denied access to this support. Will the Treasury team work with the Department for Education to explore solutions that ensure researchers receive the same childcare offer as other working families? And with regard to our North Sea, I remain deeply concerned about our offshore energy sector. Net zero is our future, there is no denying that. But the transition must be fair, managed and prosperous. David Whitehouse, the Chief Exec of Offshore Energies UK, has warned that waiting beyond 2026 to reform the Energy Profits Levy will see 1,000 jobs continue to be lost every month. More energy import and a contagion across the supply chains and our industrial heartlands. I want to echo his words that this is not over. We will keep pressing for change. I couldn't make a budget debate speech without mentioning the vaping industry. Illicit products, underage sales and rogue retailers undermine public trust in what is the most effective form of smoking cessation. I am pleased that the government has announced plans to give border officers and tax officials greater power to tackle the surge of prohibited e-cigarettes on our high streets across the country, with police having powers to remove illegal vapes on the spot and fine shop owners up to £10,000. Madam Deputy Speaker, a licensing scheme would then be an icing on the cake. To conclude, politics is about values, which are always tested when the going gets tough. Against the backdrop of challenges, this government has reaffirmed its moral commitment to tackling poverty and getting our economy back on the track.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Chancellor is sick of hearing her own words from last year quoted back to her, that extending the threshold will hurt working people and take more money out of their payslips, before yesterday freezing income tax thresholds and dragging 1 in 4 people into higher rate or additional rates of tax and pushing the tax burden to an all-time high, 38% of GDP. And today is refusing to rule out coming back for more, blindly copying the playbook of the last Conservative government. She is the continuity Chancellor. And still no vision for growth, just the old-style Labour tax and spend. It's like new Labour, wealth creation, pays for better public services, never happened. Because the government may like to blame the Conservative benches for the downgrade in OBR growth, but the OBR has also said that none of the measures in the budget will boost growth. In fact, the budget may actively harm growth. The OBR says itself, slower wage growth and higher taxes mean living standards will rise more slowly than expected. And take the raid, for example, on pension contributions. The OBR tells us that employers will pass on the cost of the £4.7 billion tax raid on pension contributions to employees with lower wages and less generous schemes. The CBI has data showing that 3/4 of employers will decrease pension contributions as a result. It's a tax on those doing the right thing. And this after government policies have harmed businesses in the first budget, including the national insurance increases that have put thousands of pounds onto the load of my businesses in my constituency of Easham Walton, causing them to hire less and cut hours for the very people that this government says they want to protect, those part-time workers and therefore low paid, often with caring responsibilities. Higher unemployment in turn means more spend on universal credit. Indeed, a £1.8 billion more spend on universal credit as estimated by the OBR on unemployment. It's all the wrong way round. One long-term successful business owner in my constituency of Easham Walton said to me yesterday, the whole thing is just depressing. I could work for another 10 or 20 years creating wealth for the economy, but the government is making it so hard I may as well retire. And if I was in my 30s, I wouldn't choose to do it here anymore. I would move overseas. She, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of our wealth creators. She creates the growth we need. And another large business in my constituency who once felt confident about investing in Britain, creating growth, hiring new staff, now telling me that they are scaling back plans, postponing projects altogether and contemplating offshoring. Talking of supporting people trying to do the right thing, let us now turn to landlords. One of my constituents in Easham Walton, who is known as a very decent landlord, told me yesterday I may as well pull out. What is the point? I get 2% gain on my properties. I may as well put it in the bank and get 4%. This policy will take rentals off the market and increase rents, and is a place like Easham Walton where rental prices are sky high means more people won't afford to live there. And the property tax. This will gum up the housing market, distort the market, bunch properties for sale below the threshold. The surcharge says it will raise more than £600 million, but it will be offset by £200 million behavioural impact. So the take-home is £400 million, a rounding up figure, except in London and the South East, those properties might not be such big houses where the average pound per square foot prices are higher, and in them are likely to be pensioners. Public First have said that 2/5 of homeowners in bands G and H are pensioners. Older homeowners, I haven't got time, will watch its value soar over the years, will be hardest hit by this granny tax. They are asset rich but cash poor. They may be forced to sell up at reduced asking prices, and more properties will get dragged into the mansion tax net. As they do, the proportion of terraced houses, flats and semis will join them. And worst of all, this isn't a serious attempt to reform property tax, including business rates, stamp duties and the council tax. Like this budget, it is tinkering and meddling around the edges. This is a patchwork budget that doesn't take us much further forward. Where has the National Mission for Growth gone? It's a low-growth budget from a low-growth government which thumbs its nose at the wealth creators, and it doesn't tackle some of the big questions. Where is the money in the plan for adult social care? Where is the money in the plan for the £14 billion deficit in SEND provision to help the local authorities that are about to go bankrupt? It's a smorgasbord of contempt for aspiration and growth, and in doing so, the government has not only abandoned working people in my constituency of East Wharton, it has waged a quiet war on aspiration itself. I am pleased that this government lifted the two-child benefit limit, and my party laid out how we would do it. But you know, this benches know as well as I do that poverty doesn't end there. And if you need to tackle poverty, you have to create the growth to do it with. There is an alternative, and the Liberal Democrats have laid it out. Our plan to turbocharge economic growth by repairing the £90 billion Brexit black hole caused by the previous Conservative government. The UK needs to negotiate a new bespoke customs union with the European Union, a modern arrangement designed around the needs of British businesses and workers, which would raise £25 billion a year, instead of a budget that taxes work, punishes investment and stifles aspiration and still fails to deliver for public services. A budget that tells wealth creation...
Order. Graham Downey.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I was going to begin saying it is a privilege to follow the Honourable Lady who did remind us, as the Shadow Chancellor at the beginning, when we were talking about films of Back to the Future, and that really was 2010 all over again. I think a couple of steps to the right, so to speak, perhaps, may well be in order. Madam Deputy Speaker, the constituents of my in Dunfermline and Dollar tell me every week what matters to them, and that is what this Chancellor has delivered with her budget speech. A speech delivering on the main issues that affect people, bringing down the cost of living, ensuring that working people in every corner of the country keep more of what they earn. A Labour budget in every sense of the word. Focused on helping the people who need it most, lifting families out of poverty and creating new opportunities for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be one of the founding members of the Living Standards Coalition on this side of the House, and we have worked and hear every day about how important these issues are and how those changes we have heard about are pressed for simply because we know that these are the actions which matter most to the people in our constituencies and which will make their lives better. The alternative, Madam Deputy Speaker, proposed by the members opposite, something else out of a film, except it was The Wolf of Wall Street, a failed ideological lurch back to hated austerity, a cruel experiment that shattered public services and pushed millions of people across the country into poverty and despair. The Chancellor's budget yesterday announced that there will be no return to those dark times. Responsible choices, stabilising the economy and putting money back into people's pockets. With the increase in the national living wage and the national minimum wage, the Chancellor has shown yet again that this is a government laser-focused on making work pay, ensuring that those working hard to get ahead do feel a sense of fairness. And to the 10,000 Fifers who will benefit from these members, this Labour government is fighting for you now and will go on fighting for you day in and day out. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has shown what matters most to the British people and matters most to us. No more fear and uncertainty from Tory mismanagement. Bills down, wages up, pensions up, more money in your pocket, a promise made by Labour and a promise kept by this Labour government. We have already seen this government deliver trade deals, and just last week a £4 billion agreement with Indonesia that secured hundreds of jobs at Rosyth in my own constituency.
And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Scotland, the Chancellor confirmed the budget will be no more return to austerity in Scotland, with the Scottish Government receiving a further £820 million and putting Scotland at its heart. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, Scots have seen lengthened NHS waiting times, delayed trains, struggling schools, but this budget today has laid the foundation that will allow Anna Sarwar, as the First Minister in Scotland, to rebuild North as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, keeping fuel costs down is vital to those people in my constituency and something I've led campaigns on in my time in Parliament, and I very much welcome the Chancellor's freeze in fuel duty, saving money for people in my constituency, another measure supporting people and small businesses in Dunfermline and Dollar. Madam Deputy Speaker, as well as we are also looking after older generations, particularly those that have served our country and powered our past. One of the first acts of this government was to right the historic wrong, to overturn the injustice that diminished the miners' pension scheme and return pension funds to the pockets of retired miners. Madam Deputy Speaker, that was an issue I discussed with the then Chief Secretary of the Treasury the day after the last budget, of the need to continue to support those on the British Coal Superannuation Scheme, the BCSSS. And thanks to myself and colleagues from across the Labour Party and Coalfields MPs, we have seen that change announced by the Chancellor as well, benefiting 176 families in my constituency alone and almost 700 across Fife. And I would like to pay tribute to the BCSSS campaigners like Alan Kenny in my constituency and across the country. Justice for these people, Madam Deputy Speaker, means more than money in the pockets of workers whose labour quite literally kept the lights on in this country, ensuring that these retired workers now have financial flexibility and security, and inevitably boosting the local economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that supports working families and lifts them out of poverty. And as others have said today, we cannot allow the false choice to exist. We must always remember that 70% of children in poverty come from working families. Working people working hard to support their children and needing just a little bit more help from this Labour government. And the scrapping of the two-child limit will benefit an estimated 1,400 children in my constituency alone. And while we're talking about righting historic wrongs, something I've not heard discussed too much in this debate so far is that this Labour government's COVID counter-fraud commissioner recovering £430 million, Madam Deputy Speaker, of our money from scammers enabled by the party opposite. Madam Deputy Speaker, Fife will also benefit from £40 million of Pride in Place funding, thanks to this government supporting local communities and building local infrastructure, schools, community capacity in the areas that need it most. Funding only available because of the choices made by this government and this Chancellor. We will use the funds we have to support the people who need it most, bringing down bills, putting more money in people's pockets and creating a prosperous and economic future. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is about fairness, stability and hope. It delivers for Dunfermline and Dollar, Scotland and the United Kingdom, promises made and promises kept, and a future we can believe in, and this budget will have my full support.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I reflected on the title the government has offered up for today's budget resolutions debate, Economic Sustainability and Fair Choices, I have found myself wondering on what planet anyone could possibly call yesterday's budget sustainable or fair when we see in the forecast GDP growth down every year from 2026 to 2029, CPI inflation up 3.5% this year, taxes increased by £26 billion, the unemployment rate will hit 4.9% in 2026, the size of the state itself increasing to 44.8% of GDP, borrowing up by £11 billion, and debt interest higher in every year of the forecast. That is not the makings of a sustainable economy. That is not the makings of growth, and that is certainly not fair on the taxpayers that are going to have to shoulder the burden to pay for it all. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I go around businesses in my constituency, from the retailers and the hospitality businesses on the high streets of Wendover, Princes Risborough, Great Missenden, the pubs in the villages, the furniture manufacturers in Princes Risborough and surrounds, the literal rocket scientists and big businesses at Westcott Venture Park, they all tell a picture of preparing for things to get worse, of saying that they are not planning to take on new employees or even apprenticeships. They are not planning Oh,
thank the honourable member for giving way. Can I ask him if he had a similar conversation with his constituents after Liz Truss's disastrous budget, which he supported, and what did they say then?
Madam Deputy Speaker, they're like a broken record. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that the last government certainly made a number of mistakes. We put our hands up to that, but we left employment high, unemployment at a record low. Jobs were being created every single day of the last Conservative government. Yet businesses now are either planning on not taking on more new starters, or like Rumsey's Chocolatier in Wendover High Street, have already, because of Employers NI, because of business rates, because of the looming Employment Rights Bill, have already had to lay people off and cut the hours of other employees they have been able to keep. That is the real-world consequences of this Labour government's policies. And yesterday in the budget, the dividends tax struck right to the heart of the entrepreneurs, those small business owners who risk everything to create growth, to employ people, to create the jobs that we want to see in our economy. And it has given them a message: there's going to be less in it for you, if anything at all. So many of these businesses are working on such narrow margins, are working their absolute socks off, almost for nothing, and this government is making it even harder for them. That is no way to run an economy. And then we look at a number of businesses I'm lucky enough to have many of in my constituency. Around 90% of the land area of Mid-Buckinghamshire is agricultural land. I have many farmers. I talk to them as often as I can. My party held our emergency farm and food summit at Fleet Marston Farm in my constituency just a couple of weeks ago, where my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and the Shadow DEFRA Secretary and Shadow Farming Minister joined me to hear again directly from farmers the impact the family farm tax will have. The impact that will see them either have to sell up to a third of their farm to meet that tax bill, or take on a level of debt that would take them over 40 years to pay back. From the NFU and many other organisations and Farmers Direct, they have tried to reach out, including yesterday on Whitehall, to get Labour MPs, to get government ministers to listen, to understand the real-world consequences of their decisions. And yet in the budget yesterday, it was entirely lacking of anything other than the transferable allowance to actually take away that stress, that anxiety, and that exponential threat to British agriculture that the family farm tax, as well as the changes to BPR, represent to family businesses and family farms up and down the country. Because I can assure anyone that challenges this, that it won't be other farmers that buy that land when farms have to sell to meet the inheritance tax bill. It will be property developers, it will be all sorts of other concerns that will not keep that land in food production, and the nation's food security will suffer as a direct result of yesterday's failure to scrap the family farm tax. Now, I want to talk briefly in the last couple of moments I have about another issue that I have been focused on for a number of years during the last Parliament and this, and draw the House's attention to my co-chairmanship of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the Loan Charge and Taxpayers' Fairness. And I am grateful to the now Chief Secretary of the Treasury and the new Exchequer Secretary for the time that they have taken to reach out on this issue. And some of the announcements yesterday were welcome off the back of the McCann review. However, I'm sorry to say to the House that it has not met with total joy from the victims of the loan charge, because there will still be many people caught up in the loan charge being asked to pay amounts of money that they simply still cannot afford to pay. The Chancellor and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and other ministers are on record when they were in opposition as referring to victims of the loan charge as being directly victims of mis-selling, and that the perpetrators, those that promoted these schemes, should have been brought to justice. And what we got yesterday was nothing of the sort. We didn't get that fully independent review that the APPG and the Loan Charge Action Group had been calling for. And what we've got is a place where many simply won't be able to pay it. Many people, despite the concessions yesterday, are now over 55. 40% are over 60, a quarter already retired. Their ability to find the amounts of money being asked for is just not there. And likewise, the offer on the table is nothing like the offer that we find that some years ago that the big banks were offered in the region of 10 to 15% settlement. So I would urge the Exchequer Secretary to go back to look at this again and deliver a genuinely fair settlement to everyone caught up by the loan charge and pursue those that sold the schemes.
Adam Jogee.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate. Now, there are many measures announced yesterday that will make a real difference to the lives of the people I represent back home in Newcastle-under-Lyme. To whom much is given, much is expected, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this side of the House received a mandate and the trust of the people last year, and so we on this side must get on with the job of getting our country back on track, and this budget helps us do that. Communities like mine in the industrial heartlands believe that hard work should always pay off, that people should contribute their fair share, that nobody should walk by on the other side, as Holy Scripture tells us, and that everyone in our United Kingdom should be able to live with dignity, opportunity, and be able to get by and get on. Nobody in a country like ours, rich in people, in ambition and in potential, should ever be forced to choose between heating and eating. Nobody should be left living on social security when they can and should, if able, be at work and benefiting from the dignity and power that work provides. Now, I'm grateful for the announcement on the BCSS. This is something that I've campaigned hard for, alongside colleagues like my honourable friend from Easington and my Staffordshire colleagues and neighbours in Stoke North, Cannock Chase, who's behind me, I can hear him, from Burton and from Lichfield, and yes, Dunfermline too, and many others. Men and women from Newcastle-Lyme who worked down the pits in our coal industry, who fuelled our economy, who kept the lights on, will now finally get the justice that they deserve. Yeah. They'll get the money they are owed, and it couldn't come fast enough. In our United Kingdom, no child should grow up in poverty. That's why I welcome the decision to tackle real injustice and real inequality and lift 1,770 children out of poverty in Newcastle-under-Lyme. I'm glad 2 local schools back home, the Meadows and Langdale, have already received funding for breakfast clubs, and I'm looking forward to more of my local schools benefiting so no child goes to school hungry. Newcastle-under-Lyme is home to many wonderful family farms and the farmers and their families who live on them. People who tend to our land, who feed us and who keep our country going. I've raised their concerns, which I share, on the proposed changes to APR for farmers. I welcome the sensible concession yesterday that will allow for a clearer and smoother transfer of relief between married couples and civil partners. But I do urge colleagues on the front bench to consider the threshold. Going for the baddies who land bank is right, it's the right thing to do, but we must not allow an unintended impact on small family farms, because those who should pay must be made to pay. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend Gavin Wayne for raising the issue of family farms as well. I have a number in my own constituency. Does he agree with me that it is important to make sure we do strike that balance in his part of the country as well as in the devolved administrations to make sure we are putting the tax burden in the correct place while also protecting small family farms?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who gives voice to the fact that we are one United Kingdom, and that approach must be made in Scotland as it is in the centre of our collective universe, Newcastle-under-Lyme. Madam Deputy Speaker, the challenges facing our farming industry, and this is important, the challenges facing our farming industry didn't start last July. We all know that, but we on this side now have a chance to give our farmers the support that I'm afraid the previous Conservative government failed to do so. It's easy to be gloomy about the state of the world, but there is always hope, Madam Deputy Speaker. This weekend we will mark the first anniversary since the cowboy operators at Wally's Quarry landfill site were finally closed down. 147 days into my time as RMP, we finally secured justice for the people in my community forced to live with a disgusting and disgraceful situation at Wally's. A sign that things can only get better, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I pay tribute to all the campaigners who worked so hard with me over those first 147 days as RMP. With this budget, we are fixing the roof, and if it's not shining, Madam Deputy Speaker, then it certainly isn't raining outside. We will see more children eating properly and not going to school hungry. More parents able to work without worrying about childcare. More former miners finally seeing justice and receiving the money they rightfully owed. Prescription charges frozen, rail fares frozen. More pensioners able to afford to heat their homes and buy Christmas presents for their grandchildren. The disgusting rate clause gone. More people able to afford their energy bills with a £150 cut to those bills. Yeah. More young people supported into life-changing educational and employment opportunities. Support for farmers, but much more to do, and I hope the Minister has heard that for the third time in this speech. More support for universities like Keele University and colleges like Newcastle College in my community, receiving the support they need to continue providing a world-class British education. More doctors and nurses, and I declare an interest, my wife is a nurse, an excellent one too, as are all of her colleagues, but more doctors, nurses, NHS staff getting the credit and support they richly deserve. This budget will not change the country overnight, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will not solve every issue immediately, but it sets us on a path to a fairer, better, more inclusive United Kingdom. I will always shout loudly when we show the difference that a Labour government can make. I will speak truth to power when we need to do things better. And I will always make sure that the people of Newcastle and Lyme are heard loudly and proudly in this place. We have much to do, so let's get on with it.
Yeah. Sir Christopher Chope.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and I thank him for his support for the campaign against the family farm tax, and I think and his courage in speaking out in favour of abolishing that impost upon our farming communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that this is the worst budget that I've ever witnessed as a member of this House, but I also think it's fair to say that it generated the best response I've ever heard from the Leader of the Opposition. And I congratulate my right honourable friend on the way in which she dealt with the matter. And I'm going to start off by referring to part of what she said in her excellent speech. She said, "The Chancellor has, by her own admission, broken her manifesto promise on income tax. In the last budget, she said, I am keeping every single promise on tax that I made in our manifesto, so there will be no extension of the freeze in income tax thresholds. She also said that extending the threshold freeze would hurt working people. It would take more money out of their payslips." And what did the Chancellor say yesterday? She had the gall to say in the conclusion of her speech that she had been, while keeping every single one of our manifesto commitments. It's hardly surprising, Madam Deputy Speaker, that disillusion with politics and the political system in our country is running so high, because that sort of betrayal, not just of a manifesto commitment, but even of things that were said last year. I happen to be one of, I think, the only Conservative MP at the CBI dinner last year, when I heard the Chancellor say to Rupert Soames, the President of the CBI, that she wasn't coming back for more, that there was a clean slate, and that they weren't going to increase taxes. And yet she seems to have disregarded what she said a year ago to the CBI. Was she seduced by Rupert Soames? I don't know. But whatever, did she mean what she said? Or didn't she mean what she said? It's hardly surprising that people don't trust this government any longer. And I equate where we are now with those who had the misfortune, I don't know whether you ever did, Madam Deputy Speaker, to travel on Belgium's national airline, Sabina. Because the people who travelled on that airline developed the acronym, "Such a bad experience, never again." And that is exactly what the view is of those who voted Labour for the first time at the last general election. They're saying, never again. They witnessed the arrogance, the incompetence and the downright deceit of this Labour government. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's worth putting on record the extent to which taxes are now increasing. Table A5 of the Blue Book sets those out. And I put this in the context of what the Chancellor of the Exchequer said on the Today programme this morning. When asked whether she would rule out further tax increases in this Parliament, she said she declined to answer. She said she wouldn't, in essence. But so let's remind ourselves of what the tax increases already are set out in this budget. Income tax in 24-25 was 305.9 billion. It's going up to 410.9 billion by 29-30. That's an increase of 105 billion, or over 1/3. National insurance going up from 171.4 billion to 239.2 billion, an increase of 40% over 5 years. Business rates rising from 32.1 billion to 41.9 billion, an increase of 30% over 5 years. Council tax rising from 47.4 billion to 63.3 billion over 5 years, an increase of at least 1/3. And inheritance tax rising from 8.3 billion to 13.5 billion, an increase of 60% over 5 years. It's hardly surprising, is it, Madam Deputy Speaker, that people are feeling poorer and betrayed. Very few people will be able to experience increases in their own household income of anything like those proportions in the next 5 years. And that's why this budget is such a disaster and such a betrayal of the national interest. And coupled with it is a very unhealthy development, in my view. And I hope you, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be able to discuss this with the Speaker. And that surrounds the way in which so many people were identified in their constituents as having contributed to the Chancellor's decisions. And it struck me that we are in a series now where people are being bought off by the Chancellor in order to support her. And I think that's an extremely unhealthy development. It's basically what we had to deal with in the United States, and we don't like it at all.
Anna Geldert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget sets out fair decisions to benefit communities across the country that have felt the strain of the last decade. And they expect to see the change they voted for delivered and the cost of living brought under control. So I'm delighted that Cornwall's potential has been recognised with the new £30 million Kernow Industrial Growth Fund. This new fund demonstrates that Cornwall has a leading role to play in once again powering the UK economy. Mining is at the heart of our story in Cornwall, and with this new support, we can begin the next chapter, one where the role of critical minerals and other core industries helps unlock the next great industrial revolution, including greener, cheaper energy. The fund will support local businesses and workers. It combines investment with stability through extended business rate retention and sits alongside wider opportunities through the National Wealth Fund, the British Business Bank and GB Energy. These choices support secure year-round jobs. And this combination of investment, stability and real change for the majority of working people is reflected throughout the budget. South East Cornwall will feel that in terms of both local growth and family finances. Families gain real support. Wages have risen faster in the first year of this government than they did over the last decade, reducing energy bills, freezing prescription charges, as well as fuel duty and rail fares, will be very welcome by my residents in South East Cornwall. The changes to universal credit will also bring thousands back into work, which strengthens local labour markets in places like Liskeard, Torpoint and Callington. One of the most significant steps is the decision to scrap the two-child limit. Shockingly, child poverty rose by 900,000 between 2010 and 2024. And I say shockingly, but I'm not sure if this truly shocks those opposite, who presided over this decline. And I know what child poverty looks like. I know how it locks people out of opportunities through no fault of their own. And I know how hard schools, campaigners, charities and other support systems work to try to bridge that gap. But some gaps require systemic change. And this budget will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, That's what systemic change under this Labour government looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
In South East Cornwall, relative child poverty stood at 21.7% in 2023. That's almost a quarter of our local children who entered school already facing hardship. Growing up in poverty makes you less likely to be in work and earn 25% less aged 30. So that's not good for kids, it's not good for the adults they become, and it's not good for our economy.
Yeah.
This budget reduces that pressure and gives families a more secure start. And for too long, local healthcare has been a challenge for residents in South East Cornwall. So I'm pleased to see that Labour is backing our NHS with extra support, investment in healthcare technology and the creation of 250 neighbourhood health centres will cut waiting lists and improve access. Yeah. The NHS neighbourhood rebuild opens up more than 120 new centres by 2030, including improvements at Truro Health Park. Backed by real investment, they are not fantasy priorities. Local residents in South East Cornwall rely on services in both Cornwall and in Plymouth, and these upgrades will bring benefits right across my region. Young people get new opportunities as well. Investment in school libraries, new playgrounds, improves learning and well-being. An £820 million investment to support young people by guarantee a place in college, an apprenticeship or personalised job support. This free apprenticeship training for under 25s in small businesses will help local employers across South East Cornwall. That's 1,854 SMEs in my region who will be able to train and retain young people. This is a real chance to build a local skilled workforce and keep that talent at home in Cornwall. So Cornwall needs the tools to strengthen its visitor economy in a way that benefits our local people in the long term. So an overnight visitor levy could be an important step. And we rely heavily on tourism. Yet residents often feel the pressure of those summer peaks without seeing the long-term benefits.
Hear, hear.
So the power to raise local revenue and reinvest in our community projects could create a fairer balance and support a more resilient local economy. I also welcome the new announcement for farmers and their families. The ability for spouses to transfer any unused agricultural and business property relief allowances gives farming families more certainty as they plan for their future. South East Cornwall is a proud rural and coastal constituency, and I've been working with many local farmers to ensure their views are heard in my discussions with ministers. Fixing thresholds and closing loopholes strengthens confidence, but I know there is further work to do. I will give way.
Greg Smith.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Whilst the spousal transfer is a very narrow measure that might give a couple of years or maybe a decade's relief from this, at the end of the day, those farmers will still have to sell massive chunks of their farm to meet this inheritance tax bill. What does she say to her farmers when that point comes?
Anna Geldert.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and allowing me more time to make my points, which is that farming is at the heart of my community. I know, and I'm very glad to be debating with you on this point. So farming is the heart of my community. I'm working hard with ministers to ensure that the new changes are reflected. As I've said, there is much more work to do. I particularly welcome the clear recognition of Cornwall in this budget. Alongside the Kernow Industrial Growth Fund, the government's commitment to work with the Council of Europe to increase the UK's formal recognition of the Cornish language under the European Charter for European and Minority Languages matters. It matters because Canuic remains at a lower level of protection compared to other Celtic languages. And that is why I introduced my own 10-minute rule bill focused on Cornish language and heritage. Opposition parties talk about leaving the European Convention on Human Rights. Cornwall fought hard for our national minority status and the frameworks that protect our language and heritage. So I don't want to see that thrown away. I want to see a wider use of Canuic in signage and place names, which I know will boost our local economy as visitors flock to see it. This budget moves us in the right direction. It doesn't complete the work, but it delivers a fair step towards repairing Britain and rebuilding the opportunities in places like South East Cornwall. I'll continue working, as I have since being elected, to deliver real investment, strong public services and a local economy that works year-round.
From after the next speaker, there will be a 5-minute time limit. Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. G.K. Chesterton said, "It is human to err, and the only final and deadly error amongst all errors is denying that we have erred." And yesterday's budget brought to stark relief the Chancellor and this government has erred, and worse, is in denial about that error. The UK faces a twin-pronged fiscal crisis. Public debt is around 100% of GDP and rising, and debt interest making up about 3/4 of the deficit. And public spending, at close to 45% of GDP, is near to a high in post-war years. Much of this failure is systemic, and governments of all colours have failed to address some fundamental macroeconomic challenges. Yesterday's budget only fails to fix that entrenched mess. It does not even acknowledge it's happening. As the global liberal order decays, we face global economic challenges of a scale we haven't seen for 100 years. AI risks transforming the job market. A recent study by the National Foundation for Educational Research forecasts up to 3 million jobs could disappear by 2025. Employment in sales, customer service occupations has fallen by more than 10% since 2021, and around 12 million people in England currently work in occupations which are deemed to decline. This requires government to play a role. Government can be a force for good. This House took far too long to recognise the damage that would be done by the internet, and finally, when those horrors were obvious, legislated. We need to restrict AI where it does similar damage, rather than indulge this naive faith in technological change at all costs. Now, the old comforting bourgeois assumptions about the benign nature of globalisation and this faith in technological change risk endangering many of the jobs that I've described and the purpose and pride which they fuel. The US President was right to impose tariffs on cheap goods, destroying vital US industries. In response, China is dumping surplus goods in Europe. It's been estimated that 3 million industrial jobs in the EU are at risk from the surge of subsidised imported goods. In response to these existential threats, the government seems frozen in time. Too much of the establishment remain wedded to dysfunctional orthodoxies. We are playing by the rules of the game when the important players have left the table. You can't continue to proselytise the case for unbridled free trade when the two biggest economies in the world, China and America, have given up on it. We have to protect those industries critical to our national economic interests. We have to build greater economic resilience by reindustrialising, by manufacturing again, by ensuring that more of what we consume is made here in Britain, with the jobs and skills and reassurance that provides. An economy can fuel, can nourish communal health, but it can't in a world which is wedded to globalised multinational corporate companies which are careless of the difference they make to communities like mine in Lincolnshire and across the country. So, where here in Britain and the Western world, living standards are stagnating, productivity growth has all but disappeared, and the state grows ever bigger in the face of rising poverty and worklessness. Why then does the political class continue to profess a blind faith in an economic model that has delivered record levels of state dependency? Their assumption that little can be done to reverse the inexorable process of industrial decline is simply wrong, and the experience in the United States suggests otherwise. Once you tune out the noise surrounding President Trump's on and off tariffs, you can hear the faint stirring of industrial revival. A detailed study of the impact of tariffs in the President's first term found that once the pre-existing declining manufacturing employment was accounted for, tariffs contributed to rising employment in areas with a large presence of protected industries. Neither did the consumer prices surge there, despite the predictions of liberal economists. Imagine the benefits of consistent and coherent trade policy that puts the needs of British industry first. I happily give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that in a world where capital and labour is highly mobile, and in a world which is increasingly pressured as a result of energy costs, the very best thing the government could do is pare back the regulation that inhibits the ability of manufacturers to compete competitively, and pare back the regulation that prevents the UK from being a very attractive destination for such capital and labour?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a valuable point. Both governments and these big corporates welcome a regulatory system that disadvantages small and innovative companies. Big organisations quite like regulation because they can cope with it because of their scale. Small organisations struggle with it. They simply don't have the resources to deal with it. So just imagine the potential benefits, consistent, coherent trade policy that puts the needs of British industry first. In 1979, manufacturing accounted for 30% of GDP in Britain. Today, it's just 8.5%. Manufacturing employed 21% of the workforce in 1982. By 2023, it employed just 8%. By some measures, this is the greatest deindustrialisation of any major nation in time. We can and should build a different economic model, a new order. We need a fundamental rethink of our economic model, breaking from the failed orthodoxy that currently prevail, to what Hilaire Belloc and G.K. Chesterton called distributism, where local economies, introspective, feeding communal health, shorter supply chains, mean that we can make more of what we need here in the UK, fueling schools, skills, nourishing communities. What Chesterton and Belloc intuitively understood was the excessive concentration of economic power harms society and fuels the discontent that many people in Britain feel today. Real wages stagnated, whilst at the top, in particular large corporations, often based overseas, accumulate huge wealth and huge power. We can build that new order. Small family businesses enrich the places in which we live. Mutuals and cooperatives sustain communal and economic health in localities. We can do this, but it requires a radical rethink of the economic orthodoxy. The budget doesn't suggest that rethink, and all parties must step up to the mark and understand we now live in a post-liberal age where a new order is possible. Let's together build that new order to deliver the common good and to sustain our national interest.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think undoubtedly my constituents will be watching this budget debate closely, asking what does it mean for them? Will it sort out the cost of living, fix the NHS, help pay down the national debt? What they will have seen then from my right honourable friend the Chancellor and her ministerial team is a budget with those issues at its heart. Over 14 years, this country experienced the steepest fall in living standards in living memory. The planned rise in the Minimum Wage Act next April is just one step towards alleviating those problems for the lowest paid in society, however. The youngest full-time workers will see a nearly £5,000 pay increase. Coupled with £150 off household energy bills, this government is very literally putting money in people's pockets. Madam Deputy Speaker, unlike the Tories and their latest rebrand reform, I'll be proud to back a budget next week that backs working people. Yeah. There's a simple truth. When workers are paid well, they work better. And when working people have more money, the economy grows. In the Chancellor's statement, I was delighted to hear the announcement of the Team Derby initiative, a new roaring engine for the East Midlands economy, creating high-paid, good-quality jobs in my home in Derbyshire. And for children in Ilkeston and Long Eaton, new free apprenticeships in SMEs will be something to truly aspire to when they come out of school, as good as any university degree. Yeah. In Erewash, wait times for GP appointments are a full week longer than the national average. It's fundamentally wrong that people in Ilkeston don't get the same standard of care as people who live here in London. We need to build now a truly national health service, ending the postcode lottery for good. In this budget, 250 new neighbourhood health centres, Madam Deputy Speaker. This means, hopefully, perhaps, that the days of my constituents commuting into Nottingham or Derby for minor scans or blood tests might soon be over. Yeah. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address those who say we could borrow without end, cut Britain to oblivion, or think that tax cuts for the wealthy would somehow magic us into economic growth. Or indeed, if you ask the Greens, perhaps hypnotise us into physical growth. We already know where these ideas lead, Madam Deputy Speaker. All of these options were tried and tested in British government during the 14 long years that the Conservative Party were in control, and it left them in the moribund electoral doldrums where they now find themselves. First, they tried to cut their way out of a recession. Interest rates were at a fraction of 1%, and yet they did nothing to invest in and grow our economy. The NHS fell to its knees, businesses stopped growing, and wages went down in real terms. Even their own backbenchers, what of them are left, And party members were not happy with their approach. After 12 years of trying one failed scheme after another, and eventually running out of even vaguely credible ideas, they tried something new. They made Liz Truss the Prime Minister. And I think we all remember that ended in abject chaos of the Truss mini-budget, filled with uncosted spending commitments, tax cuts for the wealthiest, and nothing short of an economic Hindenburg. And who paid the price for that chaos, Madam Deputy Speaker, for that economic crash? It was working people. Yeah. Families in Long Eaton and Ilkeston and Sandiacre. Mortgages sent sky high, in some cases doubling. Savings wiped out. Inflation run amok. And who supported this vandalism? While backbench Conservative MPs were pulling their collars, nervously sending furtive glances in the direction of their majorities, who instead gave Liz Truss their full-throated endorsement. Why, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fake patriots and faux defenders of working people at Reform UK. Yeah. Because they are fake patriots, Madam Deputy Speaker. Simply, one cannot love this country if they want to sell it out to foreign billionaires, or Russian oligarchs for that matter. Yeah. If they want to charge money to use our NHS, if they want to cut minimum wage, taking money out of working people's pockets so it can be given back to their bosses, tax-dodging corporations, millionaires, billionaires, or shady party donors, and they do not love this country if they want to see years of dredging austerity returned. This government is investing in Britain, in its people, in families, in our economy, fairly and sustainably. We're on the long road fighting back against the cost of living crisis to make living life in this country affordable again. We're getting the NHS back on its feet, cutting waiting lists, ending the postcode lottery and putting healthcare back in our local communities where it can make a real difference. No more squalid years of austerity. No more failing working people. This budget puts working people back at the heart of our economy, and I am very proud to support it.
Yeah. Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, yesterday the Chancellor attempted to present the budget as a bold plan to rebuild Britain, but when we strip away the rhetoric, what we see is a budget that is unsustainable, unfair and damaging to the very foundations of our economy. And most importantly, it is bad for all of our constituents. Last year, the Chancellor raised taxes by 40 billion and promised that she would not be coming back for more. Yet here we are, 1 year on, with another £26 billion tax raid. Credibility matters. When promises are broken so quickly, that trust evaporates. And my constituents feel that betrayal directly. Families who believe the Chancellor's assurances will now find themselves paying more tax with less money left at the end of each month. The first duty of any budget is to foster growth, yet the indicators all point in the wrong direction. Inflation is up. Food inflation particularly nearly 5%. Families in my constituency paying more for their weekly shop. Taxes are up. The OBR confirmed that the UK's tax burden is at a record high, projected to reach 38.3% of GDP by 2030. Our constituents are working longer hours to see more of their pay taken away. I will give way.
Well, I'm grateful to my friend for giving way. On this issue of food, food production in this country is critical to my constituency, his and others. And yet, public procurement still doesn't prioritise British goods. Might he invite the government to look at that again? Because it's absolutely right that this House, government and public sector should be supporting British-made goods and British-made food in particular.
I thank my right honourable friend. He's absolutely correct. The government has a duty in every single thing that it does, and its entire approach to ensure that it promotes the interests of the UK and businesses and farms that strive to keep us fed and prosperous. Unemployment is up, redundancies are rising. In my constituency, local employers are cutting jobs. They're leaving families feeling anxious about their future. Spending is up, borrowing overshot forecast by £9.9 billion this year. My constituents know that every pound borrowed today is a pound that they will repay tomorrow. Confidence is down. Business surveys show stagnation. Local shopkeepers tell me, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're holding back investment because they see no stability, and growth is down. GDP grew just 0.1% in Q3 of this year. My constituency, stagnation in wages, stagnation in opportunity, stagnation in hope. This is Labour's economic scoreboard. Inflation is up, taxes are up, unemployment is up, spending is up, borrowing is up, confidence is down, and growth is down too. That's not rebuilding Britain, this is dismantling Britain's prosperity, and all of our constituents are paying the price. 2/3 of the British public now say that they want to see spending cuts. My constituents are tightening their belts, cutting back on holidays, meals out, some of them even cutting back on heating. They expect the government to do the same, to live within its means. Yet Labour's budget expands spending recklessly. Businesses in my constituency are being hit hard. NIC was up last year for employers. Rate relief was cut last year. Businesses are struggling to survive. For savers, ISA allowances have been reduced. That undermines savings. And retail has lost over 100,000 jobs in the last year. And with our high streets feeling the pain, shops are closing, livelihoods are being destroyed. The budget offers no relief for small businesses in my constituency. It only offers more burdens. Labour claims that fairness is at the heart of the budget, but fairness is not what families in my constituency are feeling. Thresholds being frozen drag more workers into higher tax bands. Savers seeing their allowances cut. Even electric car owners, encouraged to go green, encouraged to do the right thing, are now being penalised. This punishes aspiration. Farmers in my constituency are amongst the hardest hit. The family farm tax remains largely intact. Inheritance tax changes threaten the survival of the family farm. And rising input costs and inflation are compounding the pressure. Farming is not just an industry, it's the backbone of our food security, as my right honourable friend has pointed out, and the backbone of rural life, yet Labour continues to undermine it. We're seeing an exodus of capital and labour in a world that is highly mobile. Over the last year, we've seen an exodus of high net worth individuals, and whilst the members opposite may scowl at this and dismiss this casually, the reality is the displacement of those would require another 500,000 average earners paying tax to plug the gap of tax revenue lost. That's the scale of the hole that the government has created. And who fills that? Well, it's all of our constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, ordinary families, ordinary workers and ordinary savers. Ambition without discipline is not a plan, it is a gamble. Labour's budget is a gamble with Britain's future. Every pound spent servicing debt is a pound not spent on public services. Every broken promise erodes trust. Every squeeze on families and businesses undermines the engine of our economy. And let's be clear, Labour spends until they run out of other people's money. And when the money runs out, it's all of our constituents who pay the price. All of our constituents deserve better than what we've seen in this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker. They deserve a government that will restore financial discipline, that will encourage enterprise and will deliver fairness for everyone. The budget yesterday, it isn't a plan for the future. It's a blueprint for decline. It ignores the public's demand for spending cuts and for government to live within its means. It presides over the loss of further jobs. It drives away wealth creation, leaving ordinary taxpayers to pick up the bill. It squeezes families, it undermines businesses, and it will devastate farmers. This isn't about rebuilding Britain. This is dismantling Britain's prosperity. Labour spends until they run out of other people's money, and my constituents cannot afford that any longer.
Karen Moon.
Muraz, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I begin with some Kernowick, as I have done pretty much every question in this chamber, to reinforce the point about Part 3 Cornish language status made by my honourable friend from South East Cornwall. Yesterday, the Chancellor announced a budget of intent on stability, investment and economic sustainability. It focused on driving growth in areas of socio-economic deprivation, such as Cornwall and my constituency of Campbell, Redruth and Hale. The Kernow Industrial Growth Fund will boost our local economy in a sustainable way. Alongside the Fairer Funding Review and the extension of the Cornish business rates retention, this Labour government is backing Cornwall's economic growth and its public services. The Kernow Industrial Growth Fund will enable investment in growth-driving interventions to support the Duchy's high-potential sectors. It will also help to build clusters around key industries to attract private investment and create high-value supply chains. Cornwall is at the centre of the government's economic ambitions, with its critical minerals, renewable energy and marine innovation sectors driving the transition to a greener economy. The £50 million fund announced in this week's critical minerals strategy is set to further sharpen the teeth of the Cornish Celtic tiger. Since we arrived in Parliament, Cornwall's 4 Labour MPs have made it our business to highlight our economic potential across departments to ensure that we get a fairer deal for Cornwall. The Treasury has recognised the vast economic potential in Cornwall to create stable, secure jobs, driving growth across the Duchy, and as a result has set up this Kernow Industrial Growth Fund. We're grateful for the time that the Chancellor has granted us to listen to our case, and we're looking forward to continuing our discussions with other departments who must now support delivering on this vast economic potential to ensure that the essential housing, infrastructure and public transport is in place. And of course, those businesses need the new workforce of young Cornish men and women. Which brings me on to fairer chances. When we said at the general election we wanted to break down barriers at every opportunity, at every level, we meant it. In my constituency of Camborne, Redruth and Hale, there are just under 5,000 children living in poverty. 2,210 of these children will be directly impacted by the scrapping of the 2-child limit. A policy change that has already been clearly identified and mentioned many times in this chamber today as the single most effective measure to reduce child poverty. The economic and social damage of retaining this failed Conservative austerity policy has been well documented. Removing it gives these children a real chance from the very start to enjoy better chances in life. But this is not happening in isolation, Madam Deputy Speaker. When you combine the scrapping of the 2-child limit with increased free childcare, expanded breakfast clubs, free school meals, investment in our Ofsted-rated outstanding Cornwall College, the Youth Guarantee, and now the Chancellor's announcement of free apprenticeships for under-25s, you can see a golden thread running from cradle to career for children from the poorest backgrounds. This is what breaking down barriers looks like. This is what social mobility delivery looks like. It is a Labour budget from a Labour Chancellor steeped in Labour values, delivering that golden thread for the children of my constituency and across the land. And on behalf of the poorest children of Camborne, Redruth and Hale, I want to take this moment to thank our Labour Chancellor.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Families and businesses across the country will have heard yesterday's budget and been disappointed that the government missed their second opportunity to seriously address some of the key issues that we're facing. Energy bills remain sky high, the cost of employment continues to rise, and with no substantial reference to Brexit, the Chancellor is ignoring the single biggest measure which could boost economic growth. Increasing the minimum wage is of course welcome news for millions of low-paid workers, but unless businesses are able to grow, there is a danger that this will result in fewer jobs being available overall. And businesses from all sectors across the UK continue to struggle with high energy bills, compounded with the burden of last year's NICS rise and concerns about the impact of the Employment Rights Bill on their monthly employment cost. The cost of employment has risen significantly over the last year, nearly 70,000 job losses in hospitality alone since just last October. And this has obvious challenges for business, many of whom find it difficult to absorb further costs. However, these businesses provide vital social value and essential entry-level jobs, offering many young people their first job. Adding national insurance to salary sacrifice pension contributions also pushes up the cost of employment. And last week, I asked the Chancellor what information her department holds on the number of people who use salary sacrifice schemes. And to my astonishment, the Treasury responded to say that HMRC doesn't hold that data on the number of employers offering and employees using salary sacrifice schemes. I'm also concerned about the impact on investment if pension contributions are squeezed, because we know that pension funds have a significant role to play in ensuring that UK companies get the scale-up investment that they need, and we know that parties across this House are committed to boosting UK investment. The Chancellor has reinforced her commitment to fund the Lower Thames Crossing project, of which £900 million will be publicly financed. But in the spring spending review, the government announced a £1 billion structure fund as part of their 10-year infrastructure strategy. So does that mean that the government has now only budgeted £100 million to be spent on critical transport improvements over the next 9.5 years? And does that mean that I should give up all hope of ever getting funding for Hammersmith Bridge to be reopened in my constituency? And the reason I'm asking that question here in the Chamber, because on 5 occasions this year, I've asked for a meeting with the DfT to discuss their plans and whether the structure fund will be allocated for the bridge's repairs, and every single time that request has been denied. And if the Chancellor is asking London residents to pay ever-increasing bills, local residents in my constituency will expect to see a fair proportion reinvested into their community. London is the financial hub of the UK. The failure to even talk to me about fixing Hammersmith Bridge is indicative of this government's attitude towards London residents. And this question is particularly pressing for residents in my constituency, as they will be disproportionately impacted by the mansion tax. Now, not only is this an extremely limited revenue raiser, it will impact London residents more than any other region in the UK. And the DWP's own figures show that London residents there is less discretionary spending after housing costs in London than anywhere else. And what's really needed here is for wholesale reform to council tax and stamp duty, so that we can look again at how property is taxed. And I've heard people say, residents in Darlington pay less in Mayfair. Well, let me tell you, a Band A resident in my constituency pays more council tax than a Band F resident in the borough next door. So this is not about equalising council tax rates between poorer and richer households. We already pay a considerably elevated amount of council tax in Richmond. This is not equalising rates between boroughs. This is simply placing an additional expense. I'm sorry if the Minister would like to intervene, but I can tell him the poorest in my constituency are paying more council tax than extremely wealthy constituents in the borough next door, and this measure will do nothing to equalise that. Also, the 2% increase in tax on landlords, I hear what they're saying about equalising from sources of income, but they need to consider the impact that that's going to have on the availability of rental properties, particularly in London. We've already seen a big withdrawal of landlords from the property market in London. It is squeezing availability, it is squeezing affordability, and additional taxes are not going to do anything to address the housing shortage in London. Just very quickly, the Valuation Office Agency is got an 18-month backlog currently on business rate challenges, and I want to hear from the government what they're doing to boost the Valuation Office Agency and how much it's going to cost, because if they're only making £400 million from the mansion tax, and a lot of that is going to be spent on administration. So I really want to hear from the Minister about that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget sets out a serious and responsible direction for our country's future, and it speaks directly to the needs of people in Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield. It supports families and workers, it puts public finances back on stable ground, and it backs the businesses that are the backbones of towns like ours. Crucially, we're already seeing real measurable progress for Britain after 14 years of incompetence, of failure, of stagnation and rampant inflation. Growth upgraded to 1.5% this year. Wages rising faster in our first year than during the last decade that they were in power. For people in towns like ours, these aren't abstract statistics. They are the real difference between treading water, constant struggle, and finally feeling like we're moving forward again as a community and as a country. Hear, hear. Families in our area have felt the squeeze more than most. I hear it weekly. Parents monitoring the thermostat hour by hour, commuters worried about every fare rise, and households whose disposable income has simply evaporated with the cost of living. So I welcome our plan, which gives people real relief right now. £150 off energy bills next year, rising to £300 for the people that most need it. More support, more homes insulated and more homes built in towns like ours. A freeze on rail fares, a freeze on petrol duty, a freeze on prescription charges. And for our NHS, the largest reduction in waiting lists for almost 20 years. In addition to 250 new neighbourhood health centres, 5.2 million more NHS appointments, and bringing care closer to home with more doctors and nurses. But it's not just short-term support that matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's long-term renewal. We are maintaining the highest levels of public investment in 40 years, because places like ours cannot rebuild on the foundations left behind after austerity and the chaos of 14 years of Tory Britain. Better transport connections, stronger and better funded local services, investment in skills, young people, higher paid quality jobs. These remain some of the building blocks of renewal in Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield, and all done, I won't just for time, and all done whilst paying down the national debt, taking us into surplus, something promised several times by the Tories and, as far as I'm aware, never done. No. Doubling the fiscal headroom, which is a momentous achievement, something we're probably not shouting about enough. Responsibility for the public finances after the rank mismanagement of the previous government. For too long, the welfare system that we inherited left working families too poor to eat and wrote off hundreds of thousands of people as too sick to work without offering them proper support. Indeed, the Tory Shadow Chancellor, when he made his contribution earlier, when he was the Secretary of State for the Department of Work and Pensions, the welfare bill soared by £33 billion, and he put an extra 229,000 people into the welfare system. The welfare bill doubled, Madam Deputy Speaker, during their time in office, which is both bad for our budget, bad for our communities, and bad for the people that they wrote off. We are finally putting that right and also addressing poverty at the same time. Scrapping the two-child limit, lifting 450,000 children out of poverty nationally, including a huge 5,170 children in my constituency of Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield. We're guaranteeing jobs for people under the age of 25, ending long-term youth unemployment and ensuring that no young person is abandoned. I'll pick up on time, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to make a particular point about support for businesses, because we've not only maintained government capital investment plans, but we've made sure that we're going to lower permanently business rates for local employers and for the multipliers in our high street, for a stable and long-term approach for businesses. I think quite importantly, relieving things like stamp duty on the first 3 years of new UK-listed companies for larger entities, our invitation to the world to do business here, and a direct effect on our competitiveness, more support for those particular manufacturers in places like my constituency whose energy bills have swelled over the last 10 years, extending capital allowances for businesses, for assets and leasing, extending tariff suspension support, and likewise helps some of my area's largest employers to grow. In addition to extending the NICS relief for those that are hiring veterans, and ISA reform, encouraging investment into quite sizable businesses, and a call for evidence, which I'm quite interested in, for potential scaling firms next year, all of which I think will create growth for the economy and help for my constituents. So I'll greatly welcome this budget and thank you for your time.
Ben Obsijekti.
Deputy Speaker, 26 billion of tax increases, a tax burden rising to 38% of national income, an all-time high. This is a traditional, good old-fashioned, high-tax, high-spend Labour budget, a budget that locks in a debt ratio of 100% and an economy with little or no growth. It effectively ends Labour's pledge to grow the economy and raise living standards. The growth in real disposable incomes over this Parliament is now expected to be the second worst since records began in the 1950s. This was a budget to appease the left of the Parliamentary Labour Party rather than the general public, a budget to shore up the weakness of the Chancellor's own position and that of the Prime Minister's, and we'll see how successful that was come May. Since Labour came to power, the Chancellor's raised taxes by 66 billion, more than any government in the last 50 years. When the Chancellor proudly announced that growth had increased by 0.5%, there were cheers from the benches opposite, but she didn't mention that that figure was a downgrade from the 1.9% forecast earlier in the year, nor does she make reference to the downgraded projections for the rest of the decade. The Office for Budget Responsibility has downgraded its growth forecast for our HDI per person over the next 5 years. The OBR's Economic Financial Outlook report stated that growth will slump to an average of 0.25% a year over the forecast, well below the last decade's average growth of 1% a year. The average household will be £850 poorer at the end of this Parliament than when Labour took office. Today, 1 in every £10 that the government spends is on debt interest, not on paying down that debt, but just on paying the interest, said the Chancellor. 113.7 billion is currently being spent on servicing that debt. By the end of this Parliament, that figure will reach 140 billion. If you're a working person on average earnings, your tax threshold is frozen, and will be now for the rest of the decade. If you're a pensioner, you're going to be dragged into the basic rate of income tax for the first time. 780,000 people are going to be dragged into being a basic rate taxpayer. Nearly 1 million will become higher rate taxpayers. If you're on benefits, they're not frozen. They're index linked to inflation. The OBR has forecast that over the next 5 years, welfare spending will rise by 73.2 billion to 406.2. The U-turn on lifting of the two-child benefit cap beggars belief. To go from a policy that saw 7 Labour MPs lose the whip and was effectively the catalyst to create an entirely new political party on the left, to then becoming a totemic Labour policy is so transparently a move to both appease the benches opposite and also shut the door on the surge in support for a Zach Polanski-inspired resurgent Green Party and the stuttering Your Party. By the end of this Parliament, lifting the cap will cost £3 billion a year. That's more than the total spend on fire and rescue services in England. The heavily trailed high-value council tax surcharge is lacking in crucial detail as to how it will be implemented. To do it properly, it will require a revaluation of every property in the country by the Valuation Office by April 2028 in order to understand which houses will be in scope. What will the criteria for that be? How will the value of the house be decided if it hasn't sold in recent years? Moreover, the revenue will go to central government, not to the local authority. This will disappear into general taxation, and those paying the tax will likely never see any local benefit from it. The decision to raise the minimum wage looks good at first glance. However, what this Labour...
I support the minimum wage. It's important that working people, particularly less well-off working people, are adequately rewarded. But does he agree with me that the real impact is on small and medium-sized businesses? And those businesses are already dealing with increasing cost burdens. And when the government sum up, they might want to reflect on the effect that might have on the creation of employment in those kind of businesses.
Objecting.
I thank my honourable friend for his contribution, and I would wholeheartedly agree. I've spent the last year talking to small businesses in my constituency who were being crippled by the measures taken in the last budget, and with this coming in as well, some of those small and medium businesses are desperately going to struggle to keep on some of those lower earners, particularly young people. I know my first job was as a 16-year-old, was working in a supermarket, and I'm sure many other people in this house had a similar experience, and I think those opportunities are really going to disappear for young people as a result of these measures. What this Labour government have not taken into account is that every above-inflation wage increase leads to higher business costs, lower investment and fewer opportunities for those we represent. Many businesses who want to employ people are now in the position that taking on staff, taking the risks the Chancellor mentioned, will find themselves unable to, meaning businesses cannot grow. We are very likely to see the wage compression effect, where the gap between those on minimum wage and those in more skilled or experienced roles becomes smaller. This yet again leads to a lack of incentive to develop skills and opportunities for those with them. The government must address this, as it will curtail opportunities for young people and those who are lower earners. Unemployment is now set to peak at 5%, and the number of economically inactive people will also rise. The paper mile tax on electric vehicles, which will surely disincentivise the switch to EVs before the ban on new petrol and diesel cars kicks in. The OBR estimates 440,000 fewer EV sales over the next 5 years because of this tax. How much tax revenue will be lost because of those sales never happening? Then there's the plethora of other taxes as part of the smorgasbord, the tourism tax, the NI raid on pension contributions, the reduction in the tax-free cash ISA allowance, even a milkshake tax. We haven't even touched on the absence of the commitment to 3% of GDP on defence anywhere in the budget. There isn't a single reference to it. And I don't understand how, and we've still today that the service chiefs are going to write to the Defence Secretary to tell him that it is not going to be possible to deliver the SDR. And I would love to hear from the Minister how Labour is going to facilitate defence in this day and age. The OBR have stated that not a single measure contained in the budget will improve growth, which has in fact been downgraded from the figure forecast in the summer. Taxes on working people have been increased by stealth to pay for welfare, and that will be Rachel Reeves' legacy and quite possibly her last budget.
The Chancellor, or you can refer to the Right Honourable Chancellor of the Exchequer by her constituency name, but not by her own name. Ben Obsejecti.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise. I'm just drawing to a close. It comes to something when the Chancellor can stand at the dispatch box to deliver her budget, make a boob joke, and not be the most offensive thing she said.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds West and Pudsey, for delivering a budget with fairness and action to tackle the cost of living at its core and to make work pay. And having sat through this debate for around about 8 hours, it's really interesting to observe that the members on these benches are giving a voice to those vulnerable children living in poverty, whilst the members on the benches opposite are simply standing up for those people who own mansions. That's the difference. I'm pleased to see that around 1,990 children in my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth and nearly 500,000 children across the country have been lifted out of poverty, and the degrading rape clause removed from child benefit. This will be the biggest change a government has ever made to child poverty in a parliament, and it's the right thing to do for children. I know that everyone in my area will be pleased to see the £150 off their energy bills too. That's the difference our Labour government is making to the cost of living for ordinary families. In a coalfield community like mine, we carry immense pride in our heritage. Standing up for former mine workers in North Warwickshire and Bedworth is personal to me. My granddad Bill was a miner at Birch Coppice, and I grew up understanding the dignity, sacrifice and solidarity that defined that way of life. That's why I'm delighted that the government has taken the long-awaited decision to return the BCSSS surplus to its members. The last government allowed this injustice to continue for far too long. I've campaigned tirelessly for this measure alongside my colleagues representing coalfield communities. I've lobbied hard for the government to do right by BCSSS members. I'm immensely proud that this government has listened to the voices of my constituents impacted by that unfairness. Earlier this year, I held an event for BCSSS members in my constituency. Ray Sweet, Don Callow, Don Jennings and others shared with me the years they spent working in and around our mines. I'm delighted to be able to tell them that they'll finally receive the full pension they worked so hard for. I also met a woman who joined the National Coal Board at 16. She worked for years from 5:30 in the morning to late in the day to ensure mine workers got paid on time and at the end of their shift. Women like her who supported the mining industry behind the scenes have often gone unrecognised and underappreciated. I hope that they now feel the recognition they've long been owed and the nation's gratitude for the work they did to keep our lights on and our homes warm. I know that for many this comes too late, and I'd like to remember them too. I also want to thank the Chancellor for abolishing bingo tax. I visited Palace Bingo in Bedworth last week and met the owners Pete, Donna and Paul, who took over the family business. It was great to see the investment they've made with new toilet facilities and a total renovation. They provide safe entertainment for hundreds of people every day of the week in Bedworth. And I know how much the people in my constituency enjoy a good night out at the bingo, as do I. It's right that they're exempted from bingo tax, and online gambling pays the price for the harm their activities cause. Finally, I've listened carefully to farmers in my constituency, and they know that I've passed on their concerns to the Treasury, so I'm pleased to hear the Treasury's small concessions. For the residents of North Warwickshire and Bedworth, I want to reassure them that this government is on their side. For all my constituents, I'm feeling positive. There's work to be done, but this budget will continue to bring the change that we promised at the general election. The damage left by 14 years of austerity is finally being undone. This Labour budget is putting money in the pockets of those who need it most, delivering healthcare for everyone, opportunities for young people, unlocking growth, delivering new homes, reducing energy bills, reducing business rates for hospitality and retail, more money in people's pockets to spend in local businesses, giving us pride in our towns and powering our future. That's the difference a Labour government can make.
David Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to be speaking here today supporting a government that has delivered a Labour budget, a budget that has ended the child benefit cap, including benefiting 1,150 children in my constituency in North Northumberland. It's tackling the cost of living by reducing household energy bills by £150 from next April, which is raising much needed funds for our public services by increasing taxation on online gambling and on homes worth over £2 million mansions, and another rise in the national minimum wage. This is a Labour budget with Labour values that is going to achieve so much. It will positively impact millions of lives, and I'm proud to support it. And so it is with a heavy heart, and this will come as no surprise to the Minister, that the one thing I remain concerned about in the budget is the overarching changes to inheritance tax for farmers. I'm grateful that the Chancellor has listened to my concerns and concerns of my colleagues in the backbenches and has made an adjustment. The expansion of the transferability of inheritance tax allowance to widows retrospectively is welcome. It's a compassionate change, and it will mean that widows will be able to add their deceased spouse's allowance to their own to benefit their children on their death, an effective doubling of their allowance, and that is to be welcomed. But I do remain concerned about the long-term impact of the policy. In my constituency of North Northumberland, there are 710 farms, and over the past year I've met with at least 90 farmers. I'm not from a farming background, and this past year has been a steep learning curve for me. And so I've been deeply moved by the generosity, respect and patience shown to me by farming constituents. They've opened their homes and their lives to me, and they tell me that the inheritance tax status quo meant stability. Farm estates could transfer smoothly from one generation to another without their work being interrupted by lengthy processes. So in addition to the allowance for transfer for widows, I'd urge the government to consider an elderly farm exemption so that those surprised by this change in their old age are able to retire with dignity. One farmer recently wrote to me saying, "My father with his father and brothers worked to buy our farm. He wanted to pass that to me 10 years ago. The legal advice at that point was to do this on death. Now, 80 years old, he has dementia, unable to make any decision on his own, and this power of attorney, me, is unable to act on his behalf." Madam Deputy Speaker, agriculture has faced headwinds for many years, not least under the last Conservative government. Energy prices rocketed and dodgy trade deals with Australia and New Zealand undercut their produce. Farmers have also had to contend with unusually difficult weather patterns, too hot, too dry or too wet. Now, by 2029-2030, the changes that we're talking about will only have raised £520 million. That sounds like a lot, but it's less than 2 days' debt interest. So I ask, in the light of widespread farming opposition to this policy, will the government keep this policy under review in its first 2 years? And if the fears of farmers are established as facts, look to alter the policy accordingly. Because there is a better way forward. If we raise the threshold at which IHT kicks in, if we cut the relief for those above it, and de-link APR and BPR, if we can protect those who need protecting and invite those who can pay more to pay more. The Minister knows that the minimum share rule is just one example of that. And the Minister may observe that this change would draw more estates into the policy. But although the number of estates brought into the policy under the minimum share rule may grow, these estates would by definition have larger assets which are less likely to be involved in a working farm and therefore more disposable. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is exceptionally hard out there for farmers, and yet from the wee small hours to late at night and without family holidays or long weekends, they put in the work to make sure that we all have food on the table. As one farmer said to me, "My childhood included no Christmas, homemade clothes, food grown from the veg plot. It was a frugal upbringing. Even now there are no lavish holidays. Holidays are scarce, the house roof leaks, windows aren't fit for purpose and damp and mould prevails in the house. A private landlord can't allow his tenants to live like this, but we accept these conditions, that's okay. But the proposal will bring a tax bill of £400,000. We're a modest hill farm and we can't make that kind of profit in 20 years, never mind 10. Most farmers don't farm to become wealthy, they farm because it's a way of life. In 1947, the Labour Party brought in the Agriculture Act, which was the first great sustained support for British farming. And we have the opportunity to do it again. Farmers need us, they need stability, and they want a fairer system. There's still time to achieve this. £520 million in a £1.3 trillion budget will not be the difference to our fiscal stability, but it will make all the difference in the world to the flourishing of British farming, including those in North Northumberland.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the budget set out yesterday by the Chancellor. The Labour Party was founded on the principles of social justice, redistribution and universal rights. The progressive nature of the budget helps to deliver on those principles. It ensures the very wealthiest households play a fair share to support public services. This budget and last year's budget policy decisions mean on average households on the lowest incomes will benefit the most, while the increases in tax are concentrated on the highest earners. In practical terms, 90% of households will see an average net income benefit, while the richest 10% will contribute more. This means tackling the cost of living by cutting energy bills, increasing wages and protecting the value of the state pension. This Labour budget delivers an average £150 off energy bills. The budget also raises both the national living wage and the national minimum wage, putting money directly into the pockets of working people. For older people in our communities, the increase in the state pension means 1.1 million pensioners in Scotland will be better off. All of these are tangible differences that people will notice in their everyday life thanks to this Labour budget. The removal of the two-child cap in universal credit will help reduce poverty across the country, including, in my own constituency of Glasgow North, 2,130 children better off. To deliver this, we are paying for it with a progressive budget. There is more to do across a whole range of government departments other than just cut the two-child cap. I very much welcome the cut, but we need to look at other policy areas too. And that's why I welcome the approach of the government and its task force, not just looking at social security levers, hugely important as they are, by identifying all of the levers available in the mission to end child poverty. This budget invests in Scotland. This budget has made available an extra £820 million in investment in our public services in Scotland, taking the additional funding to date for the Scottish Government to over £10 billion under this Labour government. What we need now is a Scottish Government will use those resources to invest in our public services and not fail to spend them. A Scottish Government focused on delivering for and with the people of Scotland, not a Scottish Government focused on division and constitutional posturing. This Labour Government, with this Labour budget, is building a stronger and fairer country, one where living standards rise, child poverty falls and public services are renewed. Absolutely. This is a fair budget, a redistributive budget, a Labour budget, and it's a privilege to support it.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget is about building an economy that works for working people and families, not returning to the short-term decisions of the previous government that left public services stretched and household finances fragile. I welcome that this government is choosing stability, fairness and long-term investment, because strengthening our country begins with putting people first. Prior to the general election, the two issues my constituents mentioned more than any other were living costs and the state of the NHS. I'm proud that under this government progress has already been made on both, but while much has been achieved, there is much more to do. Since coming into office, the government has begun turning the tide on NHS waiting times after years of record backlogs. For the first time in 15 years, waiting lists have started to fall, with more than 230,000 fewer people waiting for treatment and over 5 million extra appointments delivered. In mid-Cheshire, the ultra-long 65-week-plus waits are on target to be eliminated by the end of the year. Alongside this, the NHS 10-year plan is transforming care, shifting services into communities, embracing digital innovation and focusing on prevention. In my constituency, families are already beginning to feel the impact of that progress. In Northwich, the new Cheshire and Merseyside Surgical Centre has opened at the Victoria Infirmary and will treat 12,000 patients each year, including a large number of high-volume, low-complexity patients, bearing down on waiting lists further. Meanwhile, Leighton Hospital's rebuild, shamefully delayed by the last government despite dangerous RAC issues hanging over the hospital, is not only fully funded but moving on apace. I share this government's commitment to ensuring patients receive timely treatment, staff have the tools they need to deliver it, and the public can rely on an NHS that works for everyone. The budget also addresses one of the most pressing challenges facing families, the cost of living. Rising prices have put pressure on household budgets. Over the past year, action has been taken to ease everyday costs, including the largest increase in the national minimum wage in years, free breakfast clubs in hundreds of primary schools, including not 1, 2, 3 or 4, but 5 in mid-Cheshire, and expanded energy support through the Warm Home discount. For households in my constituency, these measures are helping to stabilise family finances, supporting working parents and ensuring children start the school day ready to learn. But this budget goes further, delivering strong cost of living delivering stronger cost of living support through targeted measures for low and income households. We could talk about the rise in the national living wage that will help working families. We could talk about the scrapping of levies from energy bills to save families £150 on average next year, reducing pressure on family budgets. But the removal of the two-child benefit cap, lifting nearly 500,000 children out of poverty, including 2,420 across Middlewich, Winsford and Northwich, will be most significant. On this side of the House, we believe that every child should have the opportunity to reach their full potential. that regardless of your background, your circumstances, who you know or where you come from, that none of that should shape your life more than your talent or your creativity or your determination. As Gordon Brown said, the two-child cap was a scar on the soul of the nation, and I will be proud to sit on this side of the House when we vote to scrap it. Together, these steps will boost household income, both in my constituency and across the country, providing families not just short-term relief, but lasting financial confidence. Our priorities, reducing debt, strengthening the NHS, and tackling the cost of living crisis are interconnected. A stable economy enables investment in public services. A stronger NHS supports a healthier, more productive population. And easing cost pressures gives families the confidence to plan for the future. Together, they form a coherent strategy for long-term prosperity. The measures announced in this budget will help build a stronger economy, a healthier NHS and a fairer society, delivering tangible improvements for Mid-Cheshire and for communities across the country.
Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor of the Exchequer has brought forward a budget in challenging circumstances globally, with sluggish growth across the international economy and an economic inheritance from the Conservative Party of high public debt and low investment. But despite this, the Chancellor has delivered a budget which will tackle poverty, invest in growth and provide fairer chances for all. And for Scotland, the budget delivers an additional £820 million for public services. And since this government came into power, over £10 billion pledged for public services in Scotland. And the Chancellor herself talked of the importance of Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar making the case for this investment in Scotland. He's already achieving more for Scotland in opposition than our failing SNP government. Imagine what he could do leading Scotland's government, ensuring these funds are spent to far better effect in our communities. This is the opportunity Scotland has next May, because the budget announced yesterday shows what a Labour government can achieve for Scotland. This budget will benefit my constituents in Glenrothes and Mid-Fife in so many ways. Ending the two-child cap, meaning over 7,000 children in Fife will have a better start in life. Thousands of workers in Fife will see their pay increase from the rise to the minimum wage. £150 off heating bills will benefit households across the Kingdom of Fife. And I'm delighted that 178 people in Fife who are members of the BCSSS Mine Workers Pension Scheme will finally see the interest in their pension fund protected for its members, an average of £100 increase per week in their pension. I want to pay tribute to all those who've campaigned for this change in the scheme, not only on these benches, but in our local communities. And the member for Dunfermline was quite right to pay tribute to Alan Kenny of Glenrothes and my constituency, who's made the case for this change with such dedication and eloquence. It is clear this is a budget which shows we will not return to austerity measures from the party opposite, which resulted in nothing but harm and stalled economic growth. Instead, we will invest in building an economy which is stronger and where everyone has a chance to benefit from increasing prosperity. More chances in employment for our young people, with a youth guarantee for every eligible young person who's been on universal credit for 18 months. The biggest ever investment in employability support for disabled people and those with health conditions in more than a generation, increasing funding of up to £1 billion a year across the UK. This is particularly important for Scotland, where the disability employment gap is higher than the UK average. It's vital these funds are used to the greatest effect in creating jobs for disabled people, too often excluded from the workplace. And we should look to replicate the success of schemes like the All-In Employability Programme, delivered by the charity Enable I had the privilege of working for before my election, and to support the ambition of Outlier, an entertainment company co-founded by Emmanuel Kelly and Chris Martin of Coldplay, with a mission to employ at least 1,000 disabled people over 8 years in the growing entertainment sector, in jobs that offer genuine career paths with transferable skills to disabled people. That's the kind of ambition we should all have for economic growth in our country, to benefit everyone in our society. This budget balances fiscal responsibility with fairness and with aspiration. investing in the defence and renewables industries, which offer such hope to the local economies of Glenrothes and Mid-Fife, providing fairness through measures which help families with the cost of living, and tackling the scourge of child poverty in our country, offering opportunities to more of our people to reap the rewards of employment and skills, and that's why it's a budget I am proud to support.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents may recall that I once started a speech in this place with potholes, potholes, potholes. So, thank you for that glance of recognition there. So no one will be more delighted than the people of Congleton constituency with the figures in the budget that the Chancellor announced that we will be doubling the road maintenance budget over the course of this Parliament. Now, I see the Road Safety Minister is in her seat. So if I may take this opportunity, Minister, to make sure that my constituents get their fair share of this money, because as she's heard me say before, my roads are dark, fast, dangerous and poorly maintained. So I very much look forward to us bringing that money through progressively over time. In terms of the cost of living crisis, that is another major issue for my constituents. The £150 of energy bills will be extremely welcome for families in my constituency, as will be the freeze on prescription charges and the freeze on rail fares, something that hasn't happened for 30 years. I'm proud that we've put up the minimum wage because work should pay and families working very hard every day should be able to afford the things that they need. In terms of pensioners, of course, we have maintained the triple lock, and the average pensioner on the full state pension will get another £575 next year, and nationally, 3/4 of pensioners will remain eligible for the warm home
discount.
Thank you. Of course, that's very important. Coming to the two-child benefit cap, I understand that this will be contentious with some people, but removing the two-child benefit cap will instantly take 1,310 children out of poverty in our local area. The addition of free school meals eligibility to a wider range of children has also given 2,000 extra children a warm meal every day. Of course, we all want to see children growing up and thriving in our community. The reality is that we are exceptionally affluent in our constituency. I know for many people it doesn't feel like it, but we are one of the top 20 most affluent places in the country. But nationally, we are spending £2.2 billion on temporary accommodation. There are 174,000 children in temporary accommodation, and 80 children died in that temporary accommodation last year. We have to spend money on relieving poverty for our poorest children and our poorest households, because that is the only way that these shameful figures will change. Our children are becoming shorter compared to their international European counterparts because of malnourishment in our communities. We have a moral case to do this, and that in all likelihood there will be savings from this investment as well. Thank you. In terms of local infrastructure, I know this concerns many of my constituents, and some of these figures have been provided before, but I think they bear repeating. We are spending over £1 billion on rebuilding Leighton Hospital. We are spending £60 million on rebuilding Sandbach School. We are spending £740,000 on improvements to Ashfields Medical Centre. We are spending the best part of £1.5 million across 3 local hospices that serve my community. Following lobbying from me and other Cheshire East Labour MPs, I am extremely proud of the things that this budget and the previous ones are delivering for my constituents. In terms of local high streets, we all value our independent businesses, and I'm very, very proud to see the permanent reduction in the business rates for small independents, whether that's pubs, restaurants or shops. I'm also very pleased to see that small and medium-sized enterprises, of which there are many in my constituency, will get the training costs fully reimbursed for their apprenticeships. This is good for local young people, and it's very good for local businesses. I'm also extremely proud of the British Industry Competitiveness Scheme, which will allow energy-intensive industries such as Diamond Electronics, whom I visited in Smallwood, and CLD in Sandbach, to be able to, in the longer term, reduce their energy costs and improve their competitiveness. There's a consultation on how we do that open now, and I would encourage local businesses to engage with it. Lastly, I want to say I, alongside other colleagues, called for a gambling tax, and I was very pleased to see it in. I've spoken to constituents who were really struggling with online gambling problems, and that industry needs to pay for the problems it's creating. I also very much support the mansion tax. This is the way to a fairer society. This budget has brought economic stability, fair taxes and high-quality public services, and I truly believe in it.
Josh Fenton Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government comes at a crucial time for the country and this government. And I say that because I'm not blind to the public mood. It's a mood that calls for more change, and fundamentally I think that only this party can deliver the change we need. To understand the decisions we made in the budget, you must bear in mind what we inherited. The economy was not only left with the cupboard bare by Liz Truss, but that cupboard had broken hinges and no remaining shelves because of a decade and a half of austerity that preceded her. This Labour government were not elected because the last lot had done a good job. We were elected because there was a mess. Throughout our whole electoral mandate at the last election was that we should make things better. We should improve the cost of living, we should support poorer children, and we should fix our public services from roads to the health service. Changing government takes time. I'm one of the many people in this place who's an alumni of local government, and I never thought I would dream of the speed of action and immediacy of decision-making you get in a town hall. I'm going to talk briefly about supporting businesses like those in Calder Valley and lifting children out of poverty. I welcome the government's work to transform business rates relief and protect our high streets. Retail, hospitality and leisure in Calder Valley are central to our communities. In Calderdale, 3,200 businesses will benefit from lower rates. When we're talking about this change, we're talking about the clothes shop in Brighouse, the cafe in Hebden Bridge, the pub in Todmorden, the curry house in Elland. These are places that keep our towns alive and bring people together. And just as our high streets are vital to our community life, our manufacturing is vital to so much else in our nation and our national security. In Calder Valley, we are proud of our manufacturing. We're known to some across the country as Valve Valley, and I promise I'm going to make that stick in this place. These businesses are ready to contribute to Britain's national interest and security. The Chancellor's commitment to changing procurement rules so that when national security is at stake, we support skilled jobs in our country is common sense. SMEs in Calder Valley also welcome the fact that apprenticeships will now be free, and that will help them secure the next generation of British manufacturing. These apprenticeships aren't just jobs, though. They're opportunities and a sense of pride for so many families. Now, I've talked about business, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to talk about the heart of this budget, and I want to thank the Chancellor for removing the two-child benefit cap. I know from my time working at Child Poverty Action Group, Oxfam on UK Poverty and Church Action on Poverty, that this change is one of the most significant steps we can take to reduce child poverty. Measures in this budget will lift 500,000 children out of poverty. Children growing up poor are less likely to succeed at school. They're twice as likely to be obese, and they're more likely to suffer from poor health throughout their life. As adults, they earn less. The vandalism of the rapacious rise in child poverty under the last government will echo through generations. This country had the largest rise in child poverty among high-income countries between 2013 and 2023, with deep poverty rising by 67%. That's the legacy of members opposite. Absolutely. The need could not be more clear. In Calder Valley, 5,624 children were living in poverty in 23-24. Compare that to 4,317 in 14-15. That's a rise of more than 1,000 under the Tories' watch. But behind every one of those numbers is a kid who deserves a fair chance and a parent fighting to get it for them. Nearly 2,000 children in Calder Valley will have their lives made better because of this budget. But it's not just one measure, it's a strategy. Free breakfast clubs in schools, the expansion of subsidised childcare and a higher minimum wage. This will make our country stronger into the future, but there's more work ahead. Families need certainty that support will continue. Businesses need confidence that investment in British industry will be matched by action and skills and infrastructure. This budget is a turning point, a signal that Britain is ready to move beyond austerity and neglect, towards fairness, opportunity and prosperity. And above all, this budget is about trust. Trust in government that they will stand for families when times are hard. Trust that we will invest in Britain, and it will mean real opportunities for towns like mine. Trust in fairness, not austerity, guiding our decisions. This will build confidence in our system, in our government, and in our country as a place to live, to invest and to prosper. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I warmly welcome
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the best is yet to come. Look, I'm pleased to be able to address the House on a day with bond yields falling, growth figures for this year revised upwards, and an opportunity to reflect on the announcements made yesterday and what they mean for people in Welwyn Hatfield. I do want to try and address two of the macro trends that shape the UK economy today and would frame the choices available to any Chancellor, irrespective of their party allegiance. The first is the happy reality that people in the UK are living longer than ever before. Millions of Brits are living longer and healthier lives, staying active, spending more time with grandchildren, playing sport, music, doing charitable work, and enjoying holidays. This is unquestionably and unequivocally good news, but inequality among older people is stark and real. Lifespans vary hugely by postcode, and the focus of this government on the NHS is essential if we're to close that gap. But there is a challenge that is perhaps even more profound. The ratio between the working age population and those who are retired has been transformed. Since the creation of the welfare state, there has been almost a doubling on what is called the dependency ratio, and we see it vividly in how it impacts on government spending. By 2030 to 31, welfare spending supporting pensioners will have increased to £195 billion per year. Welfare spending supporting families with child benefit, and that includes the changes announced yesterday, will be £14 billion per year. Welfare spending is going up. It's going up disproportionately to support pensioners, and it reflects the happy truth that people are living longer. But in this place, when we discuss the future of welfare in this House, let's always be mindful of the facts. I'm afraid the second theme relates to the biggest act of economic self-harm in a generation. The Brexit deal put up trade barriers with our closest and largest trading partners. We have 16,000 fewer businesses in the UK exporting to the EU, a surge in food prices, bureaucracy at the border, and a hit to our economy of at least £100 billion. We have to repair the damage. It's critical that this government continues to drive forward the UK-EU reset and does it at pace. An SPS deal that could reduce food prices, a youth mobility deal that will be good for growth and cultural connections. UK-EU relations were on the floor thanks to the last government. We are rebuilding the relationship, and I will continue to advocate that my colleagues in government do this at pace, with urgency and with increasing ambition, because it is so fundamental to all of our growth prospects for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the Chancellor for increasing the headroom on her stability rule. The markets were looking for reaffirmation that this is a government serious about meeting its targets, and they got their answer. Bond yields fell yesterday, meaning the cost of borrowing fell too. Coupled with the inflation figures last week, the case for another cut in interest rates looks stronger than ever. If the story of this Parliament is interest rates falling and lower mortgage repayments, then the story of yesterday's budget was one that coupled stability with fairness. Removing the two-child limit was morally and economically the right choice. I've spoken about how relatively small this cost is to the Exchequer in the context of welfare spending a moment ago, but we're talking practically here about £17.25 a week, a very modest amount of money to many people, but a sum that will be transformative to the families currently living below the poverty line. And on the cost of living, a series of decisions that will help the day-to-day lives of ordinary people in Welwyn Hatfield and across the country. The bus cap maintained, train fares frozen for the first time in 30 years, prescription charges held steady, and a major intervention on energy bills that will see them fall universally by around £150 next year. That's in addition to the Warm Homes payment this winter, which will benefit at least 10,000 people in Welwyn Hatfield and 2.7 million across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, the economic fundamentals are challenging. In these circumstances, it is an even more significant achievement by this Labour government to meet the fiscal rules, to calm the gilt markets, to provide extra support on the cost of living, and to drive down child poverty. This budget is responsible, fair, and it sets a foundation on which to build in the future.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I came to this House determined to speak up for the people I represent, particularly those who feel under pressure, children whose life chances are held back, and 1,500 former mine workers. In my maiden speech, I spoke about our proud mining heritage. When I made that speech, this Labour government had just delivered justice for members of the Mine Workers Pension Scheme, and just over a year later, I'm immensely proud to say that the same has been done for the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme. These former mine workers who built the communities I'm proud to represent and helped power our nation had to wait far too long to even be heard, so I commend this government for righting this historic wrong, but even more so for all those campaigners who never gave up. The action taken by this government will mean a 41% boost to the pensions of 40,000 former mine workers. Turning to the cost of living, we have action to reduce energy bills by taking 75% of the renewables obligation off bills, and the energy company obligation will be scrapped as well, saving my constituents an average of £150 a year. And that will be added to by the first freeze to rail fares in 30 years, the continued freeze on prescription charges, and the £89 they won't have to pay on fuel duty. As the Chancellor said, one policy above all has suppressed the life chances of children in the most deprived households and neighbourhoods in our country, the two-child benefit cap. Scrapping it will lift 2,430 children in my constituency out of poverty. Contrary to the stereotypes often peddled from the benches opposite, almost 60% of the families who will benefit from this change are in work. While the cost of scrapping the limit is £3.5 billion, the cost of child poverty is £39 billion. Behind that staggering sum are life chances blighted and immense talent that our country is missing out on. This and expanding free school meals, increasing the minimum wage, introducing Best Start family hubs and apprenticeships that don't cost small businesses will make sure all children and young people have the best start in life. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, another matter close to the heart of many in my constituency and county is growth in rural communities. Many people in rural towns and villages have felt left behind by successive governments, and that is particularly true in the world of farming that often feels very far removed from the corridors of Whitehall. This government deserves great credit for the biggest farming budget in history and for getting money out the door, something that the party opposite failed to do. But visiting farms in my constituency, I have heard repeatedly that changes to agricultural property relief are hanging over many farmers and their families and suppressing confidence. The personal impact of this was brought home to me when I sat down with a couple in their mid-80s, 15th generation livestock farmers in my constituency, who told me of farming families they know being affected by mental ill health, particularly amongst elderly farmers. They told me that they feel paralysed in the face of these changes, not knowing if there's a way to ensure their farm has a 16th generation. And the changes are holding back growth in the agricultural sector, as many are not investing in things like new machinery and rapidly advancing technology. However, following concerted efforts from many honourable members on this side of the House, we have the change that will enable spouses to transfer their allowance to a surviving partner. This will take some farmers out of inheritance tax and will reduce the bill of many others, so it is welcome. Looking ahead, I am encouraged by the government's relentless focus on farm profitability and changes to the planning system that will free up farmers to get on with the things that help their businesses, infrastructure and the environment. Baroness Batter's review, due to be published next month, will be critical to charting a path to a more profitable farming, something that I and many members on this side of the House will engage with keenly. Rural Britain is ready and willing to make a greater contribution to the vital mission of growing the economy and making sure the benefits are felt in every corner of our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday's budget made it clear that there will be no return to austerity or to short-termism. It rectifies the injustices of the past for members of the BCSSS. It acts right now in the present to cut the cost of living, and it safeguards Britain's future. This is a budget that keeps us on the path to renew Britain and improve life for people in the towns and villages I represent in Cannock Chase, so I very much welcome it. Thank you.
And with the remainder of the time, because I'm starting front bench speeches at 4:40, Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I warmly welcome the Chancellor's budget, which will improve the lives of my Bolton West constituents by putting £150 back into the pockets of working people through removed levies on energy bills and lifting 2,570 children out of poverty. This is a budget with fairness at its core,
reduced child poverty, more funding for the NHS and investment in school libraries. After the chaos of the 2022 Trust mini-budget, the Chancellor has shown what real fiscal discipline looks like. Inflation falling, growth prioritised and proper headroom restored. And I'm particularly pleased that the Chancellor has also stared down the sloganeers on both extremes, rejecting the failed trickle-down instincts of the populist right who bequeathed this government with a legacy of failed austerity and profligate wasting of taxpayers' money with dodgy PPE contracts during the pandemic, and also dismissing unevidenced calls from the left-wing populists of calls for a wealth tax when they have no answers to the hard questions about capital flight, assets offshore or our overburdened enforcement agencies. All the while, the Chancellor has increased the burden on those with the broadest shoulders, including via the new high-value council tax surcharge on homes valued at more than £2 million, ensuring that homeowners in mansions aren't paying less in council tax than someone living in a mid-terrace in Blackrod. Now, I'd like to thank the Chancellor for heeding my calls by introducing new measures to tackle high street tax dodging and organised crime. The National Crime Agency estimates some £12 billion in criminal cash is generated in the UK every year, including in the suspicious vape shops we've all clocked walking around our constituencies. Not only do these suspect enterprises erode the civic pride we have in our high streets, they also undercut genuine businesses looking to provide a service and make ends meet. So I welcome the Chancellor's commitment to a cross-government task force to tackle tax abuse and money laundering on our high streets, backed by £50 million every year over the next 3 years, funded by an increase in the economic crime levy, paid for by the banks and other professional services firms, despite the platitudes from the Lib Dem members opposite that banks aren't being asked to pay more when they actually are. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to bring the issue of tax dodging on our high streets to life with an example of just how egregious some of these wheezes truly are. So let me talk a little bit in the brief time I have about the world of snails. Snail fornication, snail gestation, snail feed, and yes, snail cannibalism. London-centric reporter Jim Waterson recently published an investigative report on this topic, and it details how former Lancashire shoe salesman Terry Ball runs elaborate snail-based tax avoidance schemes that are costing councils millions of pounds simply by placing boxes of snails in vacant office buildings in an attempt to exempt them from business rates. This scheme, perfected over many years to prevent the snails from eating one another or stopping mass snail fornication, allows unscrupulous individuals to claim empty warehouses are being used for agricultural purposes. In turn, landlords are granted a business rates exemption, and if then challenged by the local council, the firms in question are simply liquidated. They hold no assets, so no business rates can be claimed back. Then they magically reappear under the guise of another mollusk-based enterprise registered at Companies House. It's taking shell companies to the extreme. One local council alone has reported a loss of £370,000 receipts just because of this specific mollusk-based wheeze. And this isn't just a quirky anecdote, it's a hard-edged example of how loopholes in our system are being exploited, made all the easier by the Tory decision in the last Parliament to abolish the Office of Tax Simplification. Indeed, the very same council is reporting losses of £10 million a year due to non-payment of business rates. So I welcome further steps the Chancellor announced yesterday: rewards for informants of high-value tax fraud, extra funding for trading standards, enhancing tax transparency on real estate, 350 new criminal investigators to tackle fraud and illicit tobacco and vapes, and also a boost to MHRC to go after tax dodgers and their unscrupulous advisers. We need to do a lot more, but I must commend the Chancellor and urge her to continue in this vein by reforming reliefs, by strengthening our enforcement and sending a message that Britain no longer tolerates tax gimmicks, whether involving snails, shell companies or slimy advisers.
Call Shadow Minister Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To govern is to choose, and the Chancellor has chosen. She's chosen spending over saving, higher taxes over welfare reform. She's chosen benefits Britain over working Britain. She'd rather raise taxes by £26 billion than shave a single penny off the welfare bill. She'll make people who work and save pay more for the benefits of millions who don't. I say she chose, but are they her choices, Madam Deputy Speaker, or their choices? Because just a few months ago, debating their PIP reform bill, they were the ones who stood up and said things like, "I didn't come here to cut benefits." They were the ones in and out of meetings with Number 10 while the welfare debate was going on here in this chamber. And they were the ones who forced their Disabilities Minister to stand up during the debate and announce there would in fact be no savings. And then their welfare bill became a spending bill, which then, of course, they all voted for. The Chancellor could have used the budget to right that wrong, or could she? Because the wolves have been circling ever since. This wasn't a budget for Britain. This was a budget for Labour backbenchers. This was a save our skin budget. But in saving her own skin, the Chancellor is selling the country down the river at a cost of £26 billion to taxpayers, at a cost of 200,000 jobs on top of the 150,000 already gone since they have been in power, and thousands more that the Unemployment Rights Bill will destroy. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank her very much for giving way. 3/4 of the tax raised in this budget goes towards building the fiscal headroom, doubling it, something that previous chancellors never did under the Conservatives. Does she welcome the investment in the gilt markets that international investors have now shown in terms of their confidence in the UK economy?
The fact is, it's simple in this budget. Taxes are going up on working people to pay for more benefits. That is the story of this budget. The Chancellor told the country she was spending to bring down the cost of living. Really? For whom? Inflation is up, taxes up, and wage growth is down. So who is going to be better off? Only one group of people, people on benefits. 10 million people of working age whose benefits will be uplifted by inflation. Thousands more who will go onto sickness benefits in the year ahead, and 500,000 households who will get money from the lifting of the two-child cap. £5,000 more on average by the end of this decade, at a cost of £3 billion to the taxpayer. Some will get much more. A family with 5 children could get an extra £10,500. A family with 8 children will be able to get an extra £21,000, nearly as much as the annual pay before tax for a full-time worker on the minimum wage. Members opposite have told us again and again today how Labour is fixing child poverty by giving out this extra money. We all care about children. We all want children to get the best start in life. Come on, they chunder at me. Come on, you can't doubt the fact that everyone here wants children to get the best start in life. Handing out money might improve the poverty statistics, which they so much like to crow about, but it doesn't solve the problem. Work is the best way out of poverty. Their handout will actually make parents less likely to work. There are couples across the country wondering if they can afford another child, couples in work. Thanks to this budget, their taxes are going up and their incomes may well go down. Thanks to this budget, some will decide to have no more children or no children at all. That is truly sad, and it is unfair for those parents. They've been crowing about this, but as my right honourable friend for West Worcestershire said when she spoke earlier, the threshold rises under their budget could even drag some working families below the relative poverty line that they like to talk about so much. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
She refers to the threshold freeze. Why did she vote for 7 years' worth of a threshold freeze?
I mean, the sad fact is the country went through a pandemic and we had to get the country's finances under control. But your Chancellor promised that she wouldn't increase taxes on working people, and that is exactly what she has done. Who can trust her? I know that people out there don't. If all you heard about this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the speeches of the members opposite, you'd think there is something wonderful going on. I hate to shatter their delusions. But the fact is, people out there are despairing. People have been saying to me, if all the government is going to do is take your money and taxes, why work? Why bother? We're seeing those who can, from successful business people to talented future entrepreneurs, leaving the country. They are killing aspiration and growth and, in fact, savings. The OBR says that household savings will fall as a result of this budget from 6% to 2% by 2030. The budget is an attack on people who are simply doing the right thing, working, saving, trying to pay their way in life and build a better future. Madam Deputy Speaker, they could make different choices. If they were willing to get a grip of the welfare bill and actually bring it down, then they could cut taxes on working people. We've heard from several ministers, from the Secretary of State himself, that the system needs reform, but their actions say otherwise. Working age welfare spending is up 40 billion in this budget. The Timms Review Terms of Reference tells us no savings to see here. The Secretary of State won't even say the word savings. They say one thing, but they do another. It sums them up. All those promises not to put taxes up on working people, and then here we are, 2 budgets in a row, hiking taxes on working people. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. We have identified £47 billion of savings from public spending. Of that, £23 billion is welfare. Savings from doing the right thing, like stopping giving sickness benefits to people with anxiety and ADHD and stopping handing out benefits to foreign nationals. It's not kind or compassionate to trap people on benefits. It's not fair on people who are working to pay the bills, and it's simply not affordable for our country to go on like this. The Honourable Member for Swansea West, who likes to chat a lot during debates, has said he stood for office to stop drawing charts. He said he stood for office. That's what he said. He might like to listen to what he actually said. He doesn't like to listen to other people. But what he said was he stood for office to stop drawing charts and start changing them. Well, he certainly achieved that. Inflation is up. Unemployment is up. Borrowing is up. Public spend is up. Maybe he can tell us which of those he is most proud of. The Minister, the Chancellor, the Prime Minister and the entire government will all leave their mark on our country with this budget. At their last budget, they dug a hole. With this budget, they've dug it deeper. Instead of cutting the welfare bill, they are adding to it. Instead of getting people into work, they're putting them on benefits. Instead of backing workers, they're funding stay-at-homers using the hard-earned money of Britain's taxpayers. This is a choice they have made, and we reject it.
Mr. Torsten Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to close today's debate, and I want to thank all the honourable members for their contributions. My honourable friends from North Warwickshire and Bedford, Exeter, South East Cornwall, Connethley, North Norwich, Newcastle upon Tyne East, Newcastle upon Lyme, Newcastle Central and West, Dunfermline, Dollar, North London, Glasgow North, Mid Cheshire, Glen Rothes and Mid Fife, Airlie and Woodley, Congleton, Calder, all made strong cases for this budget. And I listened carefully as opposition MP after opposition MP then talked down the British economy, as the honourable member for Huntingdon did, talking down British workers, talking down British entrepreneurs. And I've been trying to remember what it reminded me of. What did it remind me of? And I've been racking my brains, but then it came to me. They're just reading out exactly the same script they had a year ago today. Exactly this time last year. The shadow business secretary, frothing with his usual excitement, claimed that Britain would spend 2025 in recession. He said, could we be in recession? Yes, we could. That was his forecast. Now the actual figures are in, and the truth, Britain in 2025 didn't just avoid recession, it beat the forecast. The OBR has revised up growth this year from 1 to 1.5%. And then let's look at wages. As my honourable friend from Erewash said, wages are up in the forecasts, but far more importantly in people's pay packets. They are up more in the first year of this government than the entire first decade of the last Conservative government. And there is much more to do. Changing Britain was always going to be hard. In 1 second, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman. And we now know that the damage from the last decade of austerity and Brexit was worse than previously thought. That lies behind the productivity downgrade that the honourable lady from West Worcestershire rightly raised. But the question is how we respond to that news. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I noticed it's William Morris tie, or it's William Morris-esque tie, and what Morris understood was the importance of craft and skills. Now, the government addressed apprenticeships in the budget in a minor kind of way, but does he know that simultaneously the skills white paper envisages downgrading apprenticeships by diluting the competencies they confer and thereby undermining the reputation with learners and employers?
Well, I'm afraid what I know very clearly is that youth apprenticeships fell by 40% under the party opposite. That's what failure looks like. Now, I'm coming on to some of those matters. We do not want to grow this economy by simply borrowing more, as the member for Bolton West rightly pointed out before he turned at some length to snails. But there is nothing
there is nothing progressive about arguing that we should spend more than £1 in every £10 of taxpayers' money on debt interest, money that should be better spent on schools and hospitals. So Liz Truss and the leader of the Greens should stay exactly where they belong and where they both started out, in the youth wing of the Liberal Democrats, far away from government. Now, we in this party will cut borrowing in every single year, more than any other G7 country, more than doubling the headroom against our fiscal rules, cutting borrowing and giving businesses the confidence to invest, and cutting inflation too. £150 off energy bills, freezing rail fares for the first time in 30 years, as the honourable friend from Burnley set out, extending the fuel duty freeze. All this knocks 0.4% off inflation next year, helping interest rates, already cut 5 times since the election, keep on falling, helping businesses expand and getting mortgages down. But what won't be coming down is public investment that the OBR says boosts our economy, because the pro-growth choice is not to return to the austerity of the past, as the honourable member for Cannock Chase set out. The austerity that saw Tory chancellors slash public investment, repeatedly scrapping and delaying projects. The worst kind of short-term political fixes with the worst kinds of long-term economic consequences. This budget presses ahead with the £120 billion extra capital investment. It is exactly because this government is confident about Britain's future that we are going to invest in it. Sizewell C going ahead, building the UK's first small modular reactor at Wilver, the biggest industrial investment in North Wales for a generation. The Lower Thames crossing, infrastructure being built in every corner of Britain. The blockers and the pessimists, the gloomsters and the doomsters, taken on, confronted and defeated. The parties opposite have never seen a housing development or energy project they didn't want to block. But those days are done. Britain is getting back in the building business. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget also does contain necessary and fair tax choices on tax that honourable members have raised repeatedly. We have not hidden from that fact, nor am I hiding from it today and the fact that we are asking everybody to contribute, further freezing tax thresholds towards the end of this Parliament. Now, I hear the chuntering and the howls from the party opposite, but where did the frozen thresholds this year come from? Them. Who put in place next year's freeze? Them. They announced threshold freezes, they defended threshold freezes, they voted for threshold freezes, and they cannot howl with outrage about them now. In case all of that is not clear enough for them, let me spell this out to the benches opposite. Of the revenue raised from frozen thresholds, over 3/4 comes from the choices made on their watch. The difference between us and them is that we are not ducking the long-needed reforms our tax system needs, the reforms that mean we can keep the contribution from workers as low as possible. We have already abolished the non-dom status, raised capital gains tax and ended tax breaks for private schools. Now the budget brings an end to the disgrace of someone in a terraced house in Blackpool paying more in tax than someone in a 10 million mansion in Westminster, or what the Chancellor, the Shadow Chancellor, earlier called an ordinary family home. If he'd had more time, I'm sure he'd have gone on to worry about people with the ordinary family deer park or duck pond and stables too. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm coming to exactly the member for Richmond Park in a second, because the honourable members for St Albans and Richmond Park told us that Liberal Democrats wanted wealth taxes, while continuing their record run of opposing every single wealth tax put in front of them, and conveniently forgetting that the Liberal Democrats tried and failed to introduce just such a wealth tax in government. A level of convenient amnesia, Madam Deputy Speaker, only matched by the honourable member for Clacton when reminiscing about his school days. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, because he probably missed me saying, because he was maintaining his own running commentary throughout my speech, he probably missed me making the point that, in fact, he keeps saying that this is equalising council tax between poorer areas and richer areas. He must admit that it does nothing of the sort. Now, when the people owning £2 million houses in Putney pay their £2,500 levy on the top of their council tax, they will still only be paying the same amount of council tax as people living in the lowest banded properties in my constituency. So there's arguments to be had about mansion tax, but can he stop saying that it equalises council tax rates in different parts of the country, because it does nothing of the sort.
And I didn't say anything of the sort. before. I said we're not going to have a situation where a 10 million mansion in Westminster is paying less tax than a terraced house in Blackpool, and that has been brought to an end by this budget. And I've heard also the worries from some honourable members opposite about the surcharge, and I want to assure the House that less than 1% of properties will be affected. And even for that 10 million mansion that I mentioned, it will not exceed £7,500 a year. To put that in perspective, that's not even enough to bribe a Russian-sympathising, Putin-praising reform politician, or a traitor, as we should always call them. Now, other reforms in this budget will assure that everyone who drives on our roads helps to maintain them, and it will address the fact that tenants pay higher taxes than their landlords and tackle some of the tax breaks that have exploded in recent years, disproportionately benefiting the wealthy. That is the fair thing to do, and this is the responsible thing to do. Now, I know some others want to take a different approach, and I heard representations from some to raise income tax. Who was particularly keen? The Shadow Chancellor. He told eager listeners, I think you should listen, he told eager listeners at the Conservative Party conference, I would go for income tax. In fact, he was more enthusiastic than that, going on to label it the best, quote, thing to do. Well, we have not taken his advice, delivering major reforms ducked by Tory Chancellor after Tory Chancellor instead. Now, we've heard a lot about welfare today, and I recognise why, because our welfare system is failing, and we are changing it, undoing the huge incentive to be labelled too sick to work that the party opposite built into universal credit, that the OBR confirms will move tens of thousands more people into work. The Shadow Chancellor claimed he had a plan to reform welfare. He didn't mention that it was quashed by the courts. What he actually did as the Secretary of State was oversee the subsidised leasing of luxury cars, the ordinary taxpayer bearing the cost of tax breaks for Mercedes and BMWs on the Motability scheme. Well, those days are done. The scheme have themselves removed luxury cars and committed to half of their cars being built in Britain. And we are reforming their tax breaks to save over £1 billion in the coming year. The last government cancelled face-to-face assessment. I won't have time, I'm afraid. The last government cancelled face-to-face assessments for health benefits. This government is bringing them back. The last government also oversaw a scandal that has received far too little attention, allowing people who came to Britain for just a few years, people who left and never had any intention of returning, to not only buy a state pension, but to buy it on the cheap. The Conservative government didn't just waste money here at home, they wasted it across Canada, Australia and New Zealand too, and we are bringing this overseas pension scandal to a close. But what this government will never do is pretend that the Tory policy of making children poor does anything other than cost us all in the long run. Child poverty costs this country £40 billion a year. A child growing up in poverty is less likely to be in work. As an adult, they earn 25% less age 30. We tackle child poverty not only because it is a moral imperative laid out by my friends from Rochdale and Camborne and Redruth, because it is an economic one too. So this government will scrap the two-child limit. We will lift over 500,000 children out of poverty, and we will deliver the biggest fall in child poverty of any parliament on record. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone can see what the party opposite is trying to do today. They can't defend their record, and we all know why. They've got nothing to say about Britain's future, as the Leader of the Opposition made patently clear yesterday. And now they're salivating at the prospect of trying to hide their total lack of a policy behind cheap, divisive, lazy politics of talking about Benefit Street. Well, bring it on, because this budget is for every street. Potholes being filled, neighbourhood police back on the streets, an NHS that is actually there when we need it. A budget for every street. Cutting borrowing, because that helps not just mortgage payers, but employers. A budget for every street. Cutting energy bills, because the cost of living crisis has seeped into everyone's homes, rich and poor, north and south. And a budget for every street, because child poverty exists in every part of Britain, limiting life chances, wasting talents, undermining not just some childhoods, but all of them. Madam Deputy Speaker, borrowing down, energy bills cut, public services rebuilt, a budget for every street in Britain.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Date to be resumed what day?
Monday, the 1st of December.
Monday, the 1st of December. I'll give the House a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Have a nice weekend. question is that this House do now adjourn. Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I speak for everyone in the House when I say it's a special privilege to be elected to represent our constituents. The British people put their trust in each and every one of us to be their voice in this place. Our nation prides itself on a strong democracy, and the role of His Majesty's loyal opposition is critical to this. I will remind honourable members opposite that the relationship between opposition and government is symbiotic. The opposition is not merely meant to be a critic, but subject to government to scrutiny, a vital safeguard of public trust, amplifying the voices of the British people, asking the questions that they want to see answered, and offering an alternative vision for the United Kingdom are essential roles of an opposition in democracy. Government opaqueness is not conducive to such accountability. The Prime Minister seemed to agree. He said he would deliver a different way of working, one of openness, of collaboration, and of transparency in everything we do, he said. However, ministers have shown a complete disregard for Parliament, the Ministerial Code, and the Nolan principles of public life by refusing to submit themselves to scrutiny and withholding information from Parliament without a good reason to do so. There are a number of levers put in our hand to help with scrutiny. These include written questions, oral questions, urgent questions, debates on the floor of the House, and adjournment debates, such as this one. One further lever members can use to hold the government to account and ensure transparency is writing direct letters to ministers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the Chancellor has had a busy week, but when I and my right honourable friends wrote to her together to express our concerns about the rise in national insurance and how it would affect Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire Ambulance over 12 months ago after the last year's budget, we did so out of the deep concern for what this policy would mean for these charities who deliver crucial life-saving care and support our NHS every day. But despite my office chasing this correspondence, our raising it in the House repeatedly, raising it with members of the Procedure Committee, we had no reply in over 12 months. I raised it as a point of order earlier this week, and having now acknowledged the letter and made some excuses for lack of response, we still have not received a reply. But after the budget yesterday, I guess the answer to whether they will help our ambulances is no. Now, you might be misthinking that this is one isolated error, but unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's not the case. A constituent of mine who has 15 years' experience as a church warden in a village contacted me to outline the huge difference the scheme would have on their efforts to fund urgent repairs and how removing it would harm this vital community asset. I sent my constituent's correspondence to the Chancellor and asked for her comments on the concerns expressed. On the 21st of January, I was informed that my correspondence had been transferred to the Department for DCMS. Yet despite chasing, I've received no response to this whatsoever. Either 323 days since I wrote to the Chancellor, 310 days since it was passed to the Secretary of State for Culture, no response. On the 23rd of September 2024, I wrote to the then Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology regarding my constituents' concerns about broadband speed in his village. On the 4th of December, relatively quickly for this government, I received a response. But my constituents saw potential errors in this response, so I wrote back to the Minister on the 23rd of April to request he look into these important matters. But again, despite chasing, I received no response up until the 20th of November 2025, 211 days after that April letter, to confirm to the Department, and I quote, "Aim to respond within 20 working days. You could not make this up." It doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wrote for the Department of Business and Trade on the 6th of June about the UK bioethanol industry. No response. I sent letters to the Department for Work and Pensions in July and August about my constituents' dissatisfactory experience with concerns about the Child Maintenance Service. No response. I wrote to the Minister for Water and Flooding on behalf of Parish Council. They wish to invite the Minister to the meeting on the 22nd of October. Now, I understand the pressures on a Minister's diary, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I do not understand how we've reached now the 27th of November and the Minister has still not been courteous enough to respond. These are not anomalies. Taking an inordinate amount of time to respond to members has become the government norm. Most disappointing, though, is that despite taking so long to reply, the responses received are often completely unrelated to the matters raised and the questions asked. For example, on the 11th of June, I wrote to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care about the statutory scheme for rebate pricing for drug manufacturers to highlight serious concerns raised with me about the impact that would have on a local business. I asked for clarity on 3 matters in 3 perfectly clear questions. 156 days later, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary sent me a response, though none of the questions were answered or any proper way addressed. So not only have I waited 156 days for a response, but 156 days to receive a response that doesn't answer the question. Madam Deputy Speaker, these examples clearly demonstrate that the service this government and its ministers are providing to MPs, and thereby our constituents, is simply not good enough. Correspondence is not just being lost in the system, it's being willfully neglected. When responses do arrive, they should be accurate. At oral health questions, I asked the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care why he had not delivered on his commitment to deliver the RSV vaccine to over 80-year-olds this winter. The Secretary of State told me we have, when in fact they had not, with the actual expansion not happening for winter 2025. I then raised a point of order, followed by a name-day written question, to which a government minister answered by stretching credulity, referring to delivered to mean accepting the JC advised advice, while admitting, and I quote, the RSV programme could not be expanded ahead of this winter. Madam Deputy Speaker, this linguistic gymnastics is Kafkaesque. So what other options are available to us? I understand the pressures departments face, but there are many ministers to answer these questions, not to mention an army of civil servants. I again refer to the Ministerial Code. It clearly states, ministers should, where possible, provide full and timely responses to written parliamentary questions, ministerial correspondence and select committee reports. With that in mind, earlier this month, I ended up submitting 16 written parliamentary questions to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care just to ask him when he intends to respond to 16 of my name-day written questions, which should have been answered in 3 sitting days, but in some cases were more than 2 weeks, and all of them were overdue. In what can only be described as farcical, I submitted a written question asking when the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care planned to respond to a written question, which itself asked when the Secretary of State planned to respond to another written question, which was then finally responded to. It is with regret that I inform honourable members that I have 11 further written parliamentary questions remaining unanswered and overdue. The oldest was due for an answer by the 14th of October, and I've still not received an answer. I lament that the lowland principles of openness and accountability have sunk to such depths under this government that I'm required to submit so many follow-up questions. Yet it wasn't always like this. 92% of ordinary written questions and 88% of name-day questions were replied to on time in the 23 to 24 session under the Conservatives. Another lever open to us, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the urgent question. Yet they too are another which the government does not respond to with answers. The most recent and most glaring example of the government failing to uphold its obligations to be transparent and accountable to Parliament and the public is the appointment of David Cogan as chair of the Independent Football Regulator. As the Ministerial Code makes clear, ministers are responsible for ensuring that no conflict arises between their public duties and their private interests. As the Commissioner for Public Appointments has made clear, the Culture Secretary breached the Appointments Code by not declaring her conflict of interest before signing off Cogan as the government's preferred candidate, having received undeclared donations for Cogan for her leadership campaign in 2020. However, the Prime Minister still felt it was appropriate to sign off on Cogan's appointment as well and clear the Cultural Secretary of any wrongdoing. Yet it's clear the Prime Minister was in no such position to do so, having the very same conflict of interest as the Culture Secretary by receiving donations from Cogan for his leadership campaign and supposedly having recused him from any involvement in the appointments process. Madam Deputy Speaker, when somebody is being given a part-time job for $130,000 a year and that person has been given money by the person appointing them has been given money by that person, it is clearly in the public interest to know how much money that person has given the Prime Minister or other ministers. And despite an urgent question in this House, the Prime Minister has still not declared how much money Mr Cogan or his businesses gave. The Prime Minister says rule makers can't be rule breakers. Given that, why are ministers refusing to confirm that no current minister has a criminal conviction? Surely the public has a right to know. So how can we try and get around their obfuscation? In order to get the answers to the questions we ask, it's shameful that members must report to submitting numerous FOI requests to public bodies to get the details on issues they are concerned about because the written questions have not been answered. I'll give you an example, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the Strategic Defence Review in 2025, I submitted a written parliamentary question to the Secretary of State of Defence to ask which industry bodies, defence companies, media organisations and other non-government bodies or people were given access to the review ahead of its publication and at what times. Because the Minister didn't answer the question, I submitted an FOI. To that, I did not receive a timely response. I therefore had to go back to where I started and submit a written question on the 1st of September to ask the Minister when the department planned to respond to the FOI. I finally received a grossly belated response on the 16th of September, yet dated the 9th of September, for the Secretary of State. That was incomplete, and I've had to submit another FOI to get the rest of the information. Madam Deputy Speaker, is this not the kind of wasteful and inefficient use of time in government departments and civil service that our constituents want rooting out? Why should members need to FOI to get a written question and submit a written question about that FOI in order to get the answer which the department clearly had all along? How is that a good use of the Minister's time or members' time? I'm sure the Minister is very busy, and how does it reassure members that the principles declared as important within the Ministerial Code are being taken seriously? It clearly does not. Ministers have developed a habit of announcing policy to the media instead of to this House to avoid scrutiny. I appreciate, Madam Deputy Speaker, yours and Mr Speaker's and the other Deputy Speaker's efforts to try and prevent that. I asked the named day question on the 11th of November about the Maternity and Neonatal Task Force, which the Secretary of State promised in June, on who was asking it and how many times, who was on the committee and how many times it was met. I still haven't received an answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, but fortunately I've read the answer in the New Statesman this weekend, because the Minister in the House of Lords made an announcement at a public event of the answer, which is they haven't met. They're going to meet in January, and the people on it haven't actually been decided yet. But why is it that they're announcing the answers to questions in public and to the media, but not answering them in the House? Madam Deputy Speaker, we all have a duty in this House to answer questions and address the issues that face our constituents. These are not isolated examples. These are my experiences as one MP amongst 650 in this House, and I know that this is happening to many, many other of my colleagues. I can only imagine the scale of evasion of accountability across the House. On the steps of Downing Street, the Prime Minister promised to restore service and respect to politics. Yet, when ministers aren't firefighting reports of tax avoidance or criminal convictions, they're tap-dancing around parliamentary questions and feeding policy announcements out to favoured journalists instead of announcing them to this House and the public first. Let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. Accountability is not a courtesy, it's not optional. When members ask questions and submit letters, we are doing so on behalf of our constituents. So ministers may regard swerving, stonewalling and spin as true tactics, but they are not. It's an affront to this House and to the British people that we represent. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's high time for this government to live up to its own lofty rhetoric and start giving answers. The public deserve a lot better.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the honourable member for Sleaford and North Hykeham. I know she's raised these matters before a number of times in the House, so I'm pleased she's secured. I'm listening. I'm pleased she's secured the debate, and I could see her frustration throughout. I will come to specific points in a second, but just by way of introduction and the government's position here. Look, as the honourable lady said, the Prime Minister made clear the government is committed to restoring trust, accountability and transparency in politics, and ensuring that those of us who have the enormous privilege of serving in public office are held to the highest standards. As the Prime Minister himself wrote in the foreword to the updated and strengthened Ministerial Code, restoring trust in politics is the great test of our era. The British people have lost faith in its ability to change their lives for the better. It is worth remembering briefly why the Prime Minister felt the necessity to write those words, and why trust, as the Honourable Lady said, in politics is at such a critical moment. Frankly, the events of the last Parliament, in particular Partygate, cast a long shadow over this issue. As a reminder, this saw a sitting Prime Minister fined for breaching the laws he introduced, and then led to him being found to have deliberately misled this House from this dispatch box. That is unprecedented, and it has proved deeply corrosive of public trust. Those events were also compounded by complete disregard by the former Prime Minister for the role of the independent adviser on ministerial standards, so much so that 2 independent ministerial advisers resigned because they lost faith that the Prime Minister then would uphold even basic standards. In contrast, and this is where I disagree with the Honourable Lady, I do not accept the assertion she made about how this government's approaching it, because I know this Prime Minister is determined to repair the breach in public trust, to rebuild that and return the business of government to the service of working people. I will give way.
I understand what the Minister's trying to say, what about somebody else might have done it first, but actually the point is His government is in government, and his government is not delivering on their promises. The ministerial code, as written now, already requires ministers to be open and transparent and answer these questions, and they're not. So a tightened up ministerial code is not going to be worth the paper it's written on when the current one isn't being adhered to anyway.
I will come to that because enforcement of the code is one of the key points that I want to get to, and how the Prime Minister is trying to address the standards and the problems that we experienced in the last Parliament. Because that's why the Prime Minister issued the updated strengthened code, which includes the 7 principles of public life, the Nolan principles the Honourable Lady referred to, and that this House debated just a few weeks ago. It also puts the importance of those principles front and centre of the new code, and it makes clear that public service is a privilege that comes with responsibility. Among those Nolan principles, first articulated some 30 years ago, and highly relevant to today's debate, are openness, that holders of public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner; accountability, that holders of public office should be accountable for their decisions, including in this place; and honesty, that holders of public office should be truthful. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the Prime Minister well. I know he cares deeply about those principles. It is why he has spent his life in public life, and he is determined this government will uphold these. That's why the Ministerial Code also includes a strengthened role for the independent advisor on ministerial standards, no longer sidelined but now central to the process of assuring accountability. Crucially, the independent advisor can now initiate his own investigations without the Prime Minister's permission. That is an important step forward from where we were. I'm also proud this government has introduced the Public Office Accountability Bill, the Hillsborough Law, we are also proud of, which will establish a duty of candour across public bodies and will help ensure accountability and across all authorities. This government has also delivered a manifesto commitment to establish an Ethics and Integrity Commission, which will help drive up progress in standards. And the Ministerial Code also includes strengthened principles on the acceptance of gifts and hospitalities by government ministers. I know an issue the Honourable Lady has also raised in this House previously. The Cabinet Office, my department, has also published a revised and strengthened code on public appointments, which will make that process faster and more transparent. Second.
Does he understand that £130,000 for a part-time job is a damn sight more than most of my constituents, in fact almost all of my constituents, are getting? And that if the Prime Minister has appointed somebody or signed off on someone's appointment, having received money from the person he's appointing, that it is going to be, the public are going to want to know how much that person and how much that person's businesses may have given the Prime Minister?
I was going to come to that. And look, the Honourable Lady has raised this point before, I think including on Monday. I beg your pardon? Well, I'm going to, if you let me. Of course, this is a matter for the Department of Culture, Media and Sport predominantly. The Culture Secretary did come to this House and make a statement on that matter. All donations by Mr Cogan were made in line with the rules and are perfectly transparent on that. The Prime Minister asked the independent advisor to look at this matter and his role in it. Again, I would contrast that with the behaviour of the last government. The advisor was satisfied with the Prime Minister's response and said, and I quote, "The disclosures made by the Prime Minister are an important demonstration of the Prime Minister's commitment to transparency and ensuring necessary steps are taken to improve the process underlying standards in public life." Again, that is a contrast. I would also point out the Prime Minister stands at this dispatch box every week at Prime Minister's questions. Honourable members have had ample opportunity to ask this question. They have chosen not to do so. There's not a judgment moving away from it. This is a transparent process. Everything was published in line with the rules, and there is ample opportunity to question both the Prime Minister and the Culture Secretary about it. I hope that answers the Honourable Lady's point on that. But sorry, just returning to other actions, I will just make a little progress if you don't mind. Alongside the actions the Government has taken to improve openness and transparency, we also recognise the importance of accountability, and particularly the importance of accountability in this place. Ministers do take their obligations seriously, and as I say, the Prime Minister and the independent advisor are committed to upholding both the spirit and letter of the code. That is why, during the Government's first year in office, there were 190 oral statements across 168 sitting days. That is more than one per day, and it is more than the whole of the previous parliamentary session. The Prime Minister has made 9 statements from this House, 30 from the Foreign Office, and includes the Prime Minister made one earlier this week. And as of this Monday, I'm told oral statements in this session have risen to 228, You may have been through many of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, and over 1,000 written statements. I merely point that out to say the government is making statements to this House and it is coming to it. In terms of parliamentary questions and letters, which the Honourable Lady raised at length, I agree it's important that members get timely and helpful responses. I know how frustrating, from my having been a backbench MP asking these questions as well, I know how frustrating it is when you don't get timely and helpful responses. Clearly, she's raised some really serious points there, particularly around the air ambulance and other issues. I will, if it's okay with her, I will take those up with the relevant departments and see what I can do to raise those points. I would just gently point out on parliamentary questions, the number being submitted is at a record high. This summer saw roughly 3 times as many parliamentary questions submitted as usual, and one member, who I won't name, has submitted over 1,000 just by themselves. Now, I'm not saying that's a reason not. I just want to finish the point, and I will. I'm not saying that's a reason for people, for ministers not to reply. They are. I'm saying civil servants work hard, ministers work hard, but there is a lot to get through, and we're working hard to do so. I will give way, of course.
The department that has received the most questions over this parliamentary session, which is the Department of Health, has received 15,000 questions, which is 29 questions per day since the 4th of July 2024. And they've got 5 ministers and a whole army of civil servants to help them answer those questions.
That is true. Department of Health is the largest department in terms of PQs submitted. It is taking action to improve its PQ performance within the department, but it does receive a huge amount and it is at record levels. So I am just saying it's not willful avoidance. I'm saying a lot of this is that it's volume, and trying to get through those points. Just trying to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government is also engaging in the ongoing parliamentary inquiry requested by Mr Speaker into ministerial statements and the Ministerial Code. And the Government is also determined to ensure that where we have public inquiries, they lead to meaningful change, accountability and justice. For example, we are carefully considering the latest report from the COVID-19 inquiry, and we will respond fully in due course. To further drive accountability and implementation, the Government has also launched a publicly accessible list on gov.uk of all recommendations made by inquiries and the progress the Government is making in response. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, this Government does take transparency and accountability extremely seriously. We are, frankly, as with so many other things, from the economy to prisons to the immigration system, having to rebuild faith and trust in our politics from the very low base we've inherited. But we are making progress. The Honourable Lady made some very good points, I thought, around responses on PQs and letters, which I will follow up. But this Government is making progress. We are committed to going further, and I welcome the debate and the opportunity to discuss it tonight.
The question is that this House to now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.